Our story kicks off with an Imperial Guard, a former slave who forged a pact with a demon and died protecting the Mad Emperor. Will history hail him as a loyal knight, loyal to the very end, or merely a foolish gesture, completely out of touch? Our Royal Imperial Guard, Cain later, covered in blood, yet with eyes sharp as steel, muttered that neither outcome pleased him one bit. Meanwhile, the rebel leader, Yahello Reston, roared in fury, "Why did you block that sword strike at the very end? Cain, you idiot!" Cain later smirked, challenging Evie, "I've lived 29 years making my own choices, so don't pick a fight for no reason, young master of the ducal house." Yahello Reston was stunned, yelling back, "You could have escaped. Why did you choose this path?" With tears streaming down his face, Yahello Reston screamed in despair, shaking Cain, "Open your eyes! Wake up, you bastard!" Amidst the raging sea of flames, Yahello Reston embraced Cain later's fading body, his cries for his friend tearing through the chaotic air. Cain later took his very last breath, as Yahello Reston cursed in utter helplessness. Then, Cain later's bare feet walked upon the sparkling, blue water, and he wondered in sheer astonishment, "What is this place, amidst this endless cosmic space?" Cain later asked himself, "Is this death?" He walked on the water, surrounded by the galaxy, muttering, "So this is freedom? Nothing special." Cain later merely smirked, recalling the sight of young Yahello crying like a heartbroken child. Never mind him, he thought, he'll manage on his own, preparing to fully enjoy what was called freedom. Suddenly, Cain later stopped dead, feeling something was terribly wrong. A surge of brilliant blue-white energy suddenly flared, completely enveloping his naked body. Cain later's pupils contracted in extreme, utter astonishment. "Ha!" A strange voice then rang out. It was a blond man, smiling brightly, saying, "You've been born healthy, Karen." Cain later was utterly, completely dumbfounded. The blond man then turned eagerly, asking another, "Father, would you like to hold the baby?" An old man with a distinguished golden mustache, exuding a regal aura, reached out his hand. "The child isn't even crying," he noted, "truly a sturdy one." Meanwhile, Cain's mind was a whirlwind of screams. What in the world is happening? The distinguished old man spread his arms wide, beaming, proclaiming, "Grow up strong, my youngest grandson." In this child's body, Cain immediately recognized his ancient enemy, Yahello, old and wrinkled, but undeniably him. The moment Yahello picked him up, Cain, trapped in a newborn's body, immediately let out a furious wail. This left the old Grand Duke visibly flustered. "Ah, I made him cry," Cain screamed in despair, and tears streamed down his face. "No, what bizarre situation is this?" The harsh truth finally dawned on him. "I've become Yahello's grandson." Time passed, and the tale of Cain, the knight who fell alongside the evil emperor 45 years prior, was passed down among the people. The professor was now lecturing, stating that even though Cain couldn't prevent his master from straying into evil, he was still revered as a symbol of unwavering loyalty, until the very end. The professor concluded his modern history lecture, then turned to address his student. "Young master, what are your thoughts on this?" The young master sat, chin propped in his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face, and asked in return, "And what about your own opinion, Professor?" The professor offered his personal hypothesis. "I think perhaps the Grand Duke simply wanted to restore his friend's honor. As everyone knows, Duke Yahello and Lord Cain were close friends." Upon hearing this, the young master smirked, his eyes sharp. "Do you truly think so?" This left the professor stunned, not understanding his meaning. The young master, Karen Reston, 10 years old, the third son of Yahello Reston, stated bluntly, "I think my grandfather harbors resentment towards his deceased friend, which is why he deliberately gilded his name." The professor broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, "What the hell is this brat saying?" but stammered aloud, asking what he meant. Karen Reston explained with chilling clarity. Rather than follow his grandfather down the path of revolution, Cain chose death, a truth he couldn't accept. He had deliberately ignored his friend's dying wish for peaceful rest, all to turn him into a hero. The old professor was utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Cain wanted a quiet death. Sweat poured down. As the professor began to piece together the rumors, realizing the hypothesis of Cain choosing death, rather than participate in a meaningless war, suddenly became terrifyingly plausible. Karen Reston concluded nonchalantly, "It's perfectly logical, isn't it?" The professor was astonished by the deductive ability of a 10-year-old. The old professor's face paled, imagining himself beheaded by the Duke's knights for slander, if he dared to agree with such a shocking hypothesis. Seeing his teacher hesitate, Karen Reston casually flipped a page, casually saying, "He'd never thought of that perspective before." Suddenly, Karen Reston snorted with laughter, startling the professor, who didn't understand what was happening. The boy grinned slyly, nonchalantly saying, just kidding, why do you look so tense?" Leaving the professor utterly speechless. Karen Reston, that was his name. In this new life he had been reincarnated as the youngest grandson of the Reston ducal house, a status he took some time to accept. Clearly annoyed, he secretly cursed the old man, Yahello Reston, that clueless bastard, who had arbitrarily turned him into a hero, against his will. Meanwhile, his father in this life, a blond man, was sincerely praying alone. That man was Pale, Yahello's youngest son. Karen Reston cleared his throat, officially, confirming that this seemingly weak man was his father. Pale turned around, asking his son about his studies, but Karen Reston went straight to the point, asking his father if he was praying again. The boy absolutely nailed it, directly questioning if Pale was still agonizing over his awakening ceremony. Pale apologized, guiltily, leaving Karen Reston utterly confused, and questioned what could possibly be amiss. Pale confessed he felt utterly powerless, and he feared he'd somehow burdened his son. Karen Reston then called out to his dejected father. Pale Reston only looked up, replying with a simple hum. Seeing his father still consumed by inferiority, Karen Reston sneered, declaring bluntly, "No matter what anyone else might say, Father, you are the greatest." Pale Reston froze, stunned speechless by his son's words, his face beginning to flush with raw emotion. Overcome with emotion, Pale Reston pulled the boy into a tight hug. Choked up, he managed to reply, "And you are my most incredible son." The hilariously cheesy scene continued, as Pale Reston excitedly pinched Karen Reston's rosy cheeks, while the boy's expression remained utterly blank, helplessly enduring it. After that emotional moment, Pale Reston then invited his son to dinner, and the answer from a true warrior like Karen Reston? "It couldn't be any other way. Of course I want meat." As night fell, back in Karen Reston's room, a blue magic stone mysteriously floated in midair, emitting a faint, mysterious light. Karen Reston lay on his bed, clutching the stone, his eyes sharp as he mulled over the upcoming, so-called awakening ceremony. A question from his past then echoed in his mind. Awakening ceremony? What in the world is that? His memories drifted back to Cain Later's youth, when he was training diligently in swordsmanship, where his black-haired friend explained that the awakening ceremony was just an old, family ritual designed to unlock latent magic power. In the memory, young Cain Later scoffed at the idea of innate magic, flatly declaring he simply didn't care. His black-haired friend then explained that not everyone could actually awaken their magic power, and even if they did, they might not be skilled enough to claim the family head's seat. Young Cain Later smirked, his interest piqued, upon hearing about a truly terrifying secret, passed down only to the family head. The black-haired friend's expression turned wary, when Cain, moments later, directly pressed him, asking if the secret was a treasure, or even a wish-granting magic book, adding he'd be very interested if it was. The black-haired friend faltered, muttering his dream was just to live peacefully, in a secluded place, far from all strife. Young Cain, however, snorted with laughter at his friend's mundane dream, prompting the other man to retort, veins bulging, "Are you mocking your friend's humble dream? I'm holding a weapon, you know." Young Cain, however, suddenly turned serious, his eyes sharpening as he simply replied, "All right." With a confident smile, young Cain later gave a resolute thumbs up, and firmly promised that one day, when he became the family head, he would personally reveal that secret to his friend. The memory faded, and Karen Reston snapped back to reality, sitting on his bed, gazing thoughtfully out the window, and pondering the so-called magic awakening ritual. A powerful surge of blue magic suddenly erupted around Karen Reston, and he secretly thought, reassuring his worried father, "Father, you don't need to worry. Karen Resten remained on the bed, blue magic fiercely erupting, his hair standing on end, his eyes gleaming with an overbearing aura. He smirked confidently, thinking to himself, magic awakening? Child's play. I've already done that several lifetimes ago. The scene shifted to reveal a magnificent train station. The Reston family had arrived, and Karen couldn't hide his utter astonishment at its grandeur. Inside the station, a sleek, modern magic train was pulling in, and Karen admitted to his companion that it was his very first time riding a train. Karen's mother then revealed that many technologies aboard this train were created thanks to his father's sponsorship, making Pale Reston humbly scratch his head. Mother Reston hugged her son and winked proudly, asserting that even if his father was humble, it was still a great achievement, and Karen fully agreed. Karen Reston looked directly at his father, with admiring eyes, and firmly said, "Father, I am truly proud of you." Pale Reston gave an awkward laugh, while Karen secretly assessed, "This old man may not have magic, but he single-handedly manages 30 of the finances for the entire Reston territory." Karen continued to ponder his new family, with a mother who was always gentle, and a father devoted to his wife and child. The boy smiled, concluding in his mind that these were truly perfect parents, but his eyes held far more complex thoughts. The magic train traversed the gloomy territory. Moving forward, Karen Reston gazed thoughtfully out the window. The scenery flashed by, but his mind was elsewhere. Suddenly Karen turned around, his eyes having recognized something, while his mother was still reading a book in the distance. The colossal castle appeared, which was the main residence of the Reston family. This place was not just a home, but a true fortress, Asura sea fortress. Karen's gaze locked onto his target, and he whispered, "There he is." Yahello Reston, the Grand Duke, appeared, with the imposing aura of a ruler, standing above both his cousins and Karen himself. Karen smirked provocatively, muttering to himself, "So you've turned me into a great figure in history, have you?" Suddenly, blue magic erupted around Karen, making his father Pale Reston freeze on the spot. Pale Reston was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. Karen Reston snarled in his mind, vowing to become the complete opposite of the family's expectations, and shatter all their plans. With blue magic swirling around him, he clenched his fist, declaring, "I'll be the biggest piece of trash in the Reston family." Karen smirked defiantly, his sharp eyes locking onto his imagined target. "Just you wait, Yahello." The train. He headed straight for the family's colossal fortress, and Karen proudly declared to himself, "Your precious youngest grandson has arrived." A piercing screech echoed, as the magic train entered the magnificent station of the main residence, officially setting foot in enemy territory. As soon as he stepped off the platform, Pale Reston was greeted by a bowing subordinate, named Heinrich, while Karen stood beside him, observing. Pale Reston greeted Heinrich courteously, but everyone's attention had already shifted to the family's imposing presence. Karen's gaze swept through the crowd, and stopped at a squad of silver-armored knights. He immediately recognized them as the infamous Sea Wave Knights. The elite knights immediately sensed Karen's magic, their eyes becoming intensely scrutinizing, confirming that this boy was no ordinary individual. Karen knew that news of his magic awakening would reach Yahello sooner or later, but he didn't care, ready for a direct confrontation. Heinrich bowed and led Pale Reston's family into the main palace, while Pale Reston instructed Heinrich to lead the way. A maid announced that his father, Pale Reston, had gone to meet the elders, and told Karen to wait in the reception room. Karen smirked secretly, acknowledging that this Azure sea fortress was truly formidable. Even the waiting room was enormous. Waiting alone, Karen began to feel bored. He sighed deeply and thought he should have just asked to be led straight to the library. Suddenly, another noble boy appeared, his tone full of sarcasm, taunting Karen for demanding to go to the library. As soon as he arrived, just as rumored, the brat crossed his arms, continuing to mock Karen for being the son of a magic-less, good-for-nothing uncle, implying his chances of awakening magic were almost zero, and that he should just bury himself in books and make money like a commoner. Karen said nothing, but a chilling killing intent suddenly erupted. The magic engulfed the space, leaving the boy utterly speechless. It startled him, making him snap out of his shock. His cousin erupted in rage, craning his neck to challenge him. "Ha! Come at me if you dare." Then he channeled sickly green magic around his hand. Karen smirked, clearly intending to show off. His eyes flashed with a deadly, menacing glint. "So there are mad dogs in the main house too, huh?" Just then, a colossal, utterly overwhelming surge of magic erupted from him. It made the brat freeze. His cousin's face went completely pale. Sweat poured down him as he stammered in utter horror. "You can't. How could you?" Karen Resten smirked, purple magic enveloping his body. He flatly declared that even his father didn't know. He had awakened his powers. While his dazed cousin was still sputtering in disbelief, Karen Resten coldly announced, "Now we have a problem, brother." With fiery eyes and a murderous smile, Karen Resten pointed directly at his terrified opponent. "This house doesn't need two mad dogs. I'll take that role, so brother, you should just step aside." A grotesque shadow with glowing eyes appeared behind Karen Resten, looming menacingly. He calmly declared, "It's time for a beating, brother," making his cousin freeze utterly in fear. Elsewhere, a white-haired subordinate was reporting to the three Resten brothers that Karen had awakened his powers, a fact confirmed by three knight captains. Ruffle Resten, the second young master, immediately turned to question Pale Resten, suspecting him of some cunning scheme for secretly hiding his son's magic awakening. Pale Resten's face remained utterly expressionless, as he immediately denied, "Of course not. I didn't even know myself." Tails Resten, the eldest young master, intervened, suggesting it was understandable for Pale not to realize his son had awakened, given his lack of magic.
Rafael Resten snorted coldly,
uttering contemptuous words about Pale's pathetic state. The atmosphere between the three brothers became incredibly tense. Suddenly, a panicked butler rushed in, his face pale, his voice trembling as he called out, "Head butler, you must come here at once," making the head butler, who had been standing at attention, turn around. The panicked butler's face was ashen. Sweat poured down him as he stammered incoherently. The three Resten brothers, their very tails, Raphael and Pale, all of them turned, baffled by the sudden chaos. The panicked butler frantically pointed behind him, his voice trembling, as he reported to the second young master, Raphael Resten. Raphael Resten immediately shot to his feet, his face filled with murderous intent, while the butler hastily tried to explain that there might be a grave misunderstanding. After hearing the report, Raphael Resten roared, his face darkening, radiating intense killing intent. It turned out that Karen Resten, in fact, had just taught his cousin, Leo Resten, a harsh lesson, scaring him so much that he flailed his arms and legs wildly. Karen Resten, however, maintained his calm demeanor, even as Raphael Resten charged forward. Raphael Resten said little. He grabbed Karen Resten by the collar, lifting him effortlessly, growling, "You insolent brat." All three Resten brothers were now present. Raphael seethed with fury at Karen, while Pale Resten shouted for them to intervene. Pale Resten stepped forward, his face cold as ice, and flatly declared, "It was brother Leo who insulted my son." Still grabbed by the collar by Raphael Resten, Karen Resten showed no fear, growling back, "If it were your father, would you stand by and watch?" Raphael Resten furiously yelled that the brat was spouting utter nonsense, while Pale Resten hastily intervened. Meanwhile, Leo Resten lay sprawled on the floor, after taking a beating, unable to discipline his nephew. Raphael Resten turned to blame Pale Resten entirely, claiming it was all due to his incompetent younger brother's terrible parenting. Just as the drama reached its peak, an old butler appeared, coldly ordering everyone to stop. The emotionless head butler, wearing a monocle, relayed the order from the top. "The patriarch has stated he will pass judgment himself." Hearing the order, Raphael Resten clicked his tongue in annoyance, but had no choice but to release Karen Resten. Pale Resten immediately rushed to support his son. Pale Reston, riddled with worry, asked, but Karen Reston just casually brushed it off. I'm fine, as if the recent incident was nothing more than a minor annoyance. The entire family prepared to meet their formidable patriarch. Pale Reston instructed his son to accompany him, while Raphael Reston visibly seethed with rage. Karen Reston's gaze sharpened, as in his mind he called out his sworn enemy's name. Long time no see, Yahello. The entire family then entered the great hall, led by the stoic head butler. All eyes were on the grand door, where Karen's old enemy, his very own grandfather, awaited. A deep, steady voice rang out. Yes, the final boss, Grand Duke Yahello, had officially revealed himself. Seated grandly in the patriarch's imposing chair, Yahello cut straight to the chase, demanding to know why Karen Reston had caused such a ruckus. Immediately upon arriving at Azure Sea Fortress, Pale Reston was about to speak up for his son, when Yahello mercilessly cut him off. I wasn't asking you, Pale. With eyes as sharp as daggers, Yahello stared directly at Karen Reston, declaring he would hear the answer from his grandson's own mouth. Believing he must have acted for a reason, Karen Reston secretly smirked, scoffing, "Oh, so you're actually going to listen to an explanation before passing judgment? This hypocritical habit of yours really doesn't suit you at all." Without a moment's hesitation, Karen Reston clearly stated, "It's because Leo insulted my father." Raphael Reston immediately yelled, claiming it was a fabrication. Bang! Yahello slammed the table, letting out a powerful roar that shook the entire room.
Silence, Rafael.
Intimidated by the terrifying old man, Raphael Reston was left speechless, hastily bowing his head and apologizing like a child. Yahello then ordered head butler Heinrich, "Is Leo's treatment finished? Bring him here for a showdown." But right after that, Yahello's gaze locked onto Karen Reston, his eyes gleaming with a hidden meaning. "But that's not the only thing I need to ask you." Karen Reston then casually dropped a bombshell. "Oh, my magic? It actually awakened 3 years ago." His father, Pale Reston, froze in place, stammering in disbelief. Yahello, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes, questioning why he'd kept it hidden, even from his own father of all people, secretly thinking this boy was far from ordinary, to have awakened his magic all on his own 3 years ago. Karen Reston continued his innocent facade, masterfully fabricating a story that he only learned it was magic through reading books. Yahello, however, still wasn't convinced, his sharp eyes pressing him for more. "And then what?" The boy simply grinned, scratching his head and answering with a playful tease. "I just wanted to keep it a secret for kicks. I even managed to fool all the knights. It was quite amusing." Yahello, however, remained skeptical. "Is that really all?" Karen Reston casually confirmed, maintaining his flawless act perfectly. Just then, an announcement echoed through the hall. "Young Master Leo is entering." The confrontation had officially begun. His cousin, Leo Reston, bruised and bandaged all over, shuffled in, looking utterly pathetic. Yahello didn't beat around the bush. Asking Leo Reston directly, "Karen said you insulted your uncle, didn't he?" The boy was utterly speechless, stammering incoherently. Leo Reston immediately tried to play the victim, crying and apologizing profusely to his grandfather. But Karen Reston didn't give him a chance to act. Exposing him directly, Leo called, "My father a vulgar money grubber, a good-for-nothing, unfit to inherit." He exposed. Leo Reston frantically denied everything, while Karen Reston continued his innocent victim act, feigning regret. "Even so, I shouldn't have hit Leo. I've committed a great sin." His cousin, meanwhile, was scared out of his wits, snot and tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, vividly recalling the feeling of being crushed by Karen Reston's terrifying magic. Karen Reston stood behind him. Without uttering a single word, he radiated an intense, chilling killing intent that made Leo Reston shrink back in sheer terror. Hastily grabbing a handkerchief, Yahello completely ignored the dramatics, his sharp gaze fixed solely on Leo Reston. "Leo, tell me," he demanded decisively, "is what Karen said truly accurate?" Questioned by his grandfather, and still reeling from his cousin's brutal beating, Leo Reston had absolutely no way to deny it. He meekly admitted that it was all true. Yahello rubbed his forehead, a clear sign he understood everything now. The judgment was as good as settled. As night fell, Yahello decided to postpone their punishment for both of them until after the awakening ceremony. He then dismissed everyone to rest. In his private room, Yahello asked his trusted butler, Heinrich, for his thoughts on Pale Reston's son. The old man simply replied that the boy possessed many interesting qualities. Yahello completely agreed. He'd seen through everything. That boy not only awakened his magic 3 years ago, but also kept it completely hidden until now. He took a sip of tea, continuing his analysis. Furthermore, he deliberately questioned the knight's abilities, as if subtly criticizing me for looking down on Pale, by assigning him useless soldiers. Heinrich thought Yahello was overthinking, but the old man dismissed it. I wish that were the case, but that boy is on a completely different level. Yahello asserted that if Karen truly had anything special, it would become abundantly clear tomorrow. As he swirled his wine glass, the old man sneered, saying that just because the boy awakened his magic didn't mean they knew all his tricks. Looking out the window, Yahello muttered, I'm eager to see if Karen will pass the awakening ceremony safely, and if so, what kind of prize he will claim. Under the moonlight, the entire domain appeared, and Yahello admitted, I am extremely curious. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark, damp forest under the moonlight. The camera quickly panned through the forest, towards a mysterious blue light in the distance. In a small clearing in the forest, an ancient stone pedestal stood. Upon it rested a glowing stone, inscribed with ancient runes. The ancient runes on the stone pulsed with an eerie, blue light, and a strange sound reverberated through the silent space. The view expanded, revealing that this mysterious forest surrounded yet another hidden castle, completely isolated under the stark moonlight. The entire Reston family arrived at the mysterious forest, led by its most prominent members, followed by a group of dangerous, hooded figures. Karen Reston immediately recognized these mysterious figures as the family's elders, retired monsters. Even though they had officially retired, Karen could still feel the terrifying power radiating from the elders. They were all genuine articles, not to be underestimated. The entire second generation was also present. The eldest young master, Tails, with his daughter Leon Reston, and the second young master, Raphael, with his troublesome son, Leo Reston. Karen smirked, understanding that the entire family, making such a grand display, indicated the ceremony was far more important than he'd imagined. The entire group stood before an ancient stone pedestal, where a mysteriously glowing stone, inscribed with ancient runes, rested, preparing for its unveiling. Karen immediately recognized it as the Oath Stone, a legendary artifact. Yahello then stepped forward, assuming the posture of the patriarch, and declared the awakening ceremony officially open. The old man explained the rules. By passing through the gate opened by the Oath Stone, each person would be thrown into a unique world, created by the stone. Pale Reston instructed his son, the ceremony will only end when you use a weapon found in that world to destroy it. Karen Reston smirked, casually and confidently, replying to his grandfather, yes, grandfather. The old man, Yahello, narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a dagger, scrutinizing his grandson to see what he was up to. Very well, Yahello growled, activating the runic pendant, and magic began to surge forth. The pendant's runes erupted in brilliant blue light, unleashing a torrent of pure magical energy. This potent energy from the pendant flowed straight into the Oath Stone, and a colossal pillar of shimmering magical light blasted straight into the heavens. As the entire family watched on, the surge of magic suddenly exploded, engulfing the entire forest around them, in an absolutely terrifying display of power, opening a spatial gate. The other, younger members of the family immediately turned pale, intimidated by the terrifying pressure's might that made them unsteady on their very feet. Standing before the brightly glowing spatial gate, Yahello crossed his arms and shot a provocative question at Karen. Are you scared? Pale Reston couldn't hide his worry, quickly placing a hand on his son's shoulder to ask if he was truly all right. Karen gently brushed his father's hand away, flashing an overly confident, almost arrogant, smile. I'm fine, father. I'll be right back. Karen Reston smirked defiantly, To him, the task of using a weapon from another world to destroy it was a truly trivial matter, as easy as pie. The young boy then reached into the spatial gate, for destruction was his very trade, from his previous life to this one. Observing from outside, Yahello growled, ordering Karen Reston to overcome his own fear. Karen Reston turned back, his eyes filled with confusion. Fear? A concept too distant for the legendary swordsman. The entire Reston family, from Yahello to his cousins, stood with their arms crossed, witnessing the moment. Karen Reston prepared to enter the trial. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Karen Reston was immediately thrown into a fiery space, the explosive energy making his hair stand on end. From shock, the young boy froze, recognizing the sickeningly familiar scene. This place is. Before Karen Reston's eyes lay a desolate grand hall, fires raging toward the sky, and countless corpses of knights and maids, scattered everywhere. He walked through the ruins, growling to himself, "Why show me memories of this place?" In a sea of raging flames, a vision of his black-haired friend from years past appeared, gravely wounded and gasping for breath. A bloody memory Kane would later desperately want to forget. Karen Reston snarled, demanding answers from the one behind this charade. "Do you intend to use my fallen comrades to make me feel guilty?" He glared up the stairs leading to the throne, where the corpses of fallen knights from ages past lay scattered. A strange voice echoed, calling Karen Reston the child of the Blue Wolf, and remarking that his world was truly a cruel one. The mysterious voice declared it was time to fulfill the ancient covenant with his ancestors, and a colossal gate with blazing red energy ripped open before his eyes. Karen Reston froze solid as he watched a dark figure emerge from a pool of blood, exclaiming in horror, "You are a demon." The young boy realized the entity facing him was no ordinary being. But then, the voice coolly stated that the blood in his veins could not be defiled by a mere demon. The voice urged Karen Reston to conquer his fear and advance to the throne, for what he desired was waiting there. Karen Reston didn't hesitate, stepping straight through the colossal gate, into a blazing red hall, the voice echoing again, as if it had been waiting for him for a very long time. Before him stood an empty throne, and the voice revealed that this was what the Emperor of old had traded with demons to protect. Karen Reston walked through the blood-red space, feeling as if he were treading on the very corpses of his former comrades. A horrifying memory came flooding back. The mysterious voice echoed once more, calling him the child blessed by the icy northern sea. Even though his soul was seemingly lost, the invisible entity welcomed Karen Reston on behalf of the Azure family, leaving the young boy utterly stunned and confused. An illusion appeared, his previous life, Kane wielding the demon sword Ruin, a weapon bestowed by the Emperor himself, and Karen Reston froze as he recognized it. The mysterious voice commanded, "Pour mana into it," but Karen Reston frantically objected, knowing it was a soul-devouring demon sword. Suddenly, the demon sword appeared, and the voice explained that its evil energy had long been purified by his grandfather, Yahello. What he saw was merely a demonic illusion. Then an armored guide materialized, asserting only Karen Reston could awaken the sword, making the young boy even more hesitant. Karen Reston's hands trembled. He feared becoming an emotionless killing machine again, only knowing how to obey orders, just like in his previous life. The image of his past self, Kane, later appeared growling, urging Karen Reston to overcome his fear. Karen Reston suddenly realized this entire trial was, in fact, an unusual favor from the old man, Yahello. Karen Reston finally understood. This awakening ceremony wasn't a childish game for a weapon, but a heavy psychological test for the heir, using the pure azure jade to crush his own fears. Having understood the rules, Karen Reston wasted no more time. His hand decisively gripped the hilt of the demon sword, Ruin. Upon contact, a terrifying surge of energy shot through him. Karen Reston's eyes blazed with an eerie, blue-violet light, signaling an earth-shattering transformation. His pupils constricted. The full power of the pure azure jade violently erupted from within the surrounding space,
instantly transforming Karen Reston,
submerged into a world of azure energy, exclaiming in a daze, "Is this the pure azure jade?" In this new space, the demon sword Ruin also transformed, its murky, dark evil energy vanishing, replaced by a pure azure aura. That astonished Karen Resten. The demon sword ruin now looked like a genuine, holy sword, flawlessly beautiful. Even the mysterious voice had to admit it didn't understand why it appeared in this form. While Karen Resten was still bewildered, the mysterious voice dropped a bombshell. This sword once belonged to your ancestor, Kale. He braced himself firmly, enduring an astonishing surge of power. Meanwhile, the voice continued its revelation that this sword was a closely guarded family secret, a weapon never before recorded in history. The mysterious voice then concluded, the power of this sword, you see, possesses a nature completely unlike your family's abilities. Karen Ressen's eyes flashed brightly as he seemingly grasped the incredible power he had just received. Karen Resten then growled, his entire body engulfed in a torrent of wild, azure energy as he struggled to control the sword. The very space around him turned blood-red. He staggered, overwhelmed by the overload, when the mysterious voice commanded, sternly, endure it. The sword's mana is being etched deep into your very body. Feeling the raw mana within him become overwhelmingly powerful, Karen Resten smirked with pure delight, acknowledging this item was truly formidable. He admitted the power of the Azure Jade was indeed genuine. Then he cut straight to the chase. So what is this sword's true name? An illusion appeared, revealing the sword's bloody past, a weapon that had slaughtered countless demons, devouring their power, a weapon even devils feared. The sword's true origin was then revealed. It was born from the abyssal northern sea, a place dark, yet paradoxically pure. The mysterious voice then coolly stated, revealing the weapon's terrifying true identity. The life-snatching sword, guillotine. Karen Resten murmured the murderous name aloud. Life-snatching sword, guillotine. His eyes flashing as he instantly realized its deadly significance. The mysterious voice then suggested that this sword, bearing the inherent darkness of the deep sea, perfectly suited his ultimate destiny. But Karen Resten brushed it aside, asking directly, who exactly are you? Standing before a magnificent throne in the illusory space, Karen Resten offered his incredibly sharp deduction. You are the Azure Dragon, my family's guardian dragon, aren't you? But the mysterious voice replied that he wasn't skilled enough to know its true name. The enigmatic voice threw Karen Resten a final challenge. Should you ever one day become skilled enough to dominate the seas, seek me out in the northern sea. After hearing this prelude, Karen Resten clutched the life-snatching sword and asked directly, okay, how do I exit this game now? But the voice only replied cryptically, you should already know, shouldn't you?
Karen Resten
Suddenly grasped the answer right in his hand. Ah, so that's how it is. He smirked domineeringly. Karen Resten then took a stance, his eyes blazing. Excellent. I've always wanted to try this. Karen Resten swung his sword decisively, a torrent of azure magic power erupting, shattering the illusory space to return to reality. Back in the real world, the entire Resten family stood waiting anxiously. His father, Pale Resten, was clearly worried, while his grandfather, Yahello, maintained a perfect poker face. Pale Resten's face was tense. He mumbled an apology to his father, but Yahello merely advised his son not to worry excessively. Yahello feigned understanding, saying he knew it wasn't easy to watch his son walk a path he himself had never experienced. Just as Pale Resten was touched for a moment, Yahello added a critical remark, but that's all the more reason for you to remain calm. Suddenly Leo Resten screamed, as the oath stone before him began to crack and emit a dazzling light. Hearing the frantic scream, announcing the oath stone was breaking, even the cunning old man Yahello was stunned. What? Boom! The oath stone exploded into hundreds of pieces, a terrifying surge of magical energy erupting and throwing the entire Resten family backward. Yahello, who always maintained a poker face, now frowned and snapped, utterly bewildered by what was happening right before his eyes. Amidst the ruins of the oath stone, a figure suddenly appeared. The demon sword plunged deep into the ground. A chilling aura radiated from it. Karen Resten returned from the trial space. A challenging smirk played across his face, and calmly asked, where did the oath stone go? The entire Resten family, from grandfather Yahello to his uncles, were utterly stunned and shocked by the unbelievable sight before them. and the boy's brazen arrogance. The boy stood tall upon the remnants of the family crest, showcasing power beyond anyone's wildest imagination. The entire family surrounded Karen Reston. Even the hooded elders had to rise. The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Raphael Reston was the first to lose his composure, clutching his head and yelling, "Karen, you little brat, what the hell did you do?" Ignoring the harsh scolding, Karen Reston simply waved casually at his grandfather, perfectly feigning innocence, leaving the others speechless. Yahello's usually calm face now contorted. Even this seasoned old man could no longer conceal his astonishment. Karen Reston sneered arrogantly, pointing directly at the weapon in his hand, and boasting, "This weapon is guillotine, the execution sword of our ancestor, Ryle Reston." The sword emitted a stream of azure magic, an ancient artifact long erased from family history, secretly passed down only to the family head. And the elders, Yahello and the hooded elders, stood frozen, unable to fathom why this forbidden weapon had suddenly appeared before their eyes. Yahello's gaze sharpened as he looked at Karen, muttering meaningfully, "Karen, could it be that the time is finally approaching?" Yahello posed a probing question, his eyes boring into his grandson. "Aren't you afraid of that sword?" Karen Reston's expression remained unchanged, as he replied with a concise, challenging yes, leaving Yahello stunned. After a moment of surprise, Yahello narrowed his eyes, nodding as if he had understood something. He began to recall a story from long ago. With a grave tone, an ancient legend came to light, speaking of the ancestors' sacred, unfinished covenant with the blue dragon, a pact to destroy demons, and the mysterious oath stone, a sacred vow, a promise for what's to come. Yahello pressed on, detailing an ancient covenant that awaited a worthy heir to fulfill its terms. The family head's piercing gaze fell upon Karen Reston, as he asked pointedly, "So, Karen, are you the one destined to inherit this covenant?" Breaking his narration, Yahello then solemnly declared, before the gathered family and all the esteemed elders, launching into a truly shocking announcement. He proclaimed for all to hear, "I, Yahello Reston, hereby announce Karen Reston, son of Pale Reston, as an official member of the Blue Sea Fortress, the direct descendant chosen by the legendary guillotine, and worthy of inheriting the Soul Sea faction." The shocking news completely froze all the descendants. Raphael Reston's resentment was painfully obvious, unable to fathom that a mere brat would receive such an immense honor. Pale Reston rushed to his son's side, asking anxiously. Karen Reston, however, simply replied coldly, "I'm fine, father." The eldest young master, Tails Reston, muttered. He thought he knew all of the family's ancient heirlooms, yet he'd never heard of this particular sword. Tails Reston's gaze was transfixed on guillotine. The azure magic emanating from its blade sent a chilling shiver right down his spine. Truly a weapon far beyond his comprehension. Yahello then turned his attention to Pale Reston, his voice a mix of acknowledgement and stark warning. "Pale, your son is walking a path you've never trod. But don't delude yourself. I won't let the succession be swayed by a variable like him." With that, Yahello turned his back, along with the other elders, coldly declaring the ceremony officially over, and ordering everyone to return. He gave no one a single chance to discuss it. Amidst the utterly stunned descendants, Raphael Reston yelled, "Brother," unable to swallow his seething anger, as Karen Reston was led away by his father. The hot-blooded second young master directly questioned his elder brother. "Tails Reston, are you just going to stand there, watching?" Tails Reston, however, remained remarkably calm, offering a chilling suggestion. "It seems we need to talk privately very soon." Proving he was not to be underestimated, Raphael Reston pressed on relentlessly, taking a direct approach, demanding to know if Tails Reston knew about the sword, suspecting his brother was hiding something vital. Tails Reston was utterly stunned, muttering, "Impossible." Clearly, he was just as deeply shocked, and completely clueless about this heirloom matter. Reston's magic power erupted in a furious rage. He couldn't fathom how the son of a useless person, like Pale, had been chosen. Tails Reston, however, kept a cool head, stopping his younger brother, and issuing a stern warning that this was no time for sibling rivalry. Pale Reston quickly took Karen Reston's hand, and gently led him away from the tense area, shielding his son from the family's toxic entanglement. A sharp train whistle pierced the air, announcing a scene change and the start of a new journey. Amidst the bustling crowd at the train station, Pale Reston anxiously asked his son if he'd be all right. Going alone, but Karen Reston calmly replied yes. Standing with his wife and son at the station, Pale Reston directly questioned head butler Heinrich, "Is there any place safer than the Blue Sea Fortress?" Pale Reston smirked, admitting the fortress was indeed safe from external threats, but his true concern lay elsewhere, the threat from within. The lingering specters of his two elder brothers, Raphael and Tails Reston, loomed in his mind, but Pale still gently patted Karen Reston's head, believing that with grandfather present, they wouldn't dare act so recklessly. Head butler Heinrich then unexpectedly spoke up, drawing Pale Reston's attention by formally addressing him. Heinrich announced that the one appointed to impart the Soul Sea faction to Karen Reston was Lady Sabina, making the boy immediately realize Karen Reston felt immense relief, thinking to himself that if it was Aunt Sabina, he could finally be completely at ease. The formidable figure was finally revealed. Sabina Reston, Halo's younger sister, a legendary swordmaster, whose skill rivaled even the family patriarchs. Once known by the prestigious title the White Wolf, Pale Reston had a strict word for his son. His aunt always doted on him, he said, so he absolutely must not be disrespectful. And Karen Reston, of course, complied. Head butler Heinrich then interrupted once more, delivering another urgent message from the family. Grandfather Head Halo himself had issued an order. Halo would prepare a private mansion for Karen Reston at the Blue Sea Fortress, allowing him to visit any time. Pale Reston was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this news. Pale Reston, still reeling from the shocking news that his own father had gifted his grandson a private mansion, could only stammer, Is that so, father?" Calming himself, Pale Reston turned to thank head butler Heinrich, explaining that this way he could rest assured. As his son departed, Pale Reston gently patted Karen Reston's head, urging his son to take care, and to contact him immediately if he ever needed help. The boy obediently complied. The train began its departure, carrying the young heir of the Reston family far away from the stronghold. A new training journey had begun. Karen Reston followed head butler Heinrich up a long, winding slope. The Sea Wave Knights escorted them closely, maintaining a strict formation behind them. Head butler Heinrich urged the boy to hurry, explaining that Lady Sabina was already waiting. Karen Reston thought to himself, he couldn't possibly keep his aunt waiting. Suddenly, head butler Heinrich stopped in his tracks and turned to face Karen Reston. He offered him a serious piece of advice. Karen Reston smiled confidently, replying without a moment's hesitation, "Of course." Heinrich then leaned in close, warning him that Lady Sabina absolutely detested being called an old woman. It would even be best to avoid the term auntie. Karen Reston nodded, thanking him for the advice, but wondered perplexedly in his mind, if she's an old woman, why can't I call her one? Karen Reston, along with head butler Heinrich and the Sea Wave Knights, advanced into a strictly guarded area. Heinrich explained this was the training room, located deep within the Blue Sea Forest, reserved exclusively for direct descendants. He then announced that Lady Sabina was waiting inside. Suddenly, Heinrich pointed out Leo Reston's presence. Much to Karen Reston's surprise, Leo Reston flashed a cunning grin, revealing this boy had specifically requested to train with Sabina. Without waiting for anyone, Leo Reston waved and eagerly dashed straight inside. At first, Heinrich simply stood silently, watching the cunning boy bolt towards the main building. The head butler then softly cleared his throat, pushing up his glasses with a hint of amusement. "Seems things are about to get lively." The massive door of the training room suddenly flared with a stream of azure magic, indicating it was protected by an extremely powerful barrier. Karen Reston stood outside, his eyes glowing purple, as he sensed the terrifying power emanating from within. A powerful voice then echoed from within, shouting, "Why are you still standing out there? Come in." Karen Reston pushed the door open, and politely announced, "Karen Reston, son of Pale, greets you." The moment he stepped in, Karen froze, completely stunned by the scene inside. A blonde woman sat perched on a chair, her tone dripping with provocation. "What's wrong? Surprised I'm not what you imagined?" It turned out to be Sabina Reston. She squinted at Karen and commented on his father. "I can't believe that adorable little pale now has such a grown-up son." Karen's eyes flashed with a purple hue, as he immediately recognized her level, recreating the body with magic. "This is the realm of an 8-star knight." Seeing Karen, still standing rooted to the spot by the door, Sabina snapped, "Why are you still standing there, dumbfounded?" Sabina ordered decisively, "Hurry up and sit cross-legged." She gestured toward a boy already seated. "You can sit next to Leo." Karen turned, only to be met with his detestable cousin's face. Leo Reston sidled closer, feigning familiarity as he slung an arm around Karen. "Looks like we'll be seeing a lot of each other, huh? Let's do our best, big brother." Karen, however, only responded with indifference. Sabina suddenly questioned, her gaze sharp. "By the way, I didn't expect a mere child like you to know the title. White Wolf." Karen nonchalantly replied, "I like history, so I just read it in books." Sabina nodded, admitting this boy was indeed as interesting as her brother. Yahello had said. Karen Reston immediately asked directly, "So what did grandfather say about me?" Sabina smirked, relaying Yahello's words. "He said it was a child you truly like, and now I understand why." In a flashback, Yahello entrusted Sabina, "He is the child destined to conquer the vast ocean. Help him so that one day he may rule the seas." The Grand Duke's final instruction echoed, "You must become Karen's lighthouse, Sabina." Sabina secretly assessed, as Karen's magic began to erupt. "I've only just met him, but I can already see this boy's potential. Wild and boundless." Karen's potential was likened to a surging ocean, a fierce, untamed wave. Karen's eyes flashed with an enchanting blue light, harboring the potential to dominate the great ocean. Sabina looked at her two nephews sitting properly, thinking to herself, "I never expected to meet such an interesting boy at this age. It seems things are about to get fun." Sabina stood up, beginning the training session. "Alright, let's begin." This cross-legged sitting posture is the most basic foundation for practicing magic. Sabina Reston began the lesson, declaring that once past the introductory stage, practitioners could channel their power without needing to sit cross-legged. As soon as she finished speaking, she demonstrated on the spot. Blue magic erupted fiercely, its overwhelming aura like a storm. The terrifying surge of magic left Leo Reston's face ghost white, while Karen Reston barely batted an eye. The gulf in their power was immediately apparent. Karen Reston instantly recognized this unique energy. His eyes sharpened. "This is blue magic power." Sabina Reston then unveiled their family's secret technique, ocean domination, a method harnessing blue magic power to forge and control oceans of energy within one's own body. She went on, detailing the power scale. Operating 8 oceans earned you an 8-star level, while merging them into a single vast great sea. Was the legendary 9-star level. Hearing this, Karen Reston whispered, "Grandfather." He knew full well that across this entire empire, only one person had ever reached that formidable realm. Sabina Reston confirmed it instantly, pointing directly at her nephew. "That's right, the only one to achieve 9 stars. On this entire continent is your grandfather, my brother, Yahello Reston." Karen Reston's eyes ignited with fierce fighting spirit as he made an unyielding vow. "Yahello, in this lifetime, I will absolutely catch up to you." Sabina Reston smirked, realizing this boy not only possessed boundless potential, but also a burning, insatiable desire for power. Sabina Reston's smirk deepened, her eyes gleaming with interest. "An interesting boy. Training him will certainly be fun." The training began, and Sabina's first command was, "Let the magic flow through the pathways opened." During the awakening ceremony, Karen and Leo Reston immediately began to meditate. Sabina reminded them, "Remember, the power of the sea isn't to be controlled, but to be accepted." As soon as she finished speaking, Karen Reston immersed himself, visualizing surging waves of magic in his mind. Within his body, he began to gently guide the flow of energy, originating from his very heart, gradually taming the ocean of magic. Back in reality, the sheer surge of blue magic power, erupting around Karen Reston, made Sabina Reston utterly freeze. Her eyes were wide, her jaw hanging agape. She simply couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself, is this truly the magic of a boy who just awakened? Sabina then glanced at Leo Reston. This boy, after 2 years of training in the ocean domination technique, was only now tentatively aiming for the 2-star level. Meanwhile, Karen Reston, who hadn't been taught a single thing, was independently exploring the magic pathways, like a born monster. Nevertheless, this process was far from easy. Karen Reston gritted his teeth, enduring pain, as if his body was being torn apart from within. The flow of magic around Karen Reston suddenly vanished. Sabina crossed her arms and frowned. Did he stop himself? His body must have reached its limits. But immediately, she realized something was wrong. This boy wasn't overloaded. He was actively controlling his pace. In stark contrast, Leo Reston groaned and collapsed onto the floor, the magic within him chaotic. Sabina gasped and cried out, "Leo!" Sabina rushed to support her nephew, snapping, "I told you not to force the magic," while Leo could only mumble apologies. Holding Leo, Sabina suddenly realized she had been too focused on the monster Karen, and forgotten that despite awakening, they were still just children. Leo looked at his cousin, who was still meditating calmly, his mind filled only with thoughts of his own pathetic state. Sabina glanced towards Karen. She understood the problem. Compared to Leo, this boy accurately grasped his limits, and stopped to avoid harming his body. She was completely captivated by Karen's composure and self-control, while Leo could only look up at his cousin, with eyes full of astonishment. Sabina secretly concluded that this boy was the real deal, a monster who knew his own path, without needing anyone to guide him. After composing herself, Sabina turned to Karen, who was still sitting as still as a statue, and called out. Sabina made a proposition. For the next 3 years, I will guarantee your safety. Karen Reston seriously accepted. Meanwhile, Sabina stressed that the primary goal was to relentlessly train his strength, purely for self-protection. The scene then shifts to a massive training ground, where knights are energetically swinging their swords, the clash of steel ringing out. A gruff instructor barks orders at the new recruits. Don't be sluggish. Swing your swords as if your life depends on it. The brown-haired instructor's eyes are as sharp as razors. He's clearly a big deal, not just some small fry. Karen Reston and Leo Reston arrive at the training ground. His cousin immediately questions the magic sword Karen carries on his back, but our protagonist merely growls, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Cornered by Karen, Leo Reston can only stammer an explanation. Karen clarifies that it's precisely because the sword's killing intent is so overwhelming that he needs the scabbard, bestowed upon him by his grandfather. The brown-haired instructor approaches, placing a hand on his chest in a formal salute. "Welcome, young Master Karen." "Young Master Leo." The instructor looks directly at Karen and declares, "From today, I will be in charge of young Master Karen's sword training." He introduces himself with a clear sense of self-importance. "I am Captain Zeres Winterguard, of the Sea Wolf Knights. You may call me Sir Zeres." Karen Reston greets Zeres politely, but in his mind, he's already scanned the man's power level. An 8-star master, the real deal. Zeres Winterguard bluntly declares that he will not address Karen by the title of Grand Duke's grandson, until he earns recognition from the Sea Wolf Knights through his own strength. Karen nonchalantly waves his hand, saying it's no problem, since he's not used to such an empty title anyway. His attitude is extremely relaxed. Zeres is surprised by Karen's reaction, thinking other nobles would have bristled with wounded pride. Upon hearing such words, the captain then glances at Leo Reston, teasing that he was no exception, making Leo flinch and wonder why his name was being called. Zeres's interest began to peak, wondering if this family finally had a worthy successor, someone with a cool head. Karen Reston smirked, his eyes burning with a demonic glint, his inner thoughts screaming, "In the end, all of them will have to kneel before me." That surge of killing intent froze Zeres Winterguard and Leo Reston in place. Zeres Winterguard broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this kid was no ordinary person. but a monster, even more terrifying than he'd ever imagined, who had just arrived. At the training grounds of Azure Sea Fortress, the knights were still diligently sweating, completely unaware that a final boss had just joined their ranks. 3 years later, at the Azure Sea Fortress, Grand Duke Yahello calmly sipped a glass of wine, signaling that the protagonist's grinding phase was complete. Sabina Reston guzzled her wine, praising profusely, "My brother's stuff is truly something else." Grand Duke Yahello nonchalantly retorted, "Stop stealing my wine, Sabina." Sabina pouted, listing her achievements, claiming she had diligently trained his nephew for 3 whole years as requested. As Grand Duke Yahello nodded, confirming that 3 years had indeed passed, his eyes filled with profound meaning. The old family head got straight to the point, asking Sabina Reston for her impression of the boy Karen Reston was after all this time. Sabina didn't hesitate, declaring bluntly, "That child is a monster." Grand Duke Yahello chuckled with delight, while Sabina Reston firmly asserted that even the word genius would be an insult to him. The Grand Duke turned to Zara's Winterguard, asking the captain if he shared the same thoughts. Zara's Winterguard didn't hesitate for a moment, confirming he completely agreed with Sabina Reston's assessment. After 3 years of observing Karen Reston, the captain began his list. Karen Reston's physique, his innate talent, his attitude and sheer willpower, every aspect of him was formidable. Zara's Winterguard issued a critical statement, declaring Karen Reston had surpassed even Hugo Reston, the esteemed eldest grandson, renowned as the Tales Reston family's genius. Zara's Winterguard concluded their report, forcefully asserting that Karen Reston's talent far exceeded even Hugo Reston, who was hailed as the Empire's finest. Sabina Reston sharply interjected, warning Grand Duke Yahello that the boy's immense talent would spell trouble for the family, if not handled skillfully. She then spoke directly to her brother, emphasizing that Karen Reston would become a direct threat to his son's inheritance rights. Grand Duke Yahello calmly poured himself some wine, feigning a question about whether his sons would dare to harm his grandson. But Sabina immediately retorted, "Things will be different once the entire empire knows of his talent." Sabina sarcastically affirmed that Karen Reston's very existence would certainly affect the line of succession, and Grand Duke Yahello knew that all too well. Grand Duke Yahello fell silent, his eyes now filled with profound meaning, clearly calculating deeply about his sister's grave warning. Sabina then changed the subject worriedly, asking if the family would be ruined, now that the oath stone was broken, as the number of magic beasts crossing the northern sea was rapidly increasing. Grand Duke Yahello brushed her off, scolding his sister for speaking such baseless nonsense. The old family head then revealed an ancient prophecy. "The one who breaks the stone tablet shall erect a new one, just as our ancestors did." Sabina was utterly stunned, hearing of this prophecy for the very first time, and Grand Duke Yahello confirmed it was a secret, reserved only for the family head, signaling that the time of the covenant was nigh. Sabina Reston then smirked, muttering that her youngest nephew's shoulders would soon have to bear the crushing weight of the entire family. Grand Duke Yahello simply scoffed, dismissing the question, declaring he'd tell Karen Reston everything himself, but only when the time was right. The scene then shifted to a truly magnificent mansion, bathed in the soft glow of a snowy sky. A letter from Karen Reston arrived for his father. Inside, Karen Reston reported on his progress, having mastered the 4th form of both sword arts, and even taking special care of his cousin, Leo Reston. By the time he reached the end, Pale Reston could only manage a wry, knowing smile, as his precious son once again boldly requested more pocket money. Pale Reston then confided in Heinrich, admitting he still vividly recalled the gut-wrenching anxiety of leaving Karen Reston alone at Azure Sea Fortress 3 years prior. Heinrich confidently reported back, affirming that the young master had not only adapted perfectly, but was also actively shaking up the entire fortress. Pale Reston immediately broke into a cold sweat, deeply worried, because he'd specifically told his son not to stand out. Heinrich replied with a profound, almost poetic, philosophical statement, a true gem, Even if it stands still, my lord, a gem will naturally shine. But then the head butler sternly warned that the situation was about to escalate, and concealing Karen Reston's growing reputation would soon become utterly impossible. Pale Reston directly questioned Heinrich, asking if Karen Reston was about to be assigned a mission. The old butler confirmed it, a crucial test from the Blue Wolf. Pale Reston admitted he already knew, but his real worry was his two elder sons, growing increasingly irritated by Karen Reston's soaring reputation at Azure Sea Fortress.
Heinrich calmly replied,
asserting he had only one crucial thing to tell his master. The old butler gently reminded him, Lady Sabina Reston is exceedingly fond of young Master Karen Reston. Pale Reston suddenly remembered. Indeed, the boy has his powerful aunt backing him up. Pale Reston mentioned that Karen Reston often boasted about his aunt in his letters, but hearing Heinrich confirm it now, still, a sense of ease washed over him, which, of course, prompted the butler's playful tease that Sabina had always held a special fondness for Pale Reston. Pale Reston's lips curved into a contented smile. It seemed his monthly allowance was truly money well spent, and Heinrich too was relieved to see his master far less burdened. But just then Pale Reston's smile faded, as he was suddenly struck by the memory Karen Reston's aunt was also preparing to depart Azure Sea Fortress. Heinrich once again steadfastly affirmed that Pale Reston had no need to worry whatsoever. This only piqued his curiosity further. The old butler then revealed that Karen Reston had forged an incredibly strong bond with the Sea Wolf Knights, to the point where the knights had even bestowed upon him a unique nickname. Pale Reston smiled, admitting he too had heard whispers of that nickname. As dusk settled over the fortress, a new, intriguing title was spreading. The young mad dog of Azure Sea Fortress. Is that what they're saying now? Whoosh! A burly knight swung his wooden sword with force, attacking, his expression fiercely determined. But Karen Reston effortlessly parried the attack. His opponent's skill was clearly still very raw. The knight, named Hans, quickly raised his hand in surrender, but Karen Reston snapped, scolding him for dodging the attack. Instead of facing it head-on, as he should have, Karen Reston then criticized the Sea Wolf sword art, calling it utterly useless if one got overwhelmed. Then directly, scolding Hans that he, an adult, was as weak as a snail, Hans peeled off his armor, revealing his stinging wounds, and argued that only Karen Reston ever dared criticize his strength. But the boy only scoffed and added, "Your muscles are utterly all for show." For the first time in his life, being called bubble muscles, Hans froze solid, as Karen Reston nonchalantly asserted he was merely stating the plain truth. Hans conceded that facing Karen Reston now, without using magic, felt truly overwhelming. The young master's skill had far surpassed last year's. Karen Reston suddenly remarked, it seemed Hans was about to be dispatched on a mission. To everyone's surprise, Hans confirmed that this time, Zara's Winter Guard would be calling the shots on mission deployment, not the family head currently in the capital. Karen Reston guessed correctly. Hans might be heading to the Western Granary region, where magic beasts ran wild, which made another young soldier who overheard practically beam with excitement. Meanwhile, Leo Reston was sparring, his mind completely adrift, with only one thought echoing in his head. I don't want to go on a mission with Karen Reston. Snapped back to reality by his sparring partner, Leo Reston quickly returned to the present, but still mumbled about the mission, comforting himself that if he aced it, his parents would surely be pleased. The scene shifted. Pale Reston sat in his room, summoned Heinrich, and declared directly, I didn't call you here because of Karen Reston's letter. When Heinrich questioned him further, Pale Reston handed him a small pouch, asking him to examine its contents. Pale Reston explained that the territory's inspectors had seized this pouch from a merchant's cart coming from Baron Bellis's territory. As soon as he opened the pouch, Heinrich was stunned by what he saw inside, a stone emitting a faint blue light. Pale Reston confirmed firmly, yes, cocaine, a drug. He then assigned the task, I need you to investigate Baron Bellis's territory, starting from the Azure Sea Forest. Heinrich, the seasoned head butler, listened in silence, his eyes sharpening, fully understanding the gravity of this political game. At a train station, a train began to move into the night, signaling that a new journey and mission were finally underway. A black-haired man in an elegant suit had just arrived in an unfamiliar place. Muttering, "This is..." He looked out at the panoramic view of a town under the night sky and confirmed, "Azure Sea Forest." Then, the Reston territory appeared grand and majestic under the full moon, as light snow began to fall inside the castle walls. Torch-wielding guards patrolled the hushed, cobblestone streets, but in a hidden corner, Karen Reston stealthily tucked himself behind a fireplace, a bottle of wine in hand. A cunning smirk played across his face, as he chuckled gleefully, savoring the thrill of borrowing from Zara's Winterguard's prized collection. As he walked and drank, Karen mused, even in a child's body, he could never forget the taste of good wine. Suddenly, unfamiliar voices caught Karen's ear, so he melted into the shadows to observe two men conversing. The brown-haired man seemed annoyed by Duke Reston's absence during an urgent matter, but the bald man explained that the Knight Commander was temporarily filling in for him. Both men were startled to find Karen Reston quickly bowing to the young Duke and demanding why he was out at this hour. The bald man then reported to Karen Reston that Baron Rohan Bellis had an urgent request. He also confirmed Karen Reston's identity as the son of the third prince, who had been removed from the line of succession. Rohan Bellis introduced himself, stating he knew Karen Reston was far different from his useless father, having awakened magic, and currently training at the main house. The bald man hesitantly suggested Rohan Bellis meet the captain of the knights, while Rohan Bellis wondered if it was appropriate for a child to be carrying a bottle of wine. Karen Reston smirked, his argument sharp as a blade. If he has come in person, it proves this matter is extremely urgent, and it's only logical for one noble to receive another. Completely convinced, the bald man bowed, accepting the order to report privately to Zara's Winterguard, while Rohan Bellis secretly thought this boy was no ordinary child. Karen Reston invited Rohan Bellis to follow, and despite the Baron's lingering reservations about the wine bottle, he reluctantly trailed behind. As they walked, Rohan Bellis broke into a cold sweat, wondering what kind of family the Restons were to allow a child to drink openly like this. The two then entered an office. Karen Reston cut straight to the chase, summarizing the situation. The problem, he stated, was the bandits stationed in the eastern mountains of your territory, isn't it? Rohan Bellis confirmed that the young master's words were entirely accurate. The scene then shifted to a desk, covered in papers and glowing candles. Karen Reston, still clutching the wine bottle, continued to dissect the situation like a seasoned veteran. Ever since these bandits first appeared, drugs have flooded the market, civilians are being kidnapped and sold into cruel slavery. Rohan Bellis recounted this dire situation, lamenting that for a year, his army was utterly useless, powerless to resist. His own father had to personally lead a small group of soldiers to quell the rebellion, but tragically failed. The Baron continued to lament that his father was severely wounded and bedridden after that devastating battle. As for himself, he admitted his incompetence, leaving both the territory and its people to suffer. After listening to this tearful tale, Karen Reston slammed the wine bottle onto the table, making Rohan Bellis jump out of his skin. Karen Reston's eyes glowed with a cold, purple hue, and he chillingly declared, "Those pieces of trash deserve to be torn apart and utterly destroyed." But immediately after, the boy switched into analysis mode, pointing out the illogical aspect. Even if your military strength is weak, for a bunch of petty bandits to so openly confront a regular army, something just isn't right. Rohan Bellis quickly revealed an unconfirmed, but extremely important piece of information. We suspect they are deserters from the war in the Southern Kingdom. Karen Reston nodded slowly, his mind working faster than a supercomputer. He immediately connected the Emperor's dethronement and the Imperial Army being dispatched to quell unrest in the south, which in turn loosened security in the north. The boy stood up, concluding the matter decisively. Indeed, the hypothesis that these bandits are deserters seems the most plausible. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Karen Reston winked mischievously, offering the wine bottle. "You must not be in a good mood. How about a drink?" he asked, pouring the wine. Karen Reston casually dropped his real reason for getting involved. "Perhaps you're unaware, but the Bella's territory borders my father's estate. So, given my position, I simply can't ignore this." Rohan Bellas took a grateful sip of the wine. He admitted that if he could, he'd want to act personally too. Still, he felt a bit uneasy drinking wine offered by a child. Karen Reston winked mischievously, then revealed this very bottle of wine was borrowed from Zara Winterguard's personal collection. Rohan Ballas's face instantly went pale when he realized it belonged to the captain of the Sea Wave Knights. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Zara Winterguard appeared, looming with a formidable, stern expression. He immediately confronted Karen Reston. "Didn't we agree you weren't to touch my wine?" As Zara Winterguard entered, Rohan Bellas quickly stood, ready to apologize for the perceived disrespect. But Zara Winterguard merely waved a dismissive hand, stating the Baron wasn't at fault since he had no idea. Zara Winterguard then turned to Rohan Bellas, getting straight to the point. "I hear you're quite troubled by the bandits, causing havoc in your territory, aren't you? Rohan Bellas confirmed. That was precisely why he had traveled all the way to Chonghae Castle, to seek help from the Sea Wave Knights. Meanwhile, Karen Reston sat behind him, smirking triumphantly. Zara Winterguard spun around to glare at Karen Reston, lecturing him in a harsh tone. "Karen, I told you drinking isn't good for your age." He then casually snatched back his wine bottle. Zara Winterguard politely apologized to Rohan Bellas for having to witness such an unpleasant scene, and Rohan Bellas could only stammer that it was perfectly fine. Zara Winterguard firmly asserted that Chonghae Castle would not stand idly by while an old comrade faced such difficulties. Karen Reston sat behind him, arms crossed, a smug look plastered on his face, as if everything was unfolding exactly as he'd planned. Zara Winterguard. The promise was made to dispatch troops to the Bellas territory soon, making Rohan Bellas breathe a massive sigh of relief. He was absolutely delighted that he could finally bring such good news to his struggling people. Karen Reston then demanded to personally quell the bandits, but Zara's Winterguard flatly refused his bold request. "Absolutely not. The enemy are professional killers, not some joke." Rohan Bellas froze, utterly unable to believe a mere child would demand to rush headfirst into certain death. Zara's Winterguard acknowledged that Karen Reston's skills had rapidly improved beyond expectation, boasting 4-star magic and 4th form swordsmanship. But he concluded, "Real combat is far different from theory, kid." Karen Reston interrupted, his voice icy. "Overprotection isn't good. A known danger is better than an enemy lurking in the shadows." Zara's Winterguard still adamantly refused to let the boy rush into a battle with such unknown information. But Karen Reston merely smirked. "Is that so?" His eyes glowed with an eerie purple light. Karen Reston sneered, playing his ultimate trump card. "What if I make an offer you simply can't refuse?" Zara's Winterguard and Rohan Bellas were completely silenced, completely overwhelmed by the sheer aura of the 10-year-old boy. At the station platform, Leo Reston's face was utterly blank, stammering, unable to understand what was happening or why. A blonde cousin excitedly slung an arm around Leo Reston's shoulder, shouting loudly about their very first mission. As the fellow trainees were herded onto the train, Zara's Winterguard stood watching from afar, his face darkening bitterly, realizing he had been thoroughly manipulated by that infuriating boy Karen Reston. Back at the station platform, Zara's Winterguard grumbled upon seeing the White Wolf, Sabina Reston, dispatched as an escort. Meanwhile, the aunt merely smirked, looking at the young Karen Reston and Leo Reston, finding them rather cute. Sabina Reston crossed her arms, her eyes full of seasoned experience, thinking that having a reliable escort was indeed good, and she herself had been just as eager on her very first mission. Zara's Winterguard explained that, because Karen Reston accepted the mission, but only if Leo Reston accompanied him. This showed the boy was deeply satisfied with the impressive results of their training. Baron Rohan Bellas, though a weak man, couldn't help but stare in utter astonishment to witness the legendary Sabina Reston personally leaping into action. While the other trainees still cheered excitedly, But looking down, Rohan Bellas felt a surge of extreme anxiety, wondering if entrusting this vital task to just 2 boys was truly a good idea. After all, if anything happened to Grand Duke Yahello's precious grandson, his family would face dire, unavoidable consequences. Xyrus Winterguard calmly approached, patted the panicked Baron's shoulder, assuring him that his fears were completely unfounded. Xyrus Winterguard confidently asserted that, with the formidable Sabina Reston by their side, the 2 young masters would be absolutely unequivocally safe. But then the aunt, Sabina, unexpectedly called him back. Sabina Reston's voice cut in, chillingly declaring, "Unless these 2 children are literally on the verge of death, I have no intention whatsoever of intervening." This revelation shocked Rohan Bellas so profoundly that his face instantly drained of all color, and his body stiffened with raw fear. Xyrus Winterguard was about to vehemently object, but Sabina Reston abruptly cut him off, with a cutting, sarcastic tone, remarking that he knew better than anyone precisely why, and praised him for being as bold as the rumors claimed. Sabina Reston then offered a mysterious smirk, concluding that a profound reason existed why she couldn't directly participate in this crucial battle. Xyrus Winterguard reluctantly gritted his teeth, and reluctantly accepted Sabina Reston's harsh wishes, while Baron Rohan Bellas stood frozen beside him, still trembling uncontrollably with absolute fear. Suddenly, a colossal magic train rumbled into the station, signaling it was time for the trainees to finally depart. On their first mission, Leo Reston's face went pale, his entire body visibly tense, as Sabina Reston approached, standing directly behind him.
Radiating en overwhelming, palpable aura.
Seeing Leo Reston still visibly trembling, Sabina Reston reassured him that a little nervousness was normal, but the boy still couldn't hide his utterly fearful expression. Sabina Reston then leaned in, provoking him, declaring this was Leo Reston's true chance to prove all the hard work he'd put in over 3 years, and finally be recognized as a member of the Blue Wolves. Karen Reston stood by, watching, calmly observing Leo Reston, as Sabina Reston's words slowly started to take effect. Seeing Leo Reston still hesitate, Karen Reston shot him a sarcastic remark. "Big brother, do you always need someone to light a fire under you?" Which made Leo Reston furiously yell, "Shut up!" Karen Reston merely smirked, then casually stepped onto the train, leaving Leo Reston fuming there. He realized he'd just been completely provoked. Leo Reston clenched his fists, his eyes resolute as he told himself that it was finally time to prove himself. The magic train began to move, officially, carrying the inexperienced recruits into their first perilous real combat mission. As the magic train departed from the Reston territory, Karen Reston secretly thought to himself that his revenge plan was progressing faster than he'd ever expected. The train traversed the snow-covered mountains, and the highly confidential nature of this mission began to reveal itself inside the train car. Sabina Reston then explained that her presence had to be kept absolutely secret, because once the bandits caught wind of it, they would vanish without a trace. Sabina turned to ask Baron Rohan Bellas, who could only sweat and nod profusely, respectfully calling her the White Emperor, leaving Leo Reston wide-eyed in utter astonishment. Baron Rohan Bellas secretly paled, thinking that entrusting the mission to these 2 youngsters was far too risky, especially since Karen Reston showed no sign of worry for his first journey. In stark contrast, Leo Reston was an overly anxious boy, which only made the Baron more uneasy. Leo Reston also realized he was the only one panicking, and that only made him even more flustered. Meanwhile, in another scene, a noble, red-haired woman was questioning Leo Reston. "How can you get along with that Karen kid? Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago?" She continued to rip into him, reminding him Karen was a fierce rival, not a friend, period, and that he was the one who'd shamed their name, and his father's. Seeing Leo stay silent, the woman just growled, scolding him for having absolutely no ambition. After his mother's lengthy lecture, Leo Reston replied, completely expressionless, "Mother, I'm sorry, but Karen and I are not rivals," which left her absolutely speechless. Leo then began to analyze the harsh truth. The genius Hugo only hit 3-star at 14. Karen is already 4-star at 13. I'm 15 and just barely scraped by to 3-star. Don't you see the massive difference in skill, mother? The boy then boldly declared with absolute certainty, Karen might be my goal, but he can never be my rival. His mother snapped, thinking Leo was just feeling inferior, but he immediately retorted, this isn't inferiority. Leo, his eyes burning, explained that Karen's very existence was the sole motivation driving him to work tirelessly. Hearing her son's enlightened philosophy, the red-haired woman was utterly at a loss for words. Letting out a helpless sigh, Leo looked directly at his mother, implying she was only seeing the surface, and not understanding the full picture. Meanwhile, back in the train car, Sabina Reston suddenly called out Leo's name, making the anxious boy jump. Sabina directly asked if he was scared, and Leo honestly admitted it. His aunt showed understanding, saying it was normal to be flustered on a first mission. But immediately after, Sabina's attitude did a complete 180, her eyes sharp as daggers, asking a fatal question. Then, do you have the courage to strike down a person? Karen Reston nonchalantly provoked Leo, bluntly stating that he was the type to betray his comrades, to save himself, concluding with, and you overthink too much, you brat. Sabina Reston then placed a hand on Leo's shoulder, reassuring him that he didn't need to doubt himself, because she was the one who knew best how hard he had worked over the past 3 years. With sharp, confident eyes, Sabina asserted her status. After all, I was the one who trained you, wasn't I? His spirits boosted. Leo Reston clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination. He then called Sabina master, making Karen Reston, who stood nearby, smirk with amusement at the new title. Sabina then announced that the train would reach Baron Bellis's territory in just 20 minutes. She ordered them to address each other as master and disciple from now on. She then turned and walked away, leaving Rohan Bellis utterly bewildered. As he stammered, "Where are you going?" Sabina curtly explained that, if she appeared at the station, she'd be exposed, so she was acting ahead, despite Rohan Bellis stammering that the train was still moving. As she flung open the train door, Sabina casually told Rohan Bellis that he could just call her by her name, while Karen Reston could only admire. "Look, Master is as formidable as ever." Sabina turned back to reassure the pale-faced Baron, telling him not to worry, her 2 nephews would supervise from nearby, and no one would hold him responsible. With that, Sabina leaped straight out of the high-speed, moving train, leaving the 2 boys and the Baron screaming in shock. While Rohan Bellis was still shouting Sabina's name in a panic, Karen Reston behind him chuckled with delight, as if watching a circus act. Rohan Bellis gaped, speechless at the Reston family's insane display, while Leo Reston stood beside him, still processing what had just happened. The train continued to speed through the snow, and the Baron could only lament, why is everyone in this entire Reston family so abnormal? In the Bellis territory, an old, frail lord was coughing heavily on his sickbed. The frail lord of Bellis weakly greeted Karen Reston and his group, apologizing for not being able to receive them properly. Rohan Bellis then asked about his injuries. The old lord now passed the critical period, and struck up a lively chat with Karen. He recalled meeting Karen and his father a decade ago. A blonde cousin, who was with them, quickly interjected, feigning an overly friendly demeanor, urging the Lord of Bellis to speak more casually, claiming he wasn't used to such formalities. The Lord of Bellis then turned to Karen, asking if he could call him young Master Karen. The boy coldly agreed. Immediately, the blonde cousin started taunting again, deducing Karen had already reached 4-star status, and conveniently poking fun at Leo, who was still stuck at 3-star. Leo Reston's face swelled with anger, while the blonde cousin merely chuckled. He continued to flatter Karen, saying that the main family must hold him in very high regard. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Bellis grew even more distressed, confessing that, precisely because the 2 were so promising, he hesitated even more to entrust them with a dangerous mission. Karen Reston quickly cut short the Baron's worries, bluntly declaring that failure was not in his vocabulary, and would disgrace the Seawolf Knight Order. The blonde cousin immediately turned to put Leo Reston on the spot, forcing him to confirm the promise, which startled Leo, but he quickly agreed. With that, the Lord of Bellis breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately after, a coughing fit seized him, making him double over. prompting Rohan Bellis to anxiously support him. Realizing the situation was dire, Rohan Bellis signaled for everyone to leave, so the Lord could rest, and the frail old man nodded, entrusting the mission to them. Rohan Bellis announced that a guide had been prepared, and Karen Reston merely smirked confidently, replying with a curt "all right." The entire team then began their journey. Across a range of snow-covered mountains, the atmosphere became silent and vigilant. As the group trudged through the snow, the blonde cousin struck up a conversation with Karen Reston, but he was met with a scathing taunt in return. "What's wrong? Already tired?" The cousin grew visibly wary, wondering if they could truly trust this guide. The guide, who was also a physician, continued to analyze the situation, declaring there was no guarantee at all that this very guide wasn't one of the bandits. Karen Reston, however, merely scoffed, as if to say, "Finally decided to use your brain, have we?" Karen Reston stated bluntly, "That's right, he's probably one of them." This revelation completely shocked both Leo Reston and the blonde cousin to their core. The blonde cousin then smugly explained to Leo Reston that he had already figured out the whole plan, all thanks to his conversation with the Baron. Upon their arrival, leaving Leo utterly bewildered. Still dazed, Leo Reston tentatively stepped forward and directly asked Karen Reston, "How do you plan to find the bandits' hideout?" Karen Reston casually revealed his audacious plan. "There's no other way," he stated, "but to use a traitor from within this very territory." This revelation made the guide exclaim that it was indeed an excellent method. Feeling completely left out, Leo Reston angrily yelled, directly questioning Karen Reston, "Why didn't you tell me the plan beforehand?" Karen Reston replied with a curt explanation, "Because you've looked entirely too tense all day." A brutally simple answer that left Leo utterly speechless and completely unable to argue back. The blonde cousin then began another one of his flawed analyses, suggesting that the Baron was incredibly cunning for intentionally planting a traitor within their team. But Karen Reston immediately cut him off mid-sentence. "Exactly. The fact that he hasn't been executed until now says it all." Karen Reston continued to explain the game, saying this clearly showed the bandits were desperate, and that their group was the perfect bait for them, ripe for kidnapping and extortion. Suddenly, Karen Reston smirked confidently, declaring, "It seems they're about to take the bait." Immediately, a menacing group of bandits rushed out from the snowy forest, surrounding the guide as if on cue. The bandit leader clapped Sven on the shoulder, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "Well done, Sven. They're just noble brats after all. This should give you a little something extra." He then tossed him a heavy pouch of money. A minor bandit reported back to the boss, "These pampered, young masters don't look like easy targets." This news made the boss frown deeply. Leo Reston and his blonde cousin took their stances, roaring defiant curses at the bandits. But below, Karen Reston's eyes glowed with magic, radiating the terrifying aura of a true monster. The scene shifts to the Belis territory, where the Lord was coughing heavily due to illness. Rohan Belis anxiously asked the ailing Lord of Belis, "Father, are you all right?" But the old man only tried to reassure his son. Rohan Belis gave his father a glass of water to soothe his cough. The Lord of Belis was deep in thought, while Rohan Belis stood anxiously beside him, with a worried expression. Looking out the window, Rohan Belis couldn't hide his concern. "Father, will those two young masters be all right?" The Lord of Belis analyzed, concluding that the Reston family, daring to send two youngsters without detailed information, proved their extreme confidence in their abilities, especially the boy named Karen. He recalled Karen Reston's demeanor, from his appearance to his confidence and domineering aura, all reminiscent of a young Grand Duke Yahello. The Lord of Belis concluded that they could absolutely place their hopes on these two youngsters, and Rohan Belis could only silently agree. In the snow-covered forest, the night was eerily silent. Suddenly, the silence was broken by hurried footsteps and fresh blood splattering onto the snow. Karen Reston, his blue eyes flashing with magic, swung his sword with a cold expression, cutting down everything in his path. Leo Reston stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. Karen and the blonde cousin, were sweeping through the bandits like a whirlwind, their enemies' bodies strewn everywhere. A bandit gasped on the ground, his eyes filled with horror as he took his last breath, only managing to think, a monster. Sweat pouring down, Leo could only think, as he watched Karen single-handedly take on all the enemies. Karen's an absolute monster. A bald bandit hadn't even grasped what was happening, before taking a bloody slash to the face. Another bandit turned pale with fear, his voice trembling as he reported to the bandit leader. "Boss, these are no ordinary opponents. We should retreat and inform the main force." But the bandit leader simply roared, refusing to flee. "I won't lose to a milk-reeking brat." He then charged forward with his axe, aggressively rushing Karen, shouting, "Let me show you what I'm made of, you punk," completely unaware he was charging straight to his death. The bandit leader channeled his full mana, a blazing red aura roaring like a beast. He was clearly intending to fight Karen Resten to the death, but Karen Resten merely smirked, thinking with annoyance, ridiculously noisy, A cold blue sword strike cleaved the air, and with it, cleaved the bandit leader's face in two. The big man collapsed like a log, his premature boasting ending in an instant. Leo Reston flinched, looking at the sword in his hand. He was so tense he had unconsciously drawn his weapon. Karen Resten casually flicked blood from his sword, complaining, "TSK, my clothes are all dirty now." Leo Resten swallowed hard, feeling the overwhelming sword aura emanating from Karen Resten's magic sword. That chilling killing intent made Leo Resten feel as if a blade was at his throat. Meanwhile, another bandit screamed for surrender. Seeing their boss eliminated in an instant, the remaining small fries hastily raised their hands in unconditional surrender. Karen Resten approached with a sly smile, asking a survivor his name. The man tremblingly revealed his name was Ura. Karen Resten smirked with calculating blue eyes, directly asking the prisoner, "Ura, do you have any rope?" The man quickly assented. "Bring it here," Karen Resten ordered, while Leo Resten was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening at all. And so the rope was used to tie someone's hands. But it wasn't the prisoner. This guy was one of the hunters. Leo Resten was preoccupied with Karen Resten. His face contorted as he questioned Karen. "Do we really need to go this far? Tying him up, I get it, but making this guy carry our weapons, isn't that a bit much?" Leo Resten continued to grumble as he watched the bandit Ura carry both swords. Karen Resten laid out the plan to his naive cousin. "I told you, if we want to act as bait to find their base, we have to play the part to perfection." Ura muttered curses under his breath, aimed at the brats, as Karen Resten kept up his lecture. "This way we'll look like we're actually being escorted as captives. If someone like you was escorting two armed people, it would be completely illogical." As they walked, Karen Resten suddenly called out sharply, "Hey, Ura," making the prisoner jump, then declared he'd extract more information along the way. "You guys are deserters, aren't you?" The blunt question made Ura sweat profusely, stammering out his origins from the Seas Kingdom's army. In detail, Karen Resten nodded, confirming their southern origins, where active warfare was ongoing. Then out came a final question. "How many are in your gang?" Under interrogation, Ura spilled everything. The bandit gang had a total of 130 members, including a mage and 2 escort knights. Ura was sweating profusely, cursing himself for being so foolish, enough to stumble right into a hornet's nest, having thought they were merely some minor nobles. Recalling Karen's glowing blue eyes, Ura was horrified to realize he had just kidnapped a descendant of the Reston family, the Empire's ruling clan. His face turned ashen, knowing his end was near. Leo Reston innocently asked, why would a group of deserters would wander to this remote region to become bandits? Ura stammered that their commander had promised a colossal sum of money, enough for all of them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Karen's focus shifted to analysis mode, his mind racing. Just an infantry commander, and with a mage escort no less, and robbing people in this dirt-poor territory? Karen concluded, that makes absolutely no sense. Still playing the humble sword-bearer, Ura pointed the way forward, announcing their base was just ahead. Karen smirked, an arrogant expression on his face, confidently declaring that once they arrived, they'd immediately know exactly what trick was afoot. From a guard post, a bandit spotted the trio approaching, signaling that trouble was brewing. The guard on the watchtower loudly shouted, asking Ura why he was bringing captives. This made Ura jump, yelling back at him to shut up. 2 other bandits on lookout continued to question, wondering why Ura was alone, and even carrying weapons for the prisoners. Ura began his act, straining his neck to declare these were his spoils of war, fabricating a story that his comrades were busy chasing down the fleeing escorts. One bandit ordered the main gate opened, while the other disdainfully thought his comrade was overreacting. The gate opened, and Ura led the 2 prisoners inside, while another bandit made a sarcastic remark, asking if he was excited about getting praised by the boss for the very first time. Another bandit sitting nearby chimed in, grumbling that if they had captured the hostages earlier, things would have been much easier. Constantly teased, Ura irritably snapped, "Shut up!" Karen, resting silently, observed him from behind. Karen Reston smirked silently, judging Ura to indeed have a fragile soul for someone who joined a bandit gang. All 3 ventured deeper. Before them was a gate glowing with a dark,
reddish purple magical aura.
And Karen Reston immediately sensed it. Karen Reston realized the chilling sensation he'd felt for so long was growing stronger. His magic sword, guillotine, was also resonating, making him wonder what awaited them inside. Leo Reston, a chill ran down my spine, sensing something was terribly wrong. But Karen Reston, ever so nonchalant, simply brushed it off. A gruesome sight greeted them. A crow, impaled and drenched in blood. Clearly, this was a sacrifice for some sinister, dark ritual. Ura reeled back in utter revulsion at the grotesque sacrifice, and that's when the horrifying truth dawned on the entire group. They had unwittingly stumbled headfirst into a deadly trap. Suddenly, a colossal dark magic circle materialized before their eyes. It pulsed with a blazing, ominous red, unleashing a deadly aura that engulfed the entire area. Standing before this massive summoning circle, all 3 of them seemed utterly dwarfed, like mere ants. An unseen, suffocating pressure bore down heavily on them. Yet, amidst this dire and suffocating situation, Karen Reston remained disturbingly calm, barking an order at Ura. "Where's my sword? Cut these ropes now." Once untied, Karen Reston swiftly turned her attention to Leo. She commanded him to draw his sword, Sylphid, without hesitation. Karen Reston gripped her sword firmly, ready for battle. Her sharp eyes seemed to declare, "You'll need it soon enough." While Leo Reston was still utterly bewildered, crack! The dark magic circle officially roared to life. Countless skeletal hands, clutching ancient weapons, burst forth from the ground. Ura shrieked in sheer terror, and Leo Reston, too, froze utterly paralyzed in his tracks. He watched in horror as an entire army of skeletons was summoned. Crash! The skeleton army had been fully summoned, a legion of the damned, weapons in hand, rising menacingly from the dark magic circle, ready to tear apart anyone foolish enough to stand in their way. Ura broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. He tried to play his part, muttering a strained growl. "A hostage, walking in by myself. This is great." Meanwhile, high above the chaos, Karen Reston maintained her terrifying, almost eerie calm. On a looming balcony, a new bandit leader appeared, flanked by a squad of archers. He arrogantly declared, "Welcome, fools, to my mountain stronghold." The new bandit leader sneered contemptuously, taunting, well, if it isn't you precious noble brats." Karen Reston swept her calculating gaze across the scene, coldly analyzing the situation. "I don't see any sign of the dark sorcerer," she mused. "He must be hiding somewhere in the shadows, casting his spells, completely disregarding these pathetic underlings." Swish! Karen Reston suddenly, menacingly, pointed her sword at Ura's neck, barking a chilling warning to the bandits. "If you attack, I'll slit this guy's throat right here, right now." Ura stammered, utterly bewildered, completely lost as to what was happening. Leo Reston, meanwhile, was utterly aghast, shocked beyond words by Karen's audacity. Reston's actions. He's yelling in protest. "What is this? Taking a hostage? Where's your noble honor?" The bandits above instantly froze, dumbfounded. They watched the incomprehensible noble drama unfold before them. The new bandit leader sneered, utterly amused. Mocking nobles playing the hostage game, are we? I thought you valued honor above all else. Karen Resten replied with an utterly unconcerned expression. So what, is it not allowed? While Ura was still trembling from head to toe, from being threatened by his own young master, the new bandit leader sneered again, declaring coldly, you're quite interesting. But you're wrong. A worthless hostage is just trash. He flatly declared Ura to be completely useless trash, signaling Karen Resten to deal with him however he pleased. Karen Resten turned to Ura, coldly uttering, useless trash, making the bandit quickly apologize. In fear, Leo Resten began to truly panic. He saw the overwhelming enemy forces surrounding them, and desperately turned to Karen Resten. We're surrounded. Do you have a plan? Karen Resten smirked, radiating confidence. Replying concisely, of course, he took a powerful stance. The demon's sword guillotine in his hand began to pulse with light, declaring his sole objective. All we need to do is take down that commander. Sensing the massive surge of power, the new bandit leader's face immediately paled. He was utterly unable to believe his eyes. Blue magic power.
Impossible.
Karen Resten turned to his companions, assigning tasks. Leave the skeletons to you guys. Leaving Leo Resten utterly bewildered. A massive surge of vivid blue magic power erupted violently around Karen Resten, as he declared firmly, the commander? I'll handle him myself. Whoosh! Karen Resten shot straight onto the balcony, like an arrow, leaving Leo Resten absolutely frozen. He was shouting his name in utter astonishment. As Karen Resten charged forward, Leo Resten was left to face a monstrous giant, skeleton executioner. It was swinging its massive axe and rushing towards him. Leo Resten yelled in utter panic, seeing Karen Resten charging in alone. Karen, what on earth are you thinking? He broke out in a frantic cold sweat, screaming internally, at being left with a pile of skeletons. All by himself, the new bandit leader shouted orders to his underlings on the balcony. Shoot! Shoot now! But Karen Resten had already glided through the rain of arrows. Like a blue gust of wind, Karen Resten smirked defiantly, his eyes glowing with magic power. Growling, too late, he unleashed the sea wolf sword art. Third form, Roaring Wave, a massive blue sword aura, sweeping away all the bandits on the balcony. Amidst their desperate screams, Karen Resten landed as light as a feather, amidst a pile of corpses, making the new bandit leader curse in shock. That damn brat! He swung his sword coldly, remarking on the underlings who had just been wiped out. What a nuisance! A brilliant blue slash tore through the air, striking the new bandit leader before he could react. The bandit leader collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain as Karen Resten stood there,
Exuding en overwhelming aura.
After clearing the battlefield, Karen Resten looked down at the kneeling bandit leader, delivering a stinging taunt. If you're going to attack, do it quickly, leaving the man to merely grit his teeth and curse. The bandit leader stammered, wondering why the Azure Sea Fortress was interfering, to which Karen casually replied, oh, because this territory will soon belong to my father. Karen turned away coldly, declaring that he wouldn't kill him, but would drag him back to Azure Sea Fortress as a gift. Meanwhile, in another area, Leo Resten was struggling alone, against an army of skeletons, while Karen merely offered a backhanded compliment. Not bad, brother. Karen glanced at the two snipers on the roof, then casually taunted, go on, use the power of the sea wolf sword to crush your targets. Karen's eyes turned sharp and cold, as he retorted to the bandit leader, do you really think you have a chance to escape? Making the man fearfully ask for his name. The bandit leader, Michael Knox, snarled his name, just as Karen's glowing blue blade was already at his throat. Without another word, Karen plunged her demon sword right through Michael Knox's hand, pinning him brutally to the ground. Michael Knox shrieked, writhing in excruciating pain. Karen smirked maniacally, then commanded, tell your men to drop their weapons. Michael Knox, still screaming, obeyed, ordering the snipers on the roof to disarm, while Karen Resten stood by with a smug grin. Good boy, I like that. Michael Knox gritted his teeth in bitter fury, admitting defeat to the two brats, but still boasting, but once they arrive, you won't be able to handle them. Karen Reston paid no mind to his pathetic threat, merely smirking contemptuously. Sounds like you're still clinging to something, aren't you? The scene then shifted to Leo Reston, fighting desperately amidst a surging swarm of skeletons, while Karen Reston's voice rang out mockingly. Don't tell me you're counting on those dark sorcerers. Amidst a pile of bones, Karen Reston tossed a bandit's corpse over his shoulder, continuing to taunt, do you really think my family would only send 2 children? Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the distance. Karen Reston glanced over, thinking to himself, confirming his words, of course, they must have a guardian. Right amidst the devastated scene left by the explosion, a powerful voice boomed out, seemingly displeased. Anyway, thanks for wasting our time and letting the dark sorcerer slip away. Sabina Reston, the guardian, appeared incredibly cool, dragging Michael Knox by his hair like a sack of trash. Sabina Reston's knife-sharp gaze swept across the chaos, exuding the undeniable aura of a true powerhouse, utterly overwhelming. A bald subordinate reported to Sabina Reston that the dark sorcerer's head had vanished. This made her growl menacingly as she called out Karen and Leo Reston for a serious reprimand. Leo Reston furiously kicked Michael Knox in the face, cursing at them for letting crucial evidence slip away, considering the mission an utter failure. And Karen Reston descended the stairs, radiating an icy calm, completely ignoring Sabina Reston's sarcastic remark about charging headfirst into the enemy's lair, a move straight out of her brother's playbook. Sabina Reston's eyes gleamed with a sharp glint, and despite her clear displeasure, she found herself admitting to Karen Reston, but I have to admit, I like your method. That's a true Reston move. Karen Reston stood, radiating an air of superiority, looking down at the utterly defeated Michael Knox, while Sabina, however, declared coldly, that hostage charade, however, will cost you points. Michael Knox looked up at Karen Reston, his voice trembling as he asked her, why would a noble resort to such a dirty hostage trick? Karen Reston explained her strategy to the group. I wanted to attack them when they least expected it. No one would ever suspect a noble would take a hostage. Leo Reston exclaimed that Karen was completely insane, but Karen merely replied with a casual shrug. Why thank you, making Michael Knox on the ground wonder in utter horror. Are these guys even real nobles? Karen Reston ordered everyone to return to the mansion, leaving Michael Knox utterly terrified, with only one terrifying thought in his mind. The entire Reston family is absolutely insane. The guards called out to the imprisoned villagers, signaling that their rescue had finally arrived. A guard opened the prison door, and the little boy burst into tears of pure joy. Upon seeing his father shouting happily, the father embraced his sobbing son tightly, blaming himself for his failure to protect him, while Leo Reston and the bald subordinate watched. From a slight distance, the bald subordinate seemed visibly moved by the reunion, unable to hide his bewilderment. Leo Reston sneered, turning to tease the subordinate. Feeling a bit guilty now, are we? The subordinate broke into a cold sweat, stammering out his admission. Leo Reston spun around to face the captured bandits, his voice full of menace. It's too early to feel guilty. Being thrown into the Baron's dungeon might even be a bargain for your lot. The bandits' faces turned pale when they heard Leo Reston declare that all of them, they would be escorted to Blue Sea Fortress, along with the bandit leader. Suddenly, Sabina Reston appeared, as a bald subordinate turned to ask Karen Reston why they hadn't tied up the leader. For safety's sake, Karen Reston coolly replied that they'd still need someone to carry the heavily injured bandit leader to the fortress anyway. Karen Reston then patted the subordinate's shoulder, giving him a crucial reminder, but don't let your guard down, understand? The subordinate flinched, immediately complying. A villager, a father, timidly asked about the bandit Ura's fate. Sir, will he also be punished? Leo Reston coldly confirmed. Yes, theoretically, he's also a bandit. Ura stiffened in shock. The villager quickly explained, recounting Ura's many good deeds, from secretly bringing medicine to the sick, to giving up his own food. The villagers pleaded for his life, but Sabina Reston merely smirked, throwing a difficult question to Karen Reston. What do you think, Karen? Karen Reston made a pragmatic statement, both appeasing the villagers and acknowledging the bandits' role. For now, we'll consider leniency. He did help us find the hideout. Spared Ura was overjoyed, quickly swearing eternal loyalty, but Karen coldly brushed him off. I told you not to let your guard down. Suddenly, Sabina Reston called down from the balcony, seemingly having discovered something interesting. Karen, you should see this. Karen Reston looked up, his face showing confusion, while Ura still stood beside him. Leo Reston blocked Karen at a room's door, his face serious. Look at this. Inside the dark room, a wooden crate was emitting an eerie blue light, signaling a newly unearthed secret. Karen Reston froze as he looked inside the crate, the eerie blue light reflecting on his face. It turned out to be a massive magic stone inside, a genuine article, not just any ordinary one. Outside, the villagers and soldiers erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory, all the while cursing out the captured bandits. Serves those filthy scoundrels right, they shouted. Leo Reston excitedly spun to ask Karen Reston, already dreaming of a lavish feast. Meanwhile, Sabina Reston simply offered a knowing smile. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, Leo Reston had to snap his cousin back to reality. His cousin, Karen, was completely lost in thought. Karen, are you even listening? Leo asked. Karen Reston, however, had already pieced everything together. A large bandit gang like this wouldn't simply hide in this godforsaken territory. It had to be because of the hidden magic stone mine, which the Baron didn't even know he was sitting on. A veritable gold mine. Thinking of the enormous profit, Karen Reston flashed a truly cunning smile, his eyes glowing a menacing red. This sent a shiver straight down Leo Reston's spine, as he stood right behind him. Seeing his cousin's utterly scheming expression, Leo Reston let out a low growl, demanding, what scheme are you cooking up now? Sabina Reston suddenly interjected, upon noticing someone approaching. The young Baron is coming to greet us, she announced. Rohan Bellis then appeared with his guards, welcoming the group before bluntly ordering, throw all the prisoners into the dungeon. The bald subordinate reported back to Rohan Bellis, confirming they would escort the bandit leader, and the bandit Ura as ordered. Rohan Bellis could only mumble his hesitant agreement. Rohan Bellis then turned to ask Sabina Reston for a favor, but the cool aunt flatly refused him, declaring herself merely a guardian, and shoving the responsibility onto her two nephews. The Baron then tried to invite the group to a celebratory feast, but Karen Reston immediately poured cold water on the idea, declaring they needed to return to the fortress immediately and speak directly. His offer was bluntly rejected. Rohan Bellis had no choice but to cut to the main point, stammering about the payment for their mission. Rohan Bellis confessed that his territory was completely broke, and humbly asked for a deferral of payment. Just then, Karen Reston flashed his characteristic, cunning smile again, sending fresh shivers down Leo Reston's spine. As Leo stood beside him, Karen began his masterful manipulation. He started wondering why a bandit gang would choose this impoverished territory as their hideout, leaving Rohan Bellos utterly dumbfounded. Karen then continued to expose the truth, that the Bellos territory was nothing more than a remote village, making the Baron break out in a cold sweat. Karen then laid his cards on the table, holding out a glittering magic stone, asserting that the bandits' true objective was something else entirely. Rohan Bellos was stunned. Karen confirmed it was a magic stone, then asked directly. The naive Baron then admitted he had no idea his territory held a magic stone mine, clearly holding the upper hand. Karen declared he wanted to make an offer, while Rohan Bellos could only stand and watch. Completely on the defensive, Karen Reston sneered, holding out the magic stone, and throwing an undeniable offer at the Baron. Let Blue Sea Fortress jointly develop this mine. Rohan Bellos was left speechless upon hearing the conditions. The Reston family would provide the capital and military force. He couldn't believe a mere boy dared to make such an arrogant demand. The Baron gritted his teeth, calculating, although he knew he was being pressured. having the Reston family's backing for the magic stone. Mine was an opportunity too good to pass up. Rohan Belos broke into a cold sweat, realizing this boy had read his every thought. He was left wondering who had taught him such a domineering way to negotiate. Karen then delivered the final blow, promising that the Sea Wolf Knights would be stationed there, hitting 2 targets with 1 stone: economic development and excellent protection. Knowing he was completely defeated, Rohan Belos bowed his head and asked directly, "So, how much does the Grand Duke's family want?" And Karen once again played the innocent child, skillfully deflecting responsibility. "For such a big business matter, you should discuss it with my father. I'm just a child after all." Rohan Belos was completely subdued, agreeing to contact the Reston elders. Watching from a distance to discuss the finer details, Sabina Reston suddenly smirked to herself. She was clearly very pleased with her cunning nephew's performance. In the quiet of the night, a voice suddenly called out, "Master," signaling a new development in the unfolding events. Karen Reston wondered why his master had said things at the bandits' hideout would be complicated. Sabina Reston simply replied, "Oh, that?" Sabina pointed to the leader, being carried on the bald subordinate's shoulder, explaining that the real problem lay with him. This made Leo Reston ask blankly, "Do you mean the Dark Mage?" Sabina denied it, declaring that this man was no ordinary dark mage at all. This piqued Karen Reston's curiosity immediately. Sabina then revealed the leader's true identity: Ted Delaharta, a level 2 Imperial wanted criminal, and a 6th Circle dark mage. This revelation deeply shocked Karen Reston. Sabina then began to scold her 2 nephews, chastising them for being so preoccupied with clearing out the small fry that they didn't notice the big fish right before their very eyes. The aunt continued her lecture on combat philosophy. "If you want to get stronger, you have to hunt powerful bosses. If you 2 had targeted the mage from the start, you wouldn't have wasted time on mere soldiers." Because of that tactical error, Sabina flatly declared, "This mission is a failure." She made Karen Reston remember this bitter lesson. The boy could only seriously comply. After reprimanding Karen Reston, Sabina turned to Leo Reston, who felt like he was invisible, and suddenly called out his name. Leo Reston flinched, stammering his obedience to his master. While still completely bewildered, Sabina unexpectedly changed her demeanor, acknowledging that the 2 of them had actually done better than expected, especially since it was their very first time facing the undead. This left Leo Reston utterly dumbfounded. With that, Sabina Reston concluded her lecture, urging Leo Reston to believe in himself more. The boy immediately shouted his agreement. At Blue Sea Fortress, news that the Lord had returned spread everywhere like wildfire. Grand Duke Yahello had barely set foot back home when he was greeted by his sons,
Thales Reston, Rafael Reston,
and head butler Heinrich. He immediately asked if anything had happened. Heinrich reported the situation, also updating him that the 2 young masters, Leo Reston and Karen Reston, were on their way back after completing their mission, under Sabina Reston's supervision. Out of nowhere, a panicked butler rushed in, shattering the solemn atmosphere, and making Grand Duke Yahello frown. The butler presented an urgent letter from the Imperial Palace, which surprised even Grand Duke Yahello. Holding the parchment scroll, Grand Duke Yahello muttered that the Emperor hadn't said a word before he left the capital. After reading the contents, the powerful Grand Duke's eyes widened in shock. It turned out the Emperor had personally sent an invitation to Karen Reston to come to the capital, an unforeseen move. While Grand Duke Yahello was deep in thought, calculating the new political chess move, Karen Reston sat calmly on the train, completely unaware that he was about to become the eye of a storm. The magic train sped through the snowy night, bringing the young masters of the Reston family back after completing their mission. At the station, the bald subordinate carried the dark wizard, Ted Delaharta, on his shoulder, both overwhelmed by the grandeur of Blue Sea Castle. Ted Delaharta woke up and whispered to the subordinate, "Hey, don't tell me you actually believe that kid's words, do you?" The wizard continued to instigate, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Listen, if you want to live, you have to seize the opportunity when the guards are distracted, and run." The bald subordinate growled, "Shut up," and tightened his grip, making Ted Delaharta shriek in pain. while Karen Resten and Leo Resten merely watched.
Karen Resten smirked.
Do you think it'd believe someone who called me useless and deserving of death? That made Leo Resten, standing right beside him, wonder blankly what's wrong with him. Sabina Resten appeared, arms crossed, her regal aura absolutely unmistakable. Still as noisy as ever. Karen, if you want another beating, keep running your mouth. Pale Resten was also present, cheerfully greeting Sabina before approaching Karoni, explaining that it seemed his father had summoned them. Sabina glanced at Karen, scoffing. It seems to be because of what this kid caused in Baron Bolus's territory. Truly a headache. But Pale Resten replied, with a rather satisfied expression. Pale Resten placed a hand on his son's shoulder, while Leo Resten timidly bowed and hesitantly greeted. Uncle, are you well? Pale Resten smiled proudly, turning to Leo Resten and praising him. I heard you also performed meritorious deeds in the Baron's territory. The news reached my ears. Leo Resten broke into a sweat, replying awkwardly, certain that his elder brother would be very pleased if he knew about this. Pale Resten gestured for everyone to go and rest, while the bald subordinate silently carried the wizard, Ted Delaharta, like a sack of goods. The atmosphere suddenly turned serious when Sabina Resten directly asked Pale Resten about the Empire's unstable situation, leaving Karen and Leo to simply stand and listen. Pale Resten's face hardened as he revealed shocking news. Other powerful families were beginning to form alliances, led by Duke Salmon and Marquis Diaz. Sabina Resten continued, stating that the Grand Duke had cancelled all plans after negotiations with the Emperor failed, signaling an impending political storm. It turned out that Duke Salmon and Marquis Diaz were the very ones who had overthrown the tyrant and placed the current emperor on the throne. Truly the powers behind the throne. Sabina explained that her brother had accepted withdrawing from central politics for the empire's very future, but now that sacrifice teetered on the brink of betrayal. Pale Resten and Sabina reached a chilling conclusion. The era of peace had officially ended, and it was time for the Resten family to make their move. Sabina smirked, pointing out that Karen's little incident was the absolute perfect pretext for them to legitimately deploy troops to other territories and expand their influence. Sabina Resten smirked, acknowledging that this nephew was quite interesting, acting at the most opportune moment for the family. Pale Resten, flattered, scratched his head and chuckled. Aunt, you flatter me far too much. It's nothing. But Sabina, speechless, retorted, I wasn't praising you. Karen and Leo Resten had just returned when they were greeted by a deep, warm voice. Well done. Zyrus Winterguard, captain of the Sea Wolf Knights, stepped forward to greet the young men, his eyes sharp. I hear you boys wiped out a bandit gang, made entirely of deserters. Zyrus then glanced at the wizard, being carried on the bald subordinate's shoulder, declaring he would interrogate him thoroughly and extract all information for Karen. A knight wondered, pointing at the bald subordinate carrying the prisoner, but who is that man? Karen Resten coldly stated, he's also a bandit, just drag him along, which made the bald subordinate flinch, crying out in alarm, young master. Karen then explained the plan. This man was an informant, to handle him gently, and then take him as a personal servant. And Zyrus Winterguard immediately understood. Karen, acting as if his work was done, waved his hand, intending to slip away to rest, but Zyrus Winterguard stopped him. Not yet, your mission isn't over. Zyrus's face grew serious, emphasizing that they all had to submit a report to review the entire mission and improve for future ones. Leo Resten wondered if they both had to write separate reports, but Zyrus Winterguard permitted them to submit a single, joint report. Karen Resten immediately dumped the writing task on Leo, reasoning that he'd already carried the entire team. This made Leo awkwardly suggest they write it together, to finish quickly. Karen then slung an arm around Leo's shoulder, beginning his subtle psychological manipulation. Think carefully. Your uncle will also read this report. Zyrus Winterguard chimed in, affirming that this was a prime opportunity to highlight Leo's achievements and earn some serious points with his uncle. This made Leo ask blankly, "Is that so?" Zira then explained that, if a superior's name like his own appeared too often, it would actually be counterproductive. He then turned to order Hans to imprison the captives. Zira's winter guard tossed a bag to Sabina Reston, announcing curtly, "Sabina, this is the head of a wanted man. Deal with it." Sabina Reston smiled powerfully, waving her hand. "As for my report, just let the youngsters submit it under their names." The group then parted ways. Leo Reston innocently waved goodbye to Karen Reston, while the elders quietly departed. When asked where he was off to, Karen Reston, with fiery eyes, declared, "Directly to the Ether Training Hall. I've reached 4-star rank. Now I can use it myself." Zira's winter guard smirked, clearly impressed, thinking to himself that this kid was truly formidable, diving straight into more training. Right after his very first mission, Karen Reston calmly walked into the darkness, his mature aura making people wonder. Who would believe he's only 13 years old? Looking at him, in the middle of the night at Blue Sea Castle, Yahello urgently summoned his retainers. For a critical reason, Yahello stood before the window, announcing the reason for the meeting was the disturbing information gathered from the increasing number of monsters appearing. He then called out Heinrich's name. Heinrich and the other subordinates immediately bowed in obedience, ready to receive instructions to summon the imposing captain of the knights. The burly blonde knight captain himself, along with Yahello's sons, Tails Reston, Raphael Reston and Pale Reston, were all present, carrying a wooden box. The knight captain placed the box onto the table, reporting it contained a piece of monster hide, recovered from the western firmament plains. As soon as the box was opened, a surge of malevolent, dark energy immediately poured out, stunning Pale Reston and the others. Yahello stared intently at the dark energy, his face hardening instantly, realizing this dark power was no ordinary kind. Yahello declared chillingly, "It's the Tyrant Emperor's dark ether." This made Pale Reston's face drain of color, stammering that the Tyrant Emperor had died long ago. Yahello coldly stated that, if the dark ether of a dead man resided within monsters, then there were only 2 terrifying possibilities. Yahello concluded, Possibility 1, it's the lingering will of the Tyrant Emperor. Or, Possibility 2, that old man is still alive. Tails Reston immediately connected the dots, suggesting that this matter must be related to the Empire's current situation. Furthermore, news from Baron Bella's territory had already reached the Emperor. Pale Reston's face turned ashen, while Raphael Reston's expression hardened, upon hearing that the Emperor had summoned Karen to the capital. Yahello declared bluntly that Karen couldn't go alone, deciding to send both Leo and the Sea Wolf Knights along to supervise. Pale Reston was still worried, but Yahello feigned democracy, saying that, of course, he would ask the boy's opinion first. The knight captain wondered if refusing would cause trouble, but Yahello dismissed it, saying he wouldn't force Karen if he didn't want to go. Yahello smirked, saying that Karen was still just a child, but his eyes revealed a very different intention. And this was the crux of the old man's plan. He was determined to find out exactly why Karen had struck a deal with Baron Bellis's son, then ordered Zyrus Winterguard to bring the boy to him. Meanwhile, Zyrus Winterguard was honing his immense power. A surge of brilliant blue-violet magic swirled powerfully around him, as he received urgent orders from his master. "Understood, master," he replied. As night fell, the imposing training building stood tall, bathed in the pale moonlight, signaling a summons far more complex than it seemed. Deep in the night, Karen Reston sat in deep meditation, with blue magical power swirling around him. Like a sleeping beast, he sensed an intruder's presence. Karen's eyes snapped open, his voice icy. "When did you arrive?" he demanded. Zyrus Winterguard stood with his arms crossed, lurking silently in the shadows. His expression remained unchanged as he replied concisely, "Not for long." The captain of the knights then began to tease, wondering aloud how Karen had managed to enter this laboratory, a place reserved only for family members, and himself. Karen Reston sharply turned around, his eyes sharp, sensing something truly important. "Is there something urgent?" he asked. Cyrus Winterguard remained silent for a moment, the corner of his mouth twitching ever so slightly, as if about to unleash truly shocking news. He then cut straight to the chase, delivering a concise, impactful sentence. "Soon, you'll probably have to journey to the capital." Karen Reston seemed slightly taken aback, muttering the words "the capital" to himself. Cyrus Winterguard concluded, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. "The family head has summoned you, Karen, to the Grand Family Council. He will convey the specific details to you personally." A butler immediately swung open the massive door, and Cyrus Winterguard led Karen Reston inside, preparing to finally face the cunning old man who led the entire family. The butler ceremoniously swung open the door, loudly announcing Karen Reston's arrival, followed closely by Cyrus Winterguard. Upon entering the chamber, Karen immediately faced the formidable entire family council, presided over by none other than Yahello himself, who immediately grilled him about his very first mission. Yahello's eyes gleamed with a chilling, cold glint. This old man had summoned Karen because of the incident in the Bellis territory. Yahello directly questioned Karen as to why he dared to negotiate with House Bellis without proper authority, making the boy realize this was an interrogation, not a commendation, facing pressure from the family head.
Karen calmly replied no.
Family head. Karen explained clearly that he had only made an offer, and Baron Bellis had voluntarily accepted it. Yahello raised an eyebrow, showing interest in his grandson's confidence, and asked again what the old man continued to press, asking, what could be more important than noble etiquette? Karen looked up, his gaze firm, preparing to deliver his decisive answer. Karen boldly declared that what was most important was the family's honor, silencing everyone in the room. Yahello was stunned. This cunning old man hadn't expected the boy to deliver such a sharp answer. Karen maintained his poker face, calculating in his mind he could have boasted about his achievements, but instead the boy prioritized the family's interests and took a step back. Yahello suddenly smirked, nodding in acknowledgement, a clever move his two uncles, Raphael Reston and Tails Reston, could only stand by in silence, completely overshadowed by their nephew's retort. Karen nodded calmly, his gaze still fixed on the old man. A silent battle of wits between two generations. Yahello concluded, declaring that this agreement ultimately brought enormous benefits to the family, and decided to entrust this lucrative deal to Pale Reston. Pale Reston beamed, immediately accepting the order, and promising to set off for the Bellis territory at dawn, this time carried on his son's back. With family matters settled, Yahello moved on to a larger issue, holding a scroll from the Emperor, with an extremely serious expression. Cyrus Winterguard stood next to Pale Reston, announcing shocking news. His Majesty has summoned you. News of you has already reached the capital. Karen frowned, realizing the Emperor's intelligence network. That was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. The summons had already arrived, even before Yahello returned to the fortress. Karen Reston's mind raced with calculations, concluding the current Emperor was merely a puppet. The true puppeteers, he realized, were the intricate networks of noble factions. Pale Reston looked at his son, concern etched on his face, about to speak up and persuade him as the situation grew increasingly tense. But his father spoke first, offering Karen Reston a way out. Karen, if you don't want to go, you don't have to. Yahello looked directly at his grandson, clarifying the dangerous implications of his choice. You must realize what it means to go to the capital. At this moment, with the eyes of an old fox, Yahello analyzed the manipulative nobles in the capital. They will surely want to inspect Karen Reston, and hiding to avoid attention is also an option. Karen Reston turned to look at his father, while Pale Reston was still left wondering why his father would give the boy a choice. Pale Reston still couldn't grasp it. It was clearly His Majesty's summons, so why was there a right to refuse? But Karen Reston decisively declared, before the entire family, of course I'm going. It's also time to visit my grandparents. Then he threw out a calculated question. But didn't Leo also participate in the mission with me? Yahello smirked, sealing the deal immediately. If you go, Leo will go with you. Leo Reston was utterly bewildered upon hearing that Hans's team would be escorting them. Why did they need those small fry? He wondered. If grandfather was already going with them? Yahello poured cold water on his enthusiasm, stating bluntly, don't be delusional. The escort isn't because you're special. Zyrus Winterguard stood behind them, chuckling gleefully as Yahello concluded. The reason is because no one knows what trouble you'll cause next. This scared Leo Reston out of his wits, and he quickly agreed. Yahello gave his final order, giving them all 3 days to pack up and leave the mansion, under the cover of night and moonlight. Scene change. Pale Reston, Karen's father, had just sealed a massive business deal, officially concluding their negotiations. Pale Reston rose, ready to thank his partner, the contract now signed and sealed, and he truly looked like a formidable magnate. Cautiously, Pale Reston then asked Rohan Bellis, the Baron of the allied family, if his father was fully aware of these specific terms. Rohan Bellis merely offered a confident smile, asserting unequivocally that his father fully agreed with the entire agreement. Pale Reston then detailed the spoils to Karen. The Reston family now held an impressive 80 stake in the valuable magic stone mine. What a massive windfall. But Rohan Bellis finally raised a curious question about the strange clause allocating 5 of House Bellis's 20 stake, specifically to Karen and Leo. It seemed far too disadvantageous for their side. Leo Reston pondered, wondering if, even though they'd brilliantly completed their mission, this reward was excessive. A mere commission fee couldn't possibly be this generous. Pale Reston, too, found it hard to believe, convinced such an unusually sweet deal must hide a deeper reason, especially coming from someone as sharp as Rohan Bellis, top of the Imperial Academy. Pale Reston broke into a cold sweat, suddenly realizing their opponent wasn't even bothering to hide their true intentions. They aimed to curry favor with Karen and Leo, these two formidable young wolves. Leo Reston was bewildered, completely failing to grasp the situation, while Karen Reston smirked to himself, knowing full well the opponent was investing in the future leaders of the Blue Sea Fortress. Pale Reston raised an eyebrow, suspicions piqued by their blatant confidence. Is that so? Rohan Bellis immediately flattered him, praising Pale Reston as an excellent lord, though of course still incomparable. Karen Reston abruptly cut short the pleasantries, flashing a cunning smile that made Leo Reston inwardly curse. As for us, of course, Karen concluded decisively, we are very willing to accept, declaring their commitment to a strong relationship. From then on, the agreement was signed, officially establishing a major business relationship between the two powerful families. This opened a thrilling new chapter for the Bellis territory. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. A mysterious voice echoed by the train tracks. Karen, I have something to ask after we sealed the deal. Leo Reston, ever so innocently inquired about the share division. Karen Reston didn't even bat an eye, bluntly stating, of course, it's 9 for me, 1 for you, leaving Leo Reston utterly frozen in shock. This utterly ridiculous share division unfolded right before Pale Reston and Rohan Bellis, the two shrewd old foxes who merely watched. Leo Reston tried to throw a tantrum, but was instantly grabbed by the collar by Karen Reston, whose eyes flashed with killing intent. He threatened him in a low, menacing voice, scaring his cousin completely out of his wits, and Leo quickly accepted the brutal 9-1 split. Karen Reston finally released his timid cousin, while Pale Reston observed from a distance, with an utterly unreadable expression. Pale Reston then turned to Rohan Bellis with a casual laugh, boasting that the two boys used to bicker constantly when they were little, but now they were very close. The boasting continued, paired with a flashback image of Karen Reston giving Leo Reston a truly hard time. Meanwhile, in the present, Pale Reston maintained his perfectly fake smile. The group had finally arrived at the capital, standing before a magnificent, sprawling mansion. Leo Reston couldn't hide his utterly overwhelmed expression, like a wide-eyed country bumpkin visiting the big city. Leo Reston was still rambling endlessly about how he knew absolutely nothing, when Karen Reston coldly, sharply cut him off, telling his older cousin to stop messing around. Inside the luxurious room, Leo Reston was still restless, anxious about meeting the Emperor, but Karen Reston sat calmly, collectedly, on the bed. Their difference in demeanor was stark, indeed. Leo Reston was already dreaming about grand social parties and beautiful women in the bustling capital, when Karen Reston coldly stated, "You're not a child anymore." In a flash, Sabina Reston. She was already lounging comfortably in the room, her feet casually propped on the furniture, exuding an authority that startled Leo Reston, who stammered, "Master." Their formidable aunt declared that the capital would be quite the experience, brimming with powerful individuals. Sabina Reston stood up, uncorking a bottle of wine, to celebrate their very first mission, but Karen Reston coolly pointed out that a 13-year-old's room wouldn't exactly have wine glasses, only water cups, a true mark of class. Sabina Reston then grabbed a water cup, a sly smirk playing on her lips as she declared, "As long as it can hold wine, any cup will do." Sabina Reston then turned to tease Leo Reston, exposing Karen's daily habit of sneaking wine. She then pointedly asked her nephew if he'd ever tasted it, making him sweat profusely, while a cornered Karen merely looked smug. Leo Reston confessed everything, admitting Karen had given him sips a few times, and even tried to argue that if they got scolded, they'd get scolded together, which made Sabina Reston burst into laughter, seeing the kid had been thoroughly dragged into complicity. Sabina Reston then poured wine directly into Leo Reston's cup, ordering him to drink it without hesitation, as it was wine bestowed by his master. Karen Reston looked up, eyes full of confidence, acknowledging that both of them had matured immensely, thanks to their master's guidance. Sabina Reston placed the bottle of wine on the table, her voice deepening as she murmured about a promise made to Karen's older brother 3 years ago. Raising her wine glass, Sabina Reston lamented that she wouldn't be able to witness firsthand how Karen Reston would shake up the capital, displaying her immense expectations for this genius nephew. Leo Reston's face immediately turned pale upon hearing that Sabina was returning to the North Sea, frantically asking if they wouldn't meet again, while Karen calmly drank his water. Sabina Reston immediately smirked and teased him, "With this sentimental habit of yours, how will you ever charm the ladies in the capital?" Making Leo flinch, their aunt continued her lecture, warning Leo that if he went to parties, it would be best not to go with Karen, leaving our young Leo utterly bewildered. Sabina painted a scenario where Karen, with his good looks, talent and smooth talk, would become the center of attention at every party, snatching away all the beautiful girls, and leaving poor Leo all alone. Imagining himself totally sidelined, Leo Reston's face completely changed color, and he turned to grab Karen with a menacing expression. Leo cried out, begging Karen not to ruin his chances of marriage, but only received an insult in return, being called a flat-brained idiot for thinking too far ahead. While Sabina merely watched with great amusement, Karen then brushed him off, telling him to forget all that nonsense and keep drinking, effectively ending his older cousin's comedic act. Scene change. Grand Duke Yahello sat alone, drinking wine in his vast study, exuding the majestic aura of a true leader. Pale Reston then knocked on the study door and announced his presence to his father. Yahello allowed his son to enter, directly asking about the results of the negotiations, with the Bellis region showing just how sharply the old man always kept abreast of the situation. Pale Reston reported to his father Yahello that Baron Bellis had decided to allocate a portion of the profits to Karen and Leo, clearly having been completely persuaded by that young baron. Pale explained that it was an investment for the future, making Yahello acknowledge that Baron Bellis's son was also quite capable. Grand Duke Yahello nodded with satisfaction, as having another trustworthy ally was never a bad thing. Yahello officially declared that from now on, all matters related to the Bellis region would be handled entirely by Pale, and his son firmly promised not to disappoint. His father Yahello poured a glass of wine and handed it to Pale as a sign of recognition, a truly rare gesture from the Grand Duke. Pale clutched his wine glass, but his thoughts stayed razor-sharp. He knew full well that the old man, who was notoriously stingy with praise, had an ulterior motive for summoning him, surely concerning Karen's upcoming trip to the capital. Yahello wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Asserting his authority, Yahello stated, Besides myself, His Majesty has never directly summoned anyone else. The Grand Duke then emphasized that Karen's direct summons by the Emperor was utterly unprecedented. Pale realized his initial judgment had been spot on. Pale recalled his own past audience with the Emperor, and the fearful gaze the monarch always directed at his father, a man who wielded far too much power. Yahello then bluntly explained the chilling reason. He fears I'll overthrow him, just as I overthrew the previous tyrant. And he believes another force must be behind Karen's summons. This time, Pale directly questioned the old man. Father, do you truly think this is a political maneuver? Yahello simply confirmed it with a curt nod. Pale continued his probing questions. With the political situation in the capital as taut as a drawn bowstring, why didn't you outright refuse His Majesty's order? Indeed, I did not refuse, Yahello calmly admitted, pouring himself more wine. An air of profound self-importance clung to him. Pale desperately wanted to understand his reasoning. Yahello let out a profound, knowing chuckle. You ask why? The Grand Duke declared bluntly. I want to test Karen's abilities. Leaving Pale utterly bewildered, Yahello then explained that, once chosen by the magic sword, guillotine, Karen's destiny was to stand at the very heart of the family, which meant he would inevitably face countless external threats. That's precisely why I didn't refuse, Yahello affirmed with conviction. If he truly wishes to bear the future of this family, Karen must be strong enough to withstand this immense pressure. The Grand Duke narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his son, asking a critical question. Are you worried about him? Pale flinched, utterly speechless, while Yahello coolly sipped his wine, utterly commanding the entire situation. A cornered Pale could only hang his head, enduring the old man's overwhelming aura, utterly powerless under Yahello's knife-sharp gaze. Pale hesitated, then spoke, Father. But unexpectedly, Pale Reston suddenly stood up, his eyes resolute, as he bluntly declared, I trust my son. Yahello remained silent, observing his son's unexpected reaction, his thoughts unclear. The Grand Duke smirked, murmuring profoundly, You trust your son, do you? As night fell upon the mansion, Yahello's voice echoed with satisfaction. Not a bad answer. The next morning, Sabina Reston, in her sharp swordsman attire, had her horse prepped and ready to depart, with Zara's Winterguard accompanying her. To see her off, Zara's Winterguard wondered, Aren't you gonna say goodbye to the two young masters privately? But Sabina Reston waved her hand, declining. Zara's Winterguard recalled, drinking with the two young masters last night, bitterly muttering, I can't believe they drained my entire bottle of precious wine. Sabina Reston explained that the children would be busy, preparing for their trip to the capital today, so it was best to leave quietly and efficiently. The female swordsman mounted her horse, bidding Zara's Winterguard farewell. The captain replied, calling her his white wolf, and promising to stock up on wine for next time. As she was about to ride off, Sabina Reston suddenly sensed a presence. She looked up, and saw Kalen Reston standing at an upper window. Kalen Reston offered a subtle smile in farewell, and Sabina Reston returned his gaze directly, a silent greeting between two formidable figures. Without lingering, Sabina Reston spurred her horse into a gallop, leaving only a resounding "see you." Kalen Reston stood silently on the balcony, watching his aunt's figure disappear down the road. Once Sabina Reston's figure was out of sight, Zara's Winterguard's promise echoed, vowing to always welcome her, and have good wine ready for her return. Stepping back into the hallway, Karen Reston clutched the letter his master had left behind. He sighed, his aunt having merely left a note, before promptly setting off for the North Sea. His eyes sharpened as he silently began to calculate. Now that master has departed, my uncles will undoubtedly start making their moves. Just then, Tails Reston unexpectedly materialized from behind him, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder, and informing him that their aunt had indeed left. Tails Reston's eyes flashed with a deep, magical blue, a startling light that made Karen jump, as he hadn't noticed his presence in the slightest. Speak of the devil, and lo and behold, he appeared at a magnificent station. All the luggage for the young master's journey had already been loaded onto the grand carriage, and a subordinate reported the task complete to the meticulous head butler, Leo Reston. Leo confirmed that the formal attire had been carefully packed, while Karen Reston grumbled to Zara about the utterly excessive preparations for the trip. Zara nonchalantly replied, "Of course, we have to be extravagant, because these two young masters are going as family representatives, and they must look prestigious before the emperor." Seeing Hansa's entire team appear as well, Karen Reston grew even more annoyed, questioning why they were coming along too. Zara's coldly declared, "To protect the young masters." Hans, the big mouth, immediately blurted out, "Protect what?" Clearly, because you're terrified these two young lords will cause trouble, which made Zara snap at him to shut up. Karen Reston frowned, muttering about the pile of troubles always clinging to him, while Leo Reston remained utterly bewildered, completely unsure of what was even happening. Early in the morning at the mansion, Karen Reston bowed before his uncle,
Tales resten.
who had been patiently waiting by the window for some time.
Tales resten.
Directly inquired about the upcoming trip to the capital, and Karen Reston confirmed they had been personally invited by the emperor himself. Tales Reston's gaze sharpened. He called Karen's name and offered a significant favor. That favor was, in fact, an unmistakable warning. "I hope you won't behave in the capital the way you did in Chung Haesung." Karen Reston outwardly complied, but his mind was already furiously dissecting the situation. "So, he's been watching me this whole time?" Tales Reston continued his intimidation. "The capital is brimming with enemies, who yearn to tear this family apart. If you give them any excuse whatsoever," he growled, his eyes sharp, "I will personally punish you without mercy." Karen Reston immediately adopted the role of the good nephew, smiling brightly. "Thank you for your guidance, uncle. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations." Tales Reston looked satisfied, then turned and walked away. "Good, then. Have a safe journey, Karen Reston." Karen Reston silently watched his uncle's retreating figure disappear down the hallway. The atmosphere remained taut. As soon as his uncle was truly gone, Karen Reston smirked, muttering, "Huh, merciless punishment, huh?" Karen Reston's eyes flared with challenging blue magic. "Do you think the title of eldest young master can crush me? It'll make that arrogant face of yours contort in pain." Looking towards the hallway, Karen Reston silently declared war. "Just you wait, Tales." The scene then shifts to the train station, where a colossal, modern steam train puffs smoke, ready for its journey to the capital. At the platform, Karen Reston was intimidating Leo Reston, while Zara's winter guard stood nearby, and Hans rushed over. "Hans, if you cause trouble, don't blame me." At the platform, Ura, pale-faced, called out to Leo Reston, seemingly extremely flustered. Ura bowed repeatedly, profusely, thanking him for being given another chance at life. Leo Reston slung an arm around Ura's shoulder, sneering as he delivered a chilling line. "The truth is, I'm taking you to the capital to throw you in jail. I told you not to drop your guard." Hans hurried the entire team onto the train, while Leo Reston continued to tease Ura, warning that the capital's prisons were incredibly harsh. Hans reported to Zara's winter guard that they were finally departing. Meanwhile, Ura pleaded with Leo Reston not to abandon him, but the young man merely smirked. "It all depends on your attitude." Zara's winter guard then advised both Karen Reston and Leo Reston not to cause trouble in the capital. Meanwhile, Karen secretly thought the whole group looked like a bunch of common thugs. The group then headed toward the colossal steam train, ready to embark on the tumultuous journey ahead. The group, consisting of Karen Reston, Leo Reston, Zara's winter guard, and Ura, was waiting, when suddenly, a voice called Karen's name from behind. It was Pale Reston, Karen's father, who, along with an aide, rushed over breathless. Upon arriving, Pale Reston braced himself, panting, while Karen Reston coldly asked directly, "Father, why are you in Cheonghisong?" Pale Reston gasped, explaining that his grandfather had called him here, but the real reason was even more crucial. The father told Karen Reston directly that he wanted to see his son one last time before he departed. Pale Reston then suddenly hinted that his maternal grandfather was eagerly awaiting him in the capital, and Karen Reston immediately played the role of a good grandson, showing eagerness. "I'm also very eager to meet him." Pale Reston smirked meaningfully, well aware that the gift his maternal grandfather had prepared for his grandson was certainly not ordinary. Suddenly, Pale Resten placed a hand on Karen Ressen's shoulder, making the young man confused about what was happening. The father pulled his son closer, giving him a sincere, yet worried, instruction. Please come back safely. Pale Reston told his son not to cause any trouble, while Zira's Winterguard and Leo Reston watched his cousin, even smirking. The scene then shifts to a study. Meanwhile, the eldest young master, Tails Reston, another influential figure of the family, was leisurely engrossed in a book, a calculating expression on his face. Tails Reston, seated in his study, muttered to himself, upon hearing that the youngsters had departed. So they've left, he mused as a subordinate entered, reporting some shocking secret news. We have intelligence that the second prince's wife is plotting a rebellion in the capital, he revealed, causing Tails Reston to frown in deep thought. The magic train chugged into a colossal fortress city, blanketed in white snow, signaling an upcoming stop. Inside the luxurious train car, Karen Reston began to lose his patience, grumbling, "When will we get there?" He then turned to ask Hans about the schedule. Hans reported clearly that it would be about 6 more hours, and they would be passing through the Tavi, autonomous territory. Leo Reston immediately interjected, explaining knowledgeably that Tavi was a special city, where commoners elected their own mayor, and its commercial and industrial economy was exceptionally developed. Karen Reston silently pondered, as Leo Reston concluded with a chilling statement. It's where the most money circulates in the empire, and money itself is status there. Hans added that, precisely because they used enormous capital to exert influence, they were often viewed with caution and restrained by other lords in the empire. Karen Reston recalled what he had learned. Serfs from other territories often fled here, but Tavi had a rather good relationship with his family. Hans confirmed that Tavi even frequently commissioned large-scale missions for their Night Order, a piece of information that surprised Leo Reston, as well as the train prepared to enter Tavi territory. Karen Reston had an idea. If there's a chance, I'd like to visit and see it for myself. Karen Reston chuckled gleefully, planning to sneak off to explore, after their official schedule was done. And the young Leo Reston immediately chimed in, "I want to go too." While planning their outing, Karen Reston suddenly froze. His face hardened as if he'd just realized something was terribly wrong. The guillotine suddenly pulsed with a bright blue glow. Magic power surged forth from within it. The magic sword was practically screaming an alarm. The train was still thundering along at full speed, but Karen Reston knew, deep down with absolute certainty, if Guillotine was reacting like this, then deadly danger was definitely closing in. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, Karen Reston narrowed his eyes in suspicion. He first suspected his 2 older brothers, Tails and Raphael Reston, of playing dirty by planting assassins within the escort team, but he immediately dismissed that thought. He believed they weren't foolish enough to play such a risky hand. Leo Reston, finding the situation strange, asked young Master Karen, who offered no explanation. Karen Reston turned sharply and ordered Hans, "Contact the TB autonomous territory immediately." Hans was utterly dumbfounded, completely unsure of what was happening. "No time to explain," Karen snapped. "Tell the other knights to prepare for battle." Karen Reston snapped, his commanding aura overwhelming. Hans immediately sprang into action, obeying without question. The entire escort team immediately took up their positions, drawing their swords, ready for anything. Karen Reston and Leo Reston were no exception, bracing themselves for the imminent battle. Karen Reston analyzed the situation coldly. If the threat is from outside and not internal, then the question is, how the hell do they plan to attack a moving train? The answer appeared right outside the tracks. A slow-burning fuse was being lit, leading to a preset trap. A hooded assassin, clearly the leader, stood guard. Meanwhile, his accomplices had already planted a pile of explosive barrels. On the tracks, the leader signaled, "Begin." Another assassin holding a torch confirmed, "Understood." A crowd of assassins had taken their positions, one of them specifically, preparing to light the fuse for the deadly trap. The train was rapidly approaching, and the leader urged, "They're here, hurry up." The assassin lit the slow-burning fuse, reporting, It's done. The magic train was just meters away from the deadly trap. The leader snarled, barking orders at his entire team. Everyone, brace for the explosion. The fuse sizzled, quickly nearing the explosive barrels. Just as the train bore down on them, boom! An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the very forest, obliterating everything within its radius. The scene shifts to the TB Autonomous Territory, a bustling, prosperous city, where underground forces were fiercely clashing. The National Tax Office is practically pointing a knife at us. Isn't that because you were caught money laundering? Inside a magnificent, opulent building, the heated argument continued, accusations flying. What, were we the only ones doing it? What about all of you? What right does that old man have to point fingers? In the meeting room, the nobles clamored for the mayor to deal with these unruly criminals, but the commoners were just as fierce, cursing back without missing a single beat. The mayor looked utterly fed up, muttering that he shouldn't have even come, and that it was truly impossible to reason with the common folk. The old man continued to sigh, regretting taking on the position of mayor, instead of retiring for a peaceful, quiet life. The argument quickly escalated, when a brazen commoner taunted the nobles. If you're so capable, then why did you lose the right to bid on the magic stones? The mayor rubbed his temples, thinking to himself, this city is truly a mess, with commoners and nobles constantly at odds.
Suddenly, bang!
A frantic man burst into the room, shattering the argument.
Mayor!
The messenger quickly ran over and whispered into the mayor's ear, ignoring the curious gazes of everyone in the room. After listening, the mayor simply waved his hand coldly. I understand. You may withdraw. The aide asked curiously in a low voice, what urgent news could it be that you allowed someone to burst in? During the meeting, the mayor lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke with a nonchalant expression. Don't worry, that tax investigation is nothing. A noble then pressed the mayor. What do you mean by that, sir? Has the tax investigation been called off? With a fed-up look, the mayor waved his hand. No, forget about the tax investigation. The old man then announced, with shocking news that instantly silenced the entire room. Just 5 minutes prior, the train traveling from the Resten estate to the capital had exploded in a massive blast, and Grand Duke Resten's grandsons were also on board. The aide could only stammer, completely speechless, while the mayor calmly continued to puff on his cigarette, defiantly asking, am I saying something wrong? The mayor then casually extinguished his cigarette, in a wine glass, his voice turning chilling. I'm saying. The scene then shifted to the wrecked train, now stranded in the middle of a desolate wasteland. It was a world-shattering explosion. As the mayor's voice echoed, now we're definitely all dead. But inside the ruined train car, Karen Resten was miraculously still alive. His face was smudged, yet his eyes remained sharp, clearly extremely annoyed. Hans, one of the escorting knights, turned to check on young Leo Resten, who was still dazed and disoriented from the impact.
Hans immediately rushed over to Karen Resten.
Are you hurt? He asked, but the protagonist simply brushed him off, replying curtly, yeah, just a scratch. Hans quickly reported the situation. Like the seasoned professional soldier he was, a total of 11 people remain, 1 seriously injured, and 2 lightly injured. The most severely injured among them is Dale Ura, who reported 2 deaths in his car. But Karen Resten merely smirked to himself, thinking, is the situation truly so bad? That even a small fry like you has to speak up? Karen Resten then turned to ask for their current location, and Hans, his face tense with worry, reported that they were roughly 10 kilometers from the Tibet Autonomous Territory. Hans stated that he had already contacted Tibet for help, even before the young masters had fully woken up, and reinforcements must surely be on their way. The knight then proposed the most logical plan. His team would stay behind to buy time, while the 2 young masters must flee immediately to safety. Karen Resten, however, completely ignored him. His grip tightened on the magic sword. It hummed, glowing with a cerulean aura, a clear sign that danger was imminent. Through the shattered window, attacker shadows loomed outside, confirming Karen's worst suspicions. His eyes flashing with blue light, Karen swiftly drew guillotine,
dismissing Hans' plan.
Sorry, but I can't run, Karen flatly declared. Those people had destroyed the railway, the Emperor's property, an act no different from treason. Leo Resten, his leg injured, gritted his teeth, gripping his sword firmly, asking his brother if he could still fight. He received a firm affirmative. Outside the wreckage, the black-cloaked assassins stood tall. One of them exclaimed in surprise, seeing their prey had no intention of fleeing. A black-clad assassin was hurled back by an immense force before he could even comprehend what was happening. Blood splattered everywhere. Karen Reston stood atop the ruined train car, his glowing blue eyes blazing with killing intent, as he looked down at the assassin, who was frozen in shock. Without another word, Karen roared, "Kill them all," then plunged down like a meteor, creating an energy explosion that blew away a section of the train car. The assassin leader observed from a distance, calmly remarking, "Oh my," at Karen's violent entrance. And the leader looked at Karen, Leo Reston and Hans, standing firm amidst the wreckage, muttering that the number of survivors was higher than expected. Just then, a voice rang out, ordering Squad 2, disembark hot. The young masters, signaling that reinforcements had arrived. Hearing the order, the Sea Wave Knights responded in unison. Understood. They then surged forward, forming a battle line, to confront the black-clad assassins directly. As both sides collided in a fierce struggle, Hans urgently reported the unfolding situation to Karen. "Young Master Karen, they're all rank 3 or higher." Hans continued, his voice strained, his gaze fixed on their leader. A menacing cerulean aura pulsed around him. "And that leader over there? He's a rank 6. The assassin leader pointed directly at Karen Reston. "Drop your weapons and surrender," he arrogantly commanded. Karen Reston's keen blue eyes flashed. He immediately recognized the truth. The leader's voice had been altered by magic. Meanwhile, the assassin leader exuded a demonic aura and offered a tempting, sinister condition. "If you cooperate obediently, we will spare your knights and servants." Karen Reston smirked, then turned to Hans. "Their goal is to capture me alive. Do you understand what that means?" Hans's face paled, his voice trembling as he pleaded. "No way, young master, you mustn't." Brushing aside the desperate warning, Karen charged forward like a released arrow, roaring with the ruthless logic of the strong. "What's the problem? They can't kill me, but I can kill them." Hans could only clutch his head, speechless. Meanwhile, Leo Reston stood beside him, watching on helplessly. The assassin leader growled out a command, and all the hooded assassins simultaneously drew their weapons, preparing for a brutal sweep. The Sea Wave Knights didn't flinch, not an inch, roaring, "Protect the young masters," then charged straight into the enemy formation. Whoosh! In an instant, Karen had glided past an assassin. Fresh blood splattered after his clean, lethal slash. The battle exploded into chaos. Karen, single-handedly, tore through the enemy ranks, while the Sea Wave Knights also plunged into fierce combat themselves. Karen Reston was a whirlwind of destruction, single-handedly, sweeping through the assassins' formation, while the Sea Wave Knights also fought fiercely to the death. A Sea Wave Knight roared in defiance, as he took a fatal blow from an assassin, blood splattering violently amidst the chaotic battlefield. His face now covered in enemy blood, Karen Reston smirked maniacally, his eyes gleaming with pure belligerence as he roared, "All right, come at me, you bastards, all at once." Standing amidst the wavering circle of assassins, Karen threw down a provocative challenge. "Not coming, then? Fine, I'll come to you." The assassins instantly broke out in a cold sweat, whispering amongst themselves that this kid was no ordinary opponent, and completely throwing off their whole plan. The assassin leader stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming, powerful aura, and commanded his subordinates, "Everyone, fall back." The leader confidently declared he would handle Karen Reston alone, believing it was time for the boss to show his true strength. Karen Reston smirked with clear interest. Finally, the big fish had decided to reveal itself. Suddenly, Karen Reston looked utterly bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening. Before his very eyes, Hans unexpectedly charged forward, blocking himself between Karen and the leader, raising his sword defensively and shouting out, "He's a dangerous opponent. Young master, please fall back." The assassin leader merely scoffed, deeming Hans merely a Sea Wave Knight seeking death. But Hans defiantly retorted, "Just you wait." Without another word, another Sea Wave Knight roared, then dove down from directly above, swinging his sword to attack the leader head-on. The leader merely shifted his body ever so slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack as if it were a mere joke, proving the knight's skill was utterly insignificant. Clang! The Sea Wave Knight strained with all his might to block the leader's swift counterattack, but the power difference was painfully obvious. The leader narrowed his eyes. It seemed he'd noticed something unusual in the fighting style of these knights. Swish! With just a light, easy blade stroke, the leader easily parried the knight's magic-infused attack. The difference in skill vast as heaven and earth. The Sea Wave Knight broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he instantly realized his attack was nothing more than a mere tickle. To his opponent, the knight froze, unable to believe his own eyes. He parried that attack. The leader's footwork was incredibly peculiar. The knight slowly began to understand. This wasn't the fighting style of any ordinary assassin. Suddenly, a surge of dark magic erupted. The knight was horrified as a chilling realization dawned. His opponent's true identity was revealed. Could it be Seo Hakimi, the Sixth Circle Knight from the Paybar Kingdom? Hans racked his brain, utterly bewildered. Why would a knight from the Paybar Kingdom appear here, especially when the Empire and Kingdom had a long-standing non-aggression pact? The more he pondered it, the more utterly absurd it became. And why was Karen the primary target, when the Reston family and the Paybar Kingdom shared absolutely no enmity whatsoever? On the chaotic battlefield, the Sea Wave Knights were being completely overwhelmed by the assassins. But Leo Reston still fought on valiantly, cutting down enemies left and right. Without another moment's hesitation, Hans let out a thunderous roar and charged straight towards the assassin leader. Whoosh! Hans unleashed a powerful, magic-infused slash. Yet, the leader merely crossed his twin daggers, blocking the attack with infuriating ease. The assassin leader narrowed his eyes mockingly, a cruel smirk on his face. His voice icy. Still have time to look around, Sea Wave Knight? Hans gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with fierce blue magic. He growled his opponent's name, a challenge in his tone. The formation is broken, Seo Hakimi. He let out another roar and swung his sword, creating a massive wave of raw energy that swept out horizontally, forcing Seo Hakimi to leap high into the air, to narrowly dodge the devastating attack. Standing firm amidst the magical vortex, Hans declared bluntly, "Further resistance is futile. Surrender." Seo Hakimi landed as light as a feather, calmly admitting the formation has indeed collapsed. Just as the assassin leader had said, the knights had completely wiped out the small fry. Standing proudly amidst the fallen corpses, the assassin leader hovered eerily in the air, offering a mocking surrender. Surrender and your lives will be spared. Why die in a foreign land? But in reality, he had no intention of being merciful. His eyes blazed with a chilling crimson glow. He roared, his resolve burning to complete the mission.
Han stared, utterly transfixerad.
He unleashed a surging, dark tide of magic. Hans realized with dawning horror that this was a reverse magic technique. Hans instantly understood. This guy was going all out. He had no intention of returning alive. Even the knight broke out in a cold sweat. The situation was spiraling completely out of control. If this kept up, they wouldn't just fail to capture the boss, but the young masters would be wiped out too. With no retreat, Hans tensed up as well. His blue magic erupted, ready to counter the opponent's overwhelming firepower. I also have magic to go all the way. Hans closed his eyes, clenching them tight, concentrating all his surging energy, preparing to unleash his full power attack. Just then, a voice rang out.
Startling Hans.
His blazing eyes dimmed.
Hans, I'm disappointed.
Karen Reston suddenly appeared, suspended in the air. His blue magic, even more overwhelming than Hans, coldly gazed down at the assassin leader. Weren't you supposed to follow me to prevent trouble? Karen Reston, his eyes blazing with magic, taunted the assassin leader directly. Giving up already? The assassin leader roared Karen Reston's name, charging with a surging wave of dark magic. But Karen stopped him with just one hand. The assassin confirmed Karen was his target, but it seemed he had no idea what he was truly up against. Karen sneered, declaring his identity like a grim death sentence. I am Karen Reston. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue sword light flashed, and the assassin leader's dagger-wielding arm was severed in an instant, and the severed arm fell to the ground. Karen stood tall and imposing, while Hans and the assassin remained frozen in shock. Missing an arm, the assassin could only mumble Karen Reston's name, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Karen grinned, blood splattered across his face, and taunted, "You called me a monster? Thanks for the compliment." But the assassin could only stare blankly, utterly baffled, as Karen hoisted his blazing magic sword. Suddenly Karen froze. He noticed his guillotine blade vibrating violently, clearly indicating something was amiss. Despite losing an arm, the assassin leader still cackled defiantly. "So there's still a threat, huh?" Karen Reston growled, suspecting the assassin was plotting something sinister. The assassin then erupted with dark magic, roaring, "I won't forget this grudge." Karen Reston froze as the deadly energy enveloped him, completely bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Hans screamed, ordering the entire formation, "All members, shield young Master Leo." Leo Reston's face went utterly blank, his brain temporarily shutting down. From the rapid, shocking developments, the Sea Wave Knights rushed to surround Leo Reston, all bewildered by the enemy's suicidal attack. In the heat of the moment,
Hans suddenly darted like lightning,
blocking directly in front of Karen Reston. Hans spread his arms wide, taking the full brunt of the incoming self-destruct magic, turning his body into a living shield. Pushed back by Hans, Karen Reston snapped in astonishment, "Hans, what the hell are you doing?" Hans gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, explaining briefly while absorbing the full damage. The self-destruct magic. Hans held Karen Reston tightly, growling an apology for his perceived incompetence. As he realized the enemy was about to self-destruct, the assassin leader strained to compress his magic, his entire body erupting in a destructive aura, preparing to blow himself to smithereens. He screamed his final words, praying that Karen Reston would survive this explosion. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion swept through the entire forest. Its destructive power was enough to obliterate everything. At the epicenter, Hans still stood firm, blocking, taking the full impact of the shockwave, while Karen Reston remained frozen behind him. Suddenly, a greenish-blue lightning bolt flashed from thin air. Then, a voice boomed from the enchanted blade. Silently, it cursed its utterly foolish master. The magic sword guillotine then declared, announcing it would now act as, it had been ages since it last tasted knight's blood. It warned Karen Reston to shut his eyes tight, unless he wanted his eyeballs to explode. Once the chaos settled, Hans lay slumped, unconscious on the ground. Karen Reston shook him, calling out his name in vain. Losing all patience, Karen Reston kicked Hans, snapping, "How long are you going to lie there?" Hans shot straight up, blood rushing to his head as he yelled back at the brat, "You little punk, I just risked my life to save you." Karen Reston sprang to his feet, snapping at Hans, who was still sprawled on the ground. "Who asked you to save me?" A voice suddenly rang out, mocking, "If it weren't for me, you two wouldn't have a single piece left." Karen Reston paused, recognizing that familiar voice. Karen Reston was still holding the magic sword. Continued to nag, "You should be grateful. Hey, are you even listening?" The sword glowed with a deep, pulsing blue magic, and Karen Reston froze. A talking sword, and it talked so much. The entire battlefield lay utterly devastated. After the explosion, a giant crater and shattered wreckage now remained. Karen Reston mumbled, "Sword spirits." Meanwhile, Leo Reston, gravely injured, was being helped away by two people. His mouth also stammered in disbelief. "A sword spirit?" Hans had finally gotten up, his face bewildered, asking Karen about sword spirits. He explained they were weapons, forged with the souls of mad blacksmiths. The magic sword snapped and raged, "Dare to compare me to a cursed sword again, and I'll chop your head off." Hans was dumbfounded, while Karen Reston merely sneered, "You'd chop off a head for such a trivial matter, yet you saved my life?" The magic sword was furious. "You idiot, if I hadn't wasted mana saving you from that explosion, I would have pierced your neck right now." Suddenly, Hans grew wary as he spotted a carriage approaching. Karen Reston then raised a hand. He gave a weary wave, murmuring, "It's fine. Not an enemy." He then wearily mumbled, admitting his exhaustion, Karen Rissen's thoughts turned to mana recovery, and the magic sword immediately piped up, proposing, aside from just slashing enemies, I can also drain mana from your blood. Wanna try? Just then, a female knight rode up, introducing herself as Hai, captain of the Taipei Territory Guard. While Hans offered a formal greeting, seeing Karen about to sheath his sword, the magic sword shrieked in fear of being silenced, much to the young boy's visible delight. Hans then introduced Karen Rissen as Grand Duke, Yahello's grandson, but couldn't help muttering curses under his breath about the scoundrel brat. Hai removed her helmet, then solemnly declared that the Tibet territory took full responsibility for Karen's group being dragged into this terrible incident. Hai continued, announcing they were there on the mayor's orders to escort the group to safety. Karen Rissen immediately accepted and asked them to tend to the injured. The escort team's luxurious carriages began to roll, taking the group away from the ravaged battlefield to a safe place. Inside the carriage, Karen Rissen leaned tiredly against the seat. Hans worriedly asked if he was sure he didn't want to return to Shanghai Castle. Hans reported that the knights and guards had remained at the scene to investigate, so there was no telling when results would be available. Hans still seemed cautious, believing the threat hadn't disappeared, but Karen Rissen casually brushed him off. I told you it's fine. Karen Rissen then revealed that he had already contacted Zira's winter guard, who was on his way, then delivered a sarcastic remark that left Hans speechless. Hans, you always overthink things. That's your problem. Karen Rissen reassured them that the royal guards had also departed from the capital, telling them not to worry. Karen then changed the subject directly, asking Hans if he knew anything about the reckless fool. After self-destructing, Karen revealed the enemy's true identity, a 6-star knight from the Pabar Sultanate, named Sio Hakimi. Karen muttered, thoughts turning to the Pabar Sultanate, a neighboring nation just across the eastern desert, east of the empire itself. Karen's expression hardened instantly. He realized this game was far more intricate than he'd imagined, and wondered if the non-aggression pact, personally arranged by his grandfather, Yahello, was now at risk of utterly collapsing. Hans analyzed the situation, stating, relations between the empire and sultanate had indeed worsened lately, but not to the point of such blatant dirty play. Karen then turned to tease Leo, declaring that this action alone was enough reason to declare war, startling Leo. Leo Reston stammered, appearing completely overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, and unsure how to respond. The young Leo confessed he hadn't heard clearly, his eyes vacant, as he stared at his blood-stained clothes. Leo Reston frantically stared at his trembling hands, not understanding why they were like this. After the battle, Karen looked at his cousin Leo Reston, who was still in shock after his first kill, and sagely remarked, that's how it is the first time you take a life. It's never easy to get used to. As the carriages moved forward, Karen continued his lecture from afar. But you have to overcome it, my friend. That's life. Inside the carriage, a knight informed Karen and Hans that they were nearing the TB Autonomous Territory. Karen glanced out the window and was immediately overwhelmed by the city's sheer grandeur, muttering, damn, this is so luxurious. The carriage entered the magnificent city, and Hans had to agree with Karen's remark. An old man, seemingly a local big shot, the mayor of the TB Autonomous Territory, came out with a smile to welcome the group. The mayor expressed relief that they had arrived safely, and promised that TB would dedicate all its efforts to finding the mastermind behind the attack. He continued to pledge his full cooperation with the Res-10 family's investigation. Meanwhile, Kalen simply stood with his arms crossed, observing with a chilling expression. Without beating around the bush, Kalen interrupted the mayor, firmly stating, we know TB has nothing to do with this incident. Kalen casually told the mayor to rest assured, leaving the old man utterly dumbfounded. Even Hans, standing beside him, was taken aback by the genuine political aura emanating from the young boy. The mayor recognized Hans, lamenting that he looked completely different from his time as Minister of Finance, and grumbling about his damned mayoral seat.
Hva resten mirlig snered.
Telling the old mayor to speak freely, as he wasn't used to hearing an elder use honorifics with him. The mayor panicked, stammering that he dared not disrespect a ducal lineage. Kalen Rezten then delivered a fatal blow. Then show your sincerity by kneeling. Cornered, the old mayor broke into a cold sweat, hastily changing his tone to a more familiar one, or calling the young Kalen by his first name. To appease the boy, the old mayor hastily suggested moving to another location. To continue their discussion, Kalen Rezten readily agreed, while Hans behind him could only remain silent. Once settled, Kalen Rezten got straight to the point, revealing that the attackers had used explosives, not magic, causing the mayor to exclaim in horror. Smirking, Kalen Rezten poured wine while analyzing, reminding him that explosives couldn't be leaked without passing through the weapons supply bureau, and the old mayor could only nod profusely.
Kalen Resten
Continued to argue that the supply bureau was extremely tightly controlled by the empire, making it almost impossible to smuggle explosives in or out. The young boy threw out a fatal hypothesis. So what if the explosives were smuggled in from outside the empire, for example, from the Pabar Sultanate? The mayor was stunned, realizing the undeniable logic, and Kalen Rezten concluded, cornered him, if some of TIB's merchant guilds are tangled up in this, you'll be in deep trouble, won't you, mayor? The old mayor instantly broke out in a cold sweat, stammering under Karen Resten's razor-sharp deduction. With Karen Rezten relentlessly pressing him, the old mayor found himself with no other choice but to concede the smuggling hypothesis was plausible, as disagreeing now would be tantamount to confessing his own complicity. The old mayor bitterly admitted that it was precisely because of those foolish smugglers that others now had an excuse to pry into and scrutinize his very territory. Karen Rezten then dealt a crushing psychological blow, demanding that the old mayor remember something crucial. The young boy then unleashed his trump card. The Seawolf Knights and the people of Chonghae Castle had suffered casualties in this incident. This caused the old mayor to visibly blanch, understanding that the Reston family now had legitimate grounds to intervene. A sudden chill ran down the old mayor's spine. He told himself that he was deeply entangled with the Reston family, a clan famed for repaying favors tenfold, and vengeance 100-fold. Refusing to cooperate would only lead to certain deaths. Trying desperately to change the subject, the old mayor inquired about Karen Resten's father, but the young boy calmly retorted, "Do you even know my father?" The old mayor hastily boasted about his connections, bragging that he was as close as brothers with Karen Resten's maternal grandfather. Karen Rezten and Leo Rezten scoffed in unison, mocking the old mayor's politician-like habit of using connections to intimidate others. Suddenly, a strange object whizzed past, and the mayor's aide only had time to let out a desperate cry. Just then, a frantic messenger rushed in with urgent news from the capital, but the old mayor arrogantly declared he already knew. The royal guards had been dispatched. The messenger's face went stark white, as he hastily corrected, "It's not just the royal guards." Then, the truly shocking news was revealed. None other than Tax Commissioner Gail Ferreton, leading Special Division 1. The old mayor was left utterly speechless. A truly prominent figure was introduced. Commissioner Gail Ferreton, known as the Demon Lord. The old mayor trembled, realizing it was his own brother. Back at the scene, the old mayor broke into a cold sweat, turning to Karen Resten with an incredulous look. You planned this?" Karen Resten smirked imperiously, asserting confidently, "That's right, my grandfather dotes on me so much, that he'd readily abandon everything to rush and save his endangered grandson." Night fell upon the TV autonomous territory, signaling a far from peaceful night ahead. Under the moonlight, the streets began to stir as an elite, fully equipped army started to advance. The formidable army of Special Division 1,
exuding en overwhelming aura,
flooded the streets, every face filled with murderous intent. Leading the army was none other than Gail Ferreton, the Demon Lord himself, his razor-sharp gaze sweeping across the city. In a dark alley, a mysterious hooded figure lurked, silently observing the army patrolling the streets of TV. On a rooftop, two other hooded figures looked down at the scene of a burnt carriage, commenting coldly because this concerns his grandson, and he arrived very quickly. Meanwhile, in a meeting room, Local merchants and nobles were shouting in chaos. Sudden tax investigation. What the hell is this? Starting tonight, you say? A man pointed directly at the old mayor, roaring, "You're telling us to audit, without any preparation time. Even if you're just a puppet mayor, you should at least give us some time." The old mayor took a drag from his pipe, his face scowling, muttering curses. "These damn people are truly outrageous. And now I have to face Special Division 1 too." Unable to bear it any longer, the old mayor slammed the table and roared, trying to calm the buzzing crowd. "Don't you people realize how serious the situation is?" The door suddenly opened, revealing a white-bearded elder. Leading yet another group of people, he strode in, declaring firmly, "That Mayor Grind is right." Then, a young, blonde-haired noble stepped forward, with a sneer, laying out his cards. Not only was the Royal Railway utterly destroyed, but Grand Duke Reston's own grandson was also attacked. The entire crowd fell silent as the blonde noble orator delivered his final, crushing blow, thrusting a damning piece of paper into their faces, regarding explosives suspected of being smuggled through Thebes merchant guilds. The blonde noble orator smiled smugly, his eyes seemingly seeing through their every deception. "How could this be? Do you all understand now?" The arguing merchants were still babbling. One who seemed to be the ringleader was stubbornly trying to argue back. The white-bearded elder stood, blocking the door, listening as one of the guild members whined, "No, what we mean is you should give us more time to prepare." The white-bearded elder snapped, "And who are you?" startling the ringleader, who quickly introduced himself. I am Viscount Humor of the Humor Merchant Guild." The blonde noble orator smirked, his voice full of menace. "Understood. I'll personally forward your name to my grandfather, the tax commissioner." Hearing this, Viscount Humor's face went stark white, and he stammered, "For mercy, I misspoke. Please reconsider." With just one threat, the merchant guilds were scared absolutely witless, scurrying out of the room in a panic. Immediately, the door burst open again, and a group of people in sleek black suits, exuding an overwhelming aura, entered. An aide loudly declared, "This is Special Division 1 of the Tax Bureau. The commissioner is entering." Everyone else in the room, including even the blonde noble orator, was utterly stunned by the arrival of such a powerful force. Gail Farrington, the tax commissioner, pointed a finger, his voice sharp as he ordered, "From this moment on, your merchant guilds will be subjected to a full tax investigation. The Tax Bureau has received reports of illicit enrichment through smuggling and tax evasion." The blonde noble orator crossed his arms, smiling smugly to himself, thinking he looks more like a military officer than a government official. He then concluded, "The Emperor has ordered a comprehensive investigation. You are all compelled to cooperate." In a corner, Leo Reston turned to Hans with a curious expression. "Hey, Hans, is Special Division 1 really that terrifying?" Hans explained the formidable truth. The formidable power of Special Division 1 specializes in dealing with stubborn merchant guilds, and nobles even having the authority to mobilize the Imperial Royal Guard. After hearing this, Leo Reston broke out in a sweat, muttering that these guys were truly formidable, and tax evasion meant they were truly in for it. Just then, an old man with white hair, exuding an overwhelming aura, appeared, freezing Leo Reston and the blonde noble orator in their tracks. It turned out to be Grand Duke Yahello, who smiled kindly as he greeted Karen Reston. "After 3 years apart, it's been 3 years, Karen. Are you well?" As night fell in a garden, Yahello inquired about Karen Reston's injuries, but the stubborn grandson insisted he was fine and needed no treatment. Yahello got straight to the point, asking Karen Reston if he had figured out the mastermind yet, but the boy merely smirked and replied that he hadn't. The old fox, Yahello pondered, beginning to suspect this was an internal family affair. "This isn't a family matter, is it?" Karen Reston dismissed it firmly, stating that if his uncles had been behind it, they wouldn't have left such obvious traces. The boy analyzed like an expert, suggesting that they deliberately left traces setting a trap to make everyone blame the Pabar Sultanate. Karen concluded with a chilling remark. They didn't even bother to hide their identities. While Yahello listened in silence, realizing his grandson was no pushover, Yahello placed a hand on Karen Reston's head. The boy looked up, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. The old fox didn't mince words, asking directly, "Do you intend to hunt down the culprits yourself?" Yahello warned him against it, strongly advising him not to. He explained his opposition to such a reckless plan, because this world was teeming with powerful masters, and dangers were still lurking around every corner. He simply ordered Karen Reston to proceed to the capital tomorrow, as it was also the Emperor's direct command. Karen Reston simply grinned, playing his part. He played the role of the perfectly obedient grandson. Yes, grandfather, the boy added, his voice dripping with feigned sincerity, making a firm statement that he would behave ever so obediently. But a cunning, unmistakable glint shone in his eyes. Yahello broke out in a cold sweat, a grim realization dawning. He looked at his grandson, muttering, "Damn it." He knew, as expected, that the boy was merely putting on an act. Just as predicted, Karen Reston's eyes flashed with azure magic power, accompanied by a truly devilish, unsettling smile, clearly showing he had absolutely no intention of obeying. Meanwhile, over at Oyen Manor, a different kind of chaos unfolded. A frantic group of people were hastily loading the final shipment onto a waiting carriage. Into the dark night, a manager rushed out, his face pale with urgency, yelling frantically at his subordinates. His voice was full of raw panic. "Why haven't you left yet?" The Oyen Manor manager, clearly distraught, hastily sent his wife and children away to safety, reassuring his wife he would follow right after them. He then urged the carriage to leave immediately, no time to spare, amidst the worried, tearful calls of his wife and children. Watching the carriage disappear, carrying his family vanish into the inky night, the manager could only remain utterly silent, his face heavy with a palpable sense of dread. Standing alone in front of the manor, the manager let out a guttural curse, confirming his family had been successfully evacuated first. In the encroaching darkness, a mysterious, hooded leader stood, a chilling presence, receiving a report that the pursuit team had already set off. The hooded leader calmly ordered his subordinates to continue cleaning up without leaving any traces, without error, then vanished into the shadows. At that very same moment, in a stark contrast, Karen Reston was calmly, meticulously cleaning his magic sword. In the dimly lit room, a tall, imposing figure suddenly appeared, casting a long, ominous shadow across the floor, directly in front of Karen Reston, unannounced. A voice, deep and resonant, rang out directly, asking the young man if he was stirring up trouble again. But Karen Reston simply smirked back. "I just got here and I'm already being nagged?" Zara's Winterguard, clad in his knight's armor, appeared with an intensely stern gaze, clearly there to keep an eye on his cunning student. Karen Reston, wiping his sword clean, looked up and taunted Zari's Winterguard. "I heard the commissioner forbade anyone from going out. Are you planning to stop me, Sir Zari's?" Zari's Winterguard denied it, stating he was only there to convey the head of the family's orders. This slightly surprised Karen Reston. "Grandfather's orders?" Zara's Winterguard cleared his throat, preparing to deliver the supreme command. With an intensely serious expression, "Grand Duke Yahello's command," thundered Karen Reston upon receiving this order. "Hunt down the culprits, and exact blood debt for the dead. Show them what the laws of Chong Hai Castle truly are." After hearing this, Zara's Winterguard could only force a bitter smile, sensing something ominous had just been unleashed. By letting this monster off its leash, Karen Reston smirked cunningly, the name Karen Reston, echoing like a death sentence for his enemies. His eyes gleaming, Karen Reston gripped his sword tightly, excitedly declaring his obedience, while Zara's Winterguard in the distance could only think to himself, "This is going to be a huge mess." On a bustling street at night, a blonde woman companion looked worried, asking if the group really had to go this far. The brown-haired woman companion calmly replied that, to meet the informant they absolutely had to go to, where the black market operated. Karen Reston and Leo Reston, both disguised in cloaks and masks, moved into the shadows while Leo grumbled, "Why do I have to play the role of a servant? We're heading to Eastern TV, where illegal transactions are rampant." Karen Reston coldly explained to Leo Reston, "Young, inexperienced nobles, strolling around here without your retinue, would definitely raise suspicion, understand?" Leo Reston was left utterly speechless, grasping the logic but still seething with resentment. "Yeah, I get it, but why do I have to be the servant?" Karen Reston sharply told Leo Reston to zip it, because they were almost at the rendezvous point Zara had designated. The two stood in a dark, deserted alley, and the atmosphere grew thick with tension. Leo Reston's nerves began to fray, grabbing Karen Reston's arm, and whispering that something just felt off about this place. But Karen simply replied, unfazed, "If you're scared, then leave." Leo Reston's eyes widened in panic, realizing this was no place for pampered young masters, while Karen Reston maintained her unreadable poker face. Suddenly a hooded figure silently appeared at the end of the alley, making Karen Reston instantly ponder, "They're appearing here, which means..." Without a moment's hesitation, Karen Reston placed his hand on his sword hilt, ready to fight to the death, while Leo Reston beside him was still visibly trembling. The hooded figure spoke, introducing himself as the one sent by Zeras to escort the two young masters. He pulled down his hood, revealing a scarred face with stark white hair, and declared, "My name is Julio." The scarred man, Julio, invited them to move, announcing that a safe house had been prepared. Julio led the way, throwing open the door to a hidden room inside. Julio reassured them that the room had been equipped with soundproofing magic artifacts, allowing them to speak freely. Julio then revealed that he was from Taba, which visibly surprised Karen Reston. Karen Reston directly questioned why someone from Taba would act as a spy for the Reston family, and Julio curtly replied that it was to repay Zera's winter guard. Without further ado, Karen Reston nodded, agreeing to get straight to the main point. Karen then began to lay out his cards, exposing those who'd obtained their travel itineraries to the capital and were plotting to ambush the Reston family with smuggled explosives. Julio pressed, "Did you find out who they are?" Karen, calm and collected, confidently confirmed it. Julio flipped open his notebook, reporting that intelligence indicated exactly 2 merchant guilds were trading explosives on the black market. He named them the Care and Caligo guilds, but then let a meaningful however hang in the air. Julio laid out the situation. The Care Guild was washing its hands of the whole business, withdrawing from the black market entirely. Karen Reston immediately cut to the chase. "What about Caligo?" Julio Esmirquez, stating bluntly, "They're a bunch of former slaves. They'll do anything for money." Karen Reston narrowed his eyes as he processed this crucial intelligence. "Members of Caligo left the city today." Julio quickly connected the dots, pointing out their departure coincided with the ambush on their group. Leo Reston also caught onto this suspicious coincidence. Karen Reston murmured his analysis. "On one side there's Caligo, a group of former slaves with nothing to lose, and on the other Care, a guild looking to retire." Leo Reston grew impatient, stating there wasn't enough time to investigate both. He then directly asked Karen Reston, "Which target will you choose?" Karen Reston smirked confidently, "The answer already clear, those with nothing left to lose are always the most reckless." Without a moment's hesitation, Karen Reston settled on Caligo as the target, and Julio immediately accepted the task, ready to lead them to their black market district. Meanwhile, in another mansion, the mayor's aide anxiously asked his superior if it was truly all right to let young Master Karen act so freely. The seasoned mayor calmly took a sip of wine, revealing the Grand Duke had personally sent a letter, leaving him no other choice, and concluded profoundly, "Wolves have their own way." Gail Ferreton dropped a casual bombshell on the mayor, all while coolly sipping his wine. "Young Master Karen just asked me for a huge favor." The mayor looked completely blindsided by this news, as Gail smoothly continued to explain. Karen wanted him to stall the Grand Duke, whatever it took. Gail then flatly declared Karen planned to act alone, completely defying the Grand Duke's direct orders. But he quickly reassured the mayor not to fret, as the young master had already proven his exceptional capabilities. Still, the mayor couldn't shake his unease, pointing out Karen was only a mere 13 years old. But Gale simply brushed it off. For a genius, age is nothing but a number. The mayor then began analyzing the political chessboard, warning that Tavi was nothing short of a brutal battlefield. It's where powerful guilds ruthlessly bought influence, and danger could ambush them at any given moment. Gale's eyes suddenly narrowed to slits, reminding the mayor that while the Reston family was currently facing immense pressure from capital families, the mayor himself had chosen to remain in this dangerous border region. The mayor affirmed Tavi was indeed a viper's nest, absolutely teeming with those willing to do anything, and just to curry favor with the major families. He admitted that's precisely why he was so worried, and why the emperor himself had to directly intervene. In Tavi, the emperor's main purpose was to ensure the empire wouldn't be swayed by the selfish interests of these power-hungry opportunists. The mayor sighed, lamenting that his peaceful retirement plans had completely gone up in smoke. He concluded that for now, at least, they should let Karen complete his vital investigation. The mayor then dropped an even bigger bombshell on Gale Ferreton. "Brother, there's just one more critical thing you should know." He then stated bluntly, "Sir Mason is in Tavi." This left Gale Ferreton utterly speechless. Gale Ferreton simply couldn't believe his ears. It was Mason, the legendary, unbreakable shield, a true 8-star knight here. The situation in Tavi was about to change drastically. Meanwhile, deep within a dark alley, Julio informed Karen Reston's tense group, "We're here, standing right before a sealed door." Karen Reston quickly inquired if this was the only entrance, and Julio immediately confirmed it. "Inside lies a secret library," Julio explained. "This place could easily be sealed off from the inside, in case anything went wrong," leading Leo Reston to exclaim, "That's brutal, Julio." With his extensive experience, Julio quickly found the secret mechanism hidden behind a book, and activated it. A secret passage opened. Julio remarked that the place reeked of the black market, and asked if the group was ready to sweep through. Without hesitation, all three proceeded down the stone stairs, leading right into the enemy's lair. Julio warned Karen Reston that the infiltration wouldn't be easy, but our protagonist only replied with a confident hum. As they entered, two heavily armored guards immediately blocked their path. The bandaged guard recognized Julio, and asked what's going on. Julio curtly replied he was bringing guests, but the guard immediately waved them away. "We only serve VIPs, but there are no guests today. Get lost." Karen Reston coldly asked for the reason, and the guard arrogantly replied that it was the chairman's order. Seeing Karen remain stubborn, the guard began to lose his patience, his hand gripping the hilt of his dagger as he growled, "We don't know the reason either. Get out while I'm still being polite." The two guards sneered, challenging, "You gonna draw your sword and cut us down?" This made Leo Reston behind them turn pale, stammering, "Young Master Karen." In stark contrast, Karen Reston placed his hand on the hilt of his magic sword,
exuding an overwhelming aura,
as he challenged them directly, "Try me, and you'll find out what happens." Faced with Karen's deadly confidence, the two guards were left speechless, while Leo still tried to dissuade him. In vain. Karen ignored everything, turning to order, Ura, we're switching to Plan B." This left both Ura and Leo bewildered, as no such plan existed. The guards were also completely confused by Karen's psychological tactic, muttering, "Plan B? There's no such plan." It was painfully clear they'd stumbled right into a trap. The burly guard growled, "If you won't listen, then this is the only way." He then abruptly seized Cal's blindfolded hand, catching him off guard. Karen Reston's eyes flashed, as he muttered with biting sarcasm, "What a foolish young lord has clearly been pulling the strings." From afar, Leo Reston froze, while Karen Reston casually addressed the magic sword. "Can you talk without getting tired? I will never accept that bloodline." The burly guard forced his comrade's hand to touch Karen Reston's scabbard, while Karen declared, "Just touching my scabbard is enough." Karen Reston cursed inwardly, "How incredibly convenient for you, isn't it? You damned magic sword." This clearly indicated it was the sword's will, not his own. Immediately, the magic sword, guillotine, automatically plunged itself into the ground, emitting an overwhelming aura that stiffened the guards. Forced to grip the hilt, the blindfolded guard, Cal, frantically yelled, "What in the world are you doing?" Cal broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he realized he was utterly helpless, controlled like nothing more than a puppet. Corin Reston and Leo Reston calmly walked past the guards, who stood stiff as statues, proceeding inside as if merely taking a stroll. Ura looked back, his scarred face, revealing absolute admiration in his eyes. "True class," Leo Reston grumbled, observing Corin Reston, acting without warning. Ura, meanwhile, openly delighted in watching the spectacle. Corin Reston ignored him, turned to Julio, and coldly proposed a crazy plan. "How about we start with a hostage situation?" The guards were stunned, and Cal, the blindfolded guard, stammered in disbelief. Upon hearing a noble suggest such a dirty trick, Corin Reston smirked, completely disregarding noble etiquette, and declared he'd handle everything himself. A sudden voice rang out, interrupting the scene. "That's enough," drawing Corin Reston's attention. A blonde noble suddenly stepped out, imperiously snapping at Corin Reston to not be so rough. And was immediately called out by our main character. "Oh, so the leader of the Calico Guild, actually cares about his subordinates?" Revelio then put on quite the dramatic show, dramatically declaring the guards his comrades in arms, leaving even Cal and the burly guard utterly speechless. The leader continued his arrogant act, claiming he couldn't let his friends be torn apart by young wolves, making Leo Reston realize their opponent knew exactly who they were. Despite Revelio's charming overtures, Corin Reston remained intensely wary, bluntly stating that the trust between us is still far too fragile. With that, Corin Reston pressed his sword to Cal's throat, concluding dramatically, "Therefore, your beloved subordinate will become my hostage," making the guild leader grit his teeth and grudgingly admit the rumors about our main characters' penchant for kidnapping were all true. The leader of the Calico Guild finally relented, ordering Cal to escort them out, while Corin Reston kept his sword firmly at the hostage's neck. He coldly declared, "You heard him, let's go elsewhere." Meanwhile, shocking intelligence was revealed. Sir Mason Paul, an 8-star knight, is in TV. Gail Farrington and the mayor were deep in discussion. The mayor confirmed the startling information, leading Gail Farrington to immediately deduce, "So that means that person must be with him, right?" The figure in the shadows was then revealed, the 6th prince, Revelio, the reckless, illegitimate child of the royal family, had also arrived in TV. Gail Farrington turned, directly asking his brother, "The mayor, what are you worried about, brother?" The powerful elder brother explained, "His Highness himself, chose Sir Mason from the royal guard, and ordered him to protect the 6th prince." The mayor tried to reassure him, suggesting the prince was merely a mage, who came to TV to search for rare artifacts. But his smile looked distinctly unnatural. Gail Farrington then concluded his true worry, "What concerns me, is the possibility that boy Karen will encounter him," making the mayor leap, nearly dropping his wineglass. Gail Farrington kept expressing his apprehension, muttering about Karen's unpredictable nature. The mayor could only concede, "If he has nothing to do, he'll always find something to do." Crash! Revelio burst through the door, holding a sword to a guard's throat, taking him hostage, and coolly announced, "Guests are here." The blonde prince stared at the person sitting in the room, seemingly a little surprised by the opponent's composure. Corin Reston, disguised with a golden mask, silently observed this violent greeting. Revelio skipped the introductions, calling out his target's name directly, Corin Reston. Corin flinched slightly, wondering how his identity was exposed, but then realized things weren't that simple. Revelio seemed incredibly amused, stepping forward and saying, "I never expected to meet the famous Corin Reston. In a place like this," but his gaze immediately shifted to the hooded figure, standing behind Corin, sensing a terrifying magical power. On par with an 8-star knight like Sabina or Zeres, Revelio turned to his white-masked subordinate, admitting that Corin and his companion were not opponents to be underestimated. Corin asked directly, "Are you the leader of the Calico Guild?" But Revelio just smiled and nonchalantly replied, "No, I just came to see my sister." The prince further explained that they were adopted siblings, a cryptic introduction that surprised Karen. Without further ado, Karen decided to go all out, charging straight to attack the enemy in front of him. He unleashed the Blue Wolf Swordsman's secret technique, a swift and deadly sword strike, aimed directly at Revelio. All the accompanying subordinates, including the formidable bodyguard Mason, froze completely at this sudden, reckless move. Meanwhile, the hooded figure accompanying Karen burst into delighted laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Revelio also burst out laughing, turning to Mason and sneering, "Look at this fool, Mason." The tables turned completely, with Revelio effortlessly taking down Karen, a sword now pressed against his throat, instantly making him a hostage. Yet Karen seemed utterly unfazed. Unbeknownst to them, he was actually thinking this situation was even better than expected, and proving that coming here was absolutely the right move. Revelio started to taunt, boasting his royal status, complete with golden eyes and black hair, and even having the legendary 8-star knight, Mason, as his personal protection. He then asked Karen what he planned to do next. Hearing this, Karen finally put it all together, piecing together all the facts, and realizing the person he'd just clashed with was none other than the infamous 6th prince. No sooner had the prince finished speaking, than Karen immediately cooked up a crazy, an audacious plan. "How about we go straight to the Imperial Palace and flatten it?" Revelio froze at Karen's insane remark, thinking, "Flatten the Imperial Palace? This lunatic has completely lost his mind." Suddenly, a pink-haired elf woman appeared, calmly carrying tea and asking Revelio, "Did you swap hostages while I was gone? Explain the situation." Karen nonchalantly replied to Revelio, "I merely exchanged him for a more valuable hostage. What do you think?" Which made the prince laugh and retort, "Haha, no, our price isn't that high." Revelio then wondered why Karen had suddenly changed his form of address, and received a sharp reply, "Because if you're an elf, your age must be much greater, correct?" Karen silently analyzed, his blue eyes flashing, as he sensed an incredibly dense surge of mana emanating from that elf woman. He then scanned Revelio, recognized a similar power, and concluded, both of them are mages. The pink-haired elf woman exuded an overwhelming aura, looked directly at Karen and got straight to the point. "If you've come here to find the origin of the explosives that attacked the Reston family," she turned her back, feigning indifference, and laid out her condition, "then we're definitely not the culprits. Why not lower your sword and speak properly?" The hooded figure remained as still as a statue in the corner, while Karen Reston, despite a sword at his throat, challenged, "How can I trust you?" The elf woman smiled confidently, delivering a threat as light as a feather. "If I were truly the one who attacked the Reston family, you wouldn't be standing here talking." The pink-haired elf woman radiated terrifying, magical power, her eyes glowing with a brilliant purple, and firmly declared she would never leave a trail, leading back to her base. Karen Reston broke out in a cold sweat, judging this magical power to be at least that of a 7th circle mage, while Leo Reston beside him was as white as a sheet. Amidst the standoff, the pink-haired elf woman crossed her arms, her overwhelming presence dominating the room, and asked directly, "Well, are you ready to talk now?" Karen Reston remained silent, his blue eyes under the mask glinting with calculation, completely unfazed by his opponent's show of power. The confrontation paused as Karen Reston's and Revelio's masks were placed on the table, signaling the official start of their battle of wits. The pink-haired elf woman elegantly poured tea, while flatly denying, as I said, the explosives used in the attack on the Reston family were not brought in by us. She admitted to handling explosives, but only for Rio's experiments, making Karen Reston question if it was the Care Guild's doing. A brown-haired man suddenly spoke up, dismissing the Care Guild as cowards, then casually slung an arm around Revelio's shoulder, and teased, "Isn't this kind of teasing normal among friends?" The brown-haired man grinned widely, introducing himself amiably, "From now on, just call me Rio." Karen Reston sipped his tea, his sharp eyes openly contemptuous, muttering, "Friends? My ass." The bodyguard Mason Paul, warned Karen Resten in a low voice, to carefully mind his words around the prince. But Revelio simply waved him to relax. A stern, gray-haired knight stood, arms tightly crossed, muttering in sheer disbelief that his brother's youngest nephew, of all people, was nothing short of a complete lunatic. Karen Resten, meanwhile, calmly sipped his tea, his sharp eyes posing a single, piercing question. Do you know Yahello? No. The pink-haired elf woman, seated opposite, motioned for everyone present to pivot back to the core negotiation. The elf woman then officially spoke, introducing herself as Poina, president of the Calico Guild, and didn't hesitate to lavish praise upon the two nephews of the continent's greatest hero. Poina then reiterated her point that the explosives deployed in the attack were absolutely not from their guild, but in exchange they could reveal the true culprits. Hearing this, Karen Resten merely smirked, thinking to himself, I knew it. Of course, nothing ever comes for free. Karen Resten didn't bother to beat around the bush, waving for Poina to state her conditions plainly. Poina slowly, almost theatrically, sipped her tea, her eyes gleaming with a hidden agenda, as she prepared to unleash her demand. The condition she presented utterly silenced everyone. Poina wanted Karen Resten to become friends with Rio. Karen Resten frowned, muttering darkly about the inevitable trouble that would come from associating with the royal family. Poina, however, coldly analyzed, stating flatly that a duke's family and a prince fraternizing could certainly not be misconstrued as an innocent friendship in the public eye. Rio then interjected with a forced smile, casually dismissing the concern. What's wrong with children being close? It might even benefit the Resten family. Karen didn't bother to beat around the bush. His eyes, sharp as daggers, he asked directly what benefit. Rio raised a single finger, provocatively explaining the benefit. The Resten family will be forced to act, and this will serve as a warning, sent straight to the court and the central nobility. Karen was utterly speechless, thinking to himself that this guy was an absolute lunatic. He wondered why Prince Revelio had gone to such ridiculous lengths. Rio then grinned widely, ready to reveal the true reason behind his absurd charade. He bluntly declared he would do anything to make his father suffer, because his ultimate dream was to become a truly troublesome child. After hearing his reason, Karen Resten could only conclude one thing: no, this guy is truly insane. Poina then smirked, concluding the matter. So, what's your decision? The night in Tavi is long, but we don't have much time. Karen Resten questioned the sudden lack of time, and Poina then laid all her cards on the table. The Imperial Guards accompanying Special Division 1 have their own agenda. Poina revealed that this agenda, in fact, was directly related to the attack on the Resten nephews, stunning both Rio and Leo Resten. But the Imperial Guards haven't been actively investigating. Poina pressed on. Have you ever wondered why? Karen Resten narrowed his eyes and asked directly, have the Imperial Guards colluded with the culprits? And Poina merely smirked derisively. The answer depends on who the culprits are. The elf woman stood up, concluding with a firm statement that the goals of the Imperial Guards and Karen Resten were as different as heaven and earth. Poina then pulled out a scroll of documents, declaring that it contained all the records of the culprit's movements and related incidents, offering it as bait. With sharp eyes, Poina delivered the decisive blow, forcing Karen Resten to choose. What will you do? Will you accept the offer? Karen Resten fell silent, his blue eyes gleaming with deep calculation, weighing every single move in this mental chess game. And meanwhile, elsewhere in the bay, Yoon, the manager, hurriedly directed his subordinates to load goods onto the carriage. Hurry up! The manager stood on the balcony looking down, muttering curses in annoyance as someone else yelled, urging the workers to move even faster. In a flashback, the mysterious patron promised Yoon manager that, once the objective was completed, the Imperial Guards would be dispatched to erase all evidence and he would be granted a title. Yoon manager stood alone, clenching his fists, his heart filled with hope, as he thought of the noble title he had always yearned for, now within his grasp. But the harsh reality slapped him in the face. He was sweating profusely, bitter that the Duke's brats had survived the attack, and now he was the one about to be cleaned up, just as he was reassuring himself that at least his family had been evacuated. A subordinate rushed in frantically, his voice trembling as he called out his master's name. The subordinate stammered out the news in a panic. That knights had just stormed the mansion. Oyun manager froze, his face pale with terror, his mind reeling with the thought that have the Imperial Guards arrived so quickly. A cold voice echoed from the doorway, mocking the Oyun Guild for working so diligently, even at night, but it wasn't the Imperial Guards. Karen Reston walked in confidently, his sword drawn, followed by hands blocking the doorway, leaving Oyun manager utterly stunned. With his sword slung over his shoulder, Karen Reston looked directly at the manager, casually confirming that he was indeed the useless brat they wanted to eliminate. Karen's eyes were sharp as knives. He sneered, "But tell me, someone who intends to take others' lives seems to care a great deal about his own family, doesn't he?" Zira's Winterguard appeared coldly at the doorway, reporting to Karen Reston, "Young master, I've brought what you requested." While Oyun manager froze, stammering in disbelief, Karen Reston raised the blood-soaked bag and asked provocatively with a smirk, "Oh, curious. Want to see?" Oyun manager trembled, violently sweating profusely, his mind reeling with the horrifying thought that his family was inside the bag. Without another word, Karen Reston hurled the bag onto the floor, right in front of the manager, daring him to verify its contents himself. Manager Oyun completely collapsed, kneeling on the ground and letting out a desperate, mournful cry. He clutched his head, weeping in extreme agony, believing his entire family had been massacred. Karen Reston grabbed the manager by the collar, shoving his face close to the bag, and commanded coldly, "Look closely. Stop making a fuss." Karen pointed his sword at the bag, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you really think these calloused hands belong to your family?" The manager asked blankly whose they were, and Karen delivered the final, crushing blow. "These are the hands of the assassins your partner sent to kill your family." Realizing his family had been saved, manager Oyun burst into grateful sobs, but Karen merely doused his joy with a cold remark, "Don't celebrate yet." Karen Reston shoved his face close to Oyun's, his sharp eyes delivering every word of judgment. "You conspired with those who plotted to attack the Reston family, causing many to lose their lives. Those who saved your family are innocent, but you are guilty." Zira's Winterguard, his armor still stained with blood, coldly pronounced the sentence, "You will spend the rest of your life in the underground prison of Chonghae Fortress, and continuous torture is a certainty." Karen ordered decisively, "Sir Zeras, take him away." Zera's Winterguard and the knights immediately obeyed, escorting Oyun, the manager and another subordinate, out of the mansion. Scene change. Revelio was calmly enjoying tea, while Poina sat quietly beside him, and Mason Paul stood guard behind them. A voice asked about the Emperor's health and the situation in the capital. Revelio smirked derisively, revealing that thanks to that rumor, the nobles were in an uproar, and only a few warmongering old men were gloating. He went on to analyze, stating that the internal conflict within the Imperial Guards was heating up rapidly, and the war faction, along with their allies, were deeply divided. Poina leaned back in her chair, saying smugly, "But thanks to me, we've gained a reliable ally, haven't we?" Revelio turned to her, looking puzzled. "Huh? How is that thanks to you?" The pink-haired elf woman confidently declared that Karen Reston had completely fallen for her charm, making Revelio openly scoff, and Mason Paul speechless. Revelio retorted, "You weren't like this when I first met you." Revelio admitted, "It's true," recalling it now, right after he'd escaped the palace intrigues, and set foot in TB on a night of heavy rain. Emini lay slumped in a pool of blood, almost dying. Revelio recounted the horrifying past. If not for Mason Paul, fighting valiantly to clear the battlefield, he and his mother, would have died long ago. He asserted to Poina that, just as meeting the two of them had helped him get to where he was today, Karen Reston would also be an important figure for him. In the future, the scene shifts to the Reston mansion. Pale Reston frantically questioned his son, unable to believe that the continent's most powerful family was about to make a shocking move. Pale Reston and the aide questioned Karen Reston, fearing that publicizing the attack would tarnish the Reston family's honor. The aide pressed, asking if he intended to hold TV accountable, but Karen Reston coldly declared that the mayor was not the target. Karen Reston explained his strategy. This will leave those who intended to cover up the incident with no way out. With a calculating smile, Karen Reston declared that this plan would turn the mayor into a righteous leader, fighting injustice, leaving Pale Reston speechless at his son's audacity. Elsewhere, Grand Duke Yahello issued a direct command to Xerius Winterguard to grant Karen Reston free rein. Xerius Winterguard gravely complied. Karen Reston smirked with utter confidence, declaring that even if he didn't quite grasp his grandfather's full master plan, now was the time for everyone to place their full trust in him and simply wait for the spectacle to unfold. Outside the magnificent Reston mansion, a servant rushed forth with an urgent report. "My lord, a message has arrived from young Master Karen Reston." Inside the office, the brown-haired aide pressed Tails Reston about Karen Reston's audacious plan. Is he truly going to announce the damages and the full investigation results? Tails Reston confirmed it with a chilling coldness. That's right. Just as Pale Reston and the aide had entered, they were summoned. Tails Reston briefly announced, "Karen Reston's message has just arrived." Tails Reston gestured to the report, summarizing Karen Reston's astonishing achievement. A TEB council member has been apprehended, and the entire council has pledged their full cooperation. He then turned to Pale Reston and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Pale Reston took the report, his face changing color as he devoured its contents, only managing to voice his alarm. Pale Reston broke out in a cold sweat, analyzing the implications with deep concern. "This plan will completely disrupt the political balance in TEB. Isn't it like handing ultimate power to that mayor, who is merely a leader in name only?" Tails Reston smirked, explaining the masterful move. "Precisely, those council members wield far too much power, but implicating just one of them in terrorism is enough to deal them a devastating, fatal blow." He nodded, acknowledging his nephew's utter ruthlessness. The boy can be reckless, it's true, but this time, he exacted his revenge in truly spectacular fashion. Tails Reston declared with absolute conviction, "And now, our family has extended its vast influence over TEB." Pale Reston, however, hesitantly objected. "My lord, I am truly grateful for Karen Reston's talent," but a father's profound worry began to surface. Pale Reston spoke with a deeply sorrowful expression. "Karen Reston is only a mere 13 years old. Isn't placing such an immense burden on a child too much?" Tails Reston crossed his arms, an unreadable expression on his face, his sharp gaze unwavering, instantly shutting down his younger brother's wavering resolve. A visibly shaken Pale Reston, "Didn't you explicitly say you trusted your son?" Tails Reston firmly put his younger brother in line, delivering a decisive, imposing statement. "A wolf must walk a wolf's path." Though Pale Reston was deeply worried for his son, he was still overwhelmed by his elder brother's reasoning, and had no choice but to accept, to trust Karen Reston to the very end. Seeing that his younger brother had understood, Tails Reston nodded in satisfaction, considering the lesson a resounding success. Tails Reston continued to shrewdly analyze the situation. "Thanks to Karen Reston, this incident will serve as a stern warning to the corrupt officials in the central government." A deadly glint flashed in the old man's eyes as he mentioned the power-hungry Imperial Guards, muttering that if that person were in charge, all their heads would have already rolled. Tails Reston issued one final, unyielding order, his voice brimming with absolute authority. "Pale Reston, prepare for the coming storm. It's time for the Reston family to act." Meanwhile, in the bustling capital, Mayor Green was putting on an absolute show for all the assembled citizens, recounting how a council member dared to plot the assassination of Grand Duke Yahello's grandson. The mayor then raised his fist, shouting with fervent eloquence, promising to return the city to its people. He was expertly seizing the opportunity to seamlessly consolidate his power. From the balcony, Karen Reston smirked and commented, "He's absolutely in his element now, and I admit Greene truly is a genuine politician." Innocent Leo Reston then asked Karen Reston, if all politicians in the capital were so cunning, Utterly overwhelmed by the power play of the big shots, Yale Farrington, the tax commissioner, then coldly remarked that Mayor Green didn't climb to that position by luck, but because he possessed commensurate ability. Hearing that, Leo Reston's eyes lit up, and he muttered, acknowledging that this mayor was indeed the real deal, not someone to be judged by appearances alone. Elsewhere, Julio's mind was in turmoil, unable to fathom that this whole, complex, political game was orchestrated by a mere 13-year-old boy, Karen Resten, and greenlit by his entire family. Yale Farrington couldn't help but secretly admire him, believing that Grand Duke Yahello truly valued Karen Resten's talent highly, and speculating this boy might be placed on the succession list. Looking at the wildly cheering crowd of TB citizens below, the old man wondered if this was truly a good move. Karen Reston suddenly turned and called Yale Farrington Grandpa. The old man replied with familiarity, showing their unusual relationship. Karen Reston probed, asking directly if he was all right. After being dragged into the quagmire of the Reston family's interests, the boy continued, saying he heard that he didn't like getting involved in politics, and wondered if he was the reason he broke his principles. Yale Farrington patted Karen Reston's shoulder, with full trust, firmly stating that sometimes a man is forced to break his own principles. The old man smiled, explaining that this time wasn't exactly an exception, as the emperor himself wanted to curb the powerful factions in TB, indicating a much larger political game was at play. Karen Resten showed concern for Yale Farrington, but the old man just smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, this old man is fine. Yale Farrington looked directly at Karen Reston, offering a crucial piece of advice. If one day you must do what is right, and principles stand in your way, then don't hesitate to break them. Having said that, Yale Farrington turned and left, declaring he had matters to attend to, before returning to the capital. Meanwhile, Leo Reston politely bid him farewell. When only the two of them remained, Leo Reston turned to strike up a conversation with Karen Reston. Both leaned against the railing. Leo Reston wondered why the citizens were so excited by the mayor's words, and Karen Reston smirked, replying curtly. The simple Karen Reston explaining that the mayor had declared his intent to overthrow the old powers, and once the old guard falls, new opportunities will open up for the new guard. That's what had everyone cheering. Leo Reston, however, remained utterly bewildered. So, Karen Reston, ever the teasing older brother, draped an arm around his younger brother's shoulder, and chided him, "That's because you grew up like a pampered young master, stuck in a glass cage, little brother." Karen Reston then continued to prod, reminding him that Leo Reston's family branch was the wealthiest, then challenged him to a solo match, which immediately made Leo Reston break into a cold sweat, and flatly refuse. Later, at a magnificent mansion bathed in moonlight, someone was heard praising the mayor's speech. Inside, Karen Reston sat opposite the mayor, praising the speech, but the old man humbly replied that it was all thanks to Karen Reston for providing them the perfect pretext. The mayor was incredibly grateful, but Karen Reston merely shrugged nonchalantly, claiming he was just speaking the truth. Meanwhile, Leo Reston sat beside him, chuckling with delight. The mayor then changed the subject, inquiring about the Seawolf Knights. Karen Reston casually reported that reinforcements from Chongi Castle had already been dispatched. The mayor praised the Reston family's decisive action, while Leo Reston's face remained tense, experiencing the mental strain of politics. For the very first time, the mayor was about to take his leave, to prepare for his journey to the capital, but Karen Reston stopped him, hinting that they had a special gift for him. The mayor curiously asked what it was, and Karen Reston simply replied that it was nothing major. With that, Karen Reston pushed a heavy bag of money towards the mayor, declaring that to achieve great things, one must have capital. The mayor's jaw dropped. He tremblingly picked up a glittering gold coin, completely stunned by the enormous sum of money. Karen Reston then explained this, he claimed, was profit from the Magic Stone mine, located deep within Baron Bellis's territory. He then strictly instructed him to keep this a secret between them, a gesture that visibly moved the usually stoic mayor. Meanwhile, Leo Reston absolutely froze in his tracks, with cold sweat pouring down his face, as he realized he had never, ever agreed to this terrifying arrangement. The scene dramatically shifts. A diligent brown-haired knight reported to his master that all the luggage had been successfully loaded onto the carriage, and was now ready for the long journey to the capital. Suddenly, an imperial guard announced that they would be taking charge of the escort to the capital. Karen Reston immediately, and very visibly, showed his displeasure. Then, Zira's trusted winter guard appeared, confirming this was indeed the family head's direct order. Karen Reston immediately demanded to know if Zira's winter guard would personally accompany them. But as Hans had been injured, Zira's winter guard regrettably declined, explaining calmly that he had been specifically assigned the task of escorting the prisoners and the wounded back, so he simply couldn't go with them. Zira's winter guard then dropped a bombshell, announcing that young master Hugo would be their replacement. This news absolutely stunned both Karen and Leo Reston. Karen Reston grimly muttered the name Hugo Reston, someone he absolutely did not want involved in his carefully laid plans. Crucial information about Hugo Reston then flashed rapidly through Karen Reston's mind. The son of his eldest uncle, Tails Reston, a true genius who had already reached the formidable 6-star threshold. At the astonishingly young age of 28, Karen Reston's face contorted with pure annoyance, realizing that an extremely unpredictable game-changing variable had just unexpectedly appeared in his meticulous plan to stir up trouble in the capital. Suddenly, a ridiculously booming voice called out, "Brother Karen," from the gate, just as a ridiculously luxurious carriage approached. Hugo Reston then poked his head out of the flashy car, waving frantically and obnoxiously asking little brother Leo if he had eaten his breakfast yet. Leo Reston was so utterly panicked by this that he frantically turned to plead with Zira's winter guard to please cancel the trip to the capital, but was flatly and coldly refused. Hugo Reston continued, still in his overly saccharine tone, then asking Karen Reston, wondering how he felt about their journey to the capital. He asked if he was excited, but Karen coolly shot back, "Not really." Leo Reston could only stammer, terrified, as the realization of Hugo Reston's identity hit him. Meanwhile, the prince let out a mocking chuckle, teasing them about how they didn't seem to enjoy being escorted by the imperial guards. Hugo Reston quickly clarified that the Reston family and the imperial guards had never seen eye to eye. Still, he confidently thumped his chest, boldly proclaiming, "Don't worry, you have me, the prince, right here with you." Just then, a squad of imperial guards materialized, signaling that their official escort had finally arrived. An imperial guard stepped forward, bowed, and apologized to Hugo Reston for their delay, citing the destroyed railway incident as the cause. Hugo Reston, oozing superiority, told the imperial guard to take his sweet time and greet the Reston family's heir first. The imperial guard then turned to Karen Reston, introduced himself as Ryukheimer, and told him to call him Sir Ryuk for familiarity. Ryukheimer declared it an honor to be escorting the young masters of the Reston family, but Karen Reston remained utterly silent, his eyes already meticulously analyzing the situation. Deep within Karen Reston's mind, the words of Master Sabina Reston echoed, reminding him to consider carefully why the imperial guards weren't fully committed to protecting a ducal family. Karen Reston then directly questioned Ryukheimer, a sarcastic edge to his tone, stating that investigating a destroyed railway line was somehow more important than the lives of the grandsons of families who had helped put the emperor on the throne. Ryukheimer's face remained utterly expressionless, as he bluntly declared, "Damaging the emperor's property. The railway is equivalent to treason." He continued, his voice dripping with authority, "And of course the imperial guards must prioritize investigating treason." Karen Reston and the others were left stunned, completely unprepared for such a grave accusation. Hugo Reston was visibly vexed, but managed to force a strange smile. They accepted this as a reason to let the matter drop. Meanwhile, Leo Reston beside him glared fiercely. He was desperate to regain face. Hugo Reston then ordered them to depart. Ryukheimer simply bowed in obedience, thus ending the verbal sparring. As the group turned to leave, Hans placed a hand on Karen Reston's shoulder, praising him for handling it well, for showing restraint in such a tense situation. Hans further advised that there was no need to provoke the Imperial Guards before they found the true mastermind behind the attack. Karen Reston agreed, but his sharp, cold gaze was accompanied by a meaningful, closing remark, at least for now. In Karen Reston's mind, a plan began to form, although it was just suspicion for now. If there was proof that the Imperial Guards were merely pawns for some powerful noble family, then I would crush them with my own hands. His gaze was fixed on Riukheimer's back, without a hint of hesitation. Karen Reston's thoughts grew sharper, comparing it to his ideals from his previous life. The Imperial Guards, the pride of the Empire, stooping to become hunting dogs for nobles? Even I, who sold my soul to a demon, would never do such a thing. Later, in the carriage, Karen Reston looked out the window at dusk, muttering, "It's quieter than I thought." Hugo Reston, sitting opposite him, began to tease, "What's wrong? Want to confide in your big brother?" Karen replied curtly, "Not really." Without beating around the bush, Karen asked Hugo directly, "By the way, you orchestrated the mayor of Tease's speech, didn't you?" Hugo smirked, acting smug, and began to analyze the political game. The old mayor wants to become the council's boss, with the Reston family's backing. Of course, Hugo asked in return, "Why?" Karen had guessed that while Leo Reston, sitting beside him, looked visibly bored, and Hans merely watched silently, arms crossed, Hugo continued his discourse, claiming it was a brilliant move. This would both restore their family's prestige and gain a powerful ally for future power struggles. Karen looked up, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the entire plan. He concluded with a biting remark, "So, your shady dealings with those black market guilds weren't entirely useless, were they?" Caught off guard, Hugo flinched, hastily explaining that he, too, was from the streets, having experienced all sorts of things just to survive. Karen's face twisted with clear disdain, as he shot back a killer question, "Do you really think I'm that brainless?" Hugo tried to drag him down, "As if you wouldn't do the same." Hugo was speechless, only able to stammer, while Karen remained utterly dominant, without even sparing him a glance. Through a communication device, Poina checked in on the situation, and Rio immediately tattled, "Don't ask anymore, sis. Karen completely ignored me." Poina advised him not to cause trouble, because they were friends, but Karen retorted icily, "Not friends, Rio." Rio quickly interjected that Karen hadn't agreed yet, and needed to hear the terms first, making Poina admit she'd been outmaneuvered. Rio pressed on with his pitch, claiming the offer was immensely beneficial to Karen. But the young man retorted sharply, "Don't you think we lack the trust to discuss that?" Karen explained bluntly that if he allied unilaterally with an elf guild, the old men in his family would eliminate him. Immediately hearing that, Poina merely smirked meaningfully, announcing that Karen had misunderstood the issue. Poina concluded with a powerful statement, "I want to ally with you, not the rest of your family," leaving Karen stunned with surprise. Karen immediately demanded the reason, and Poina calmly listened. From the other end of the line, with the demeanor of a true boss, Poina declared, "Good merchandise is always worth investing in." Rio, ever so cheerful, chimed in, declaring he needed a friend too. This made Karen's face twist in pure disgust. Rio wrapped things up, treating the info he'd given as an introductory gift, and assuring them that there'd be many more chances to help each other in the future. He then handed Karen Reston a communication orb, grinning widely as he called out "little brother," before vanishing with the carriage. Karen Reston, holding the item, his face grim, muttered to himself, "Both of them are equally selfish." Through the carriage window, the sixth prince Revelio smirked meaningfully, asking in a condescending tone, "We're almost there, aren't we?" Karen Reston only looked up silently, his eyes full of scrutiny. Soon the carriage approached the massive city gates of the capital, Orcus, where the sixth prince, Revelio, grandly welcomed Karen. As night fell, the sixth prince, Revelio's carriage, brought them to a magnificent mansion. Revelio poked his head out of the carriage, offering to be a free tour guide for Karen and Leo, but Karen Reston coldly refused. "No need." The prince still casually waved goodbye, promising that Karen would see soon enough, leaving the young man speechless at this eccentric fellow. As soon as the group had seen off their guests, Zira's winter guard appeared, announcing they would part ways here. Karen Resden expressed his thanks, but Rio Kimmer coldly replied that it was nothing significant and bid them farewell. Karen and Leo could only watch Rio Kimmer's Imperial Guards disappear into the night. Leo muttered assertively, "We'll definitely meet again." Then immediately, his attention was drawn by a brightly glowing tower in the middle of the capital. Karen casually stated that it was the magic tower, while Leo was still wide-eyed and open-mouthed in awe. Leo just couldn't hide his awe at the colossal structure, wondering if this was truly the mage's lair. Karen just smirked. His eyes held the gravitas of an old man, declaring that those damned mages must have sunk countless fortunes into it, as it was a world away from 50 years ago. Still feeling like a tourist, Leo excitedly exclaimed that seeing the magic tower truly made it feel like they had finally arrived in the capital. Hearing that, Karen, however, just remained silent, but his eyes darkened as the two words, "the capital," repeated heavily in his mind. The injured specter of Cain from his past life resurfaced. For him, this capital was nothing more than a grave, where he had once fallen. Amidst his darkening thoughts, a sudden voice rang out from behind him. Tails Reston had appeared there, utterly unnoticed. "So, you've arrived," Leo Reston, startled, exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, Brother Hugo, while Karen also showed a hint of surprise. Karen, however, immediately grew wary. Internally analyzing, he thought, "I didn't sense any presence at all. Clearly, this man is no ordinary individual." Hugo Reston, known as the Empire's top genius, appeared with a fake, friendly smile, extending his hand to welcome Karen and Leo. Looking down from above, Hugo adopted a mature air, declaring that his two younger brothers had endured a long journey to the capital. Hugo Reston initiated a conversation with Karen, asking if this was their first meeting, while Karen silently observed. Karen politely shook hands, returning a social greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Hugo Reston." And with that, the war of words began. Hugo Reston praised Karen as impressive, and Karen was equally sharp, flattering him back that his cousin was as formidable as rumored. Leo froze, his face utterly blank, unable to comprehend the subtle greetings exchanged by his two older cousins, while Tails Reston quietly observed. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out from the main gate as a noble old woman ran out, shouting Karen Reston's name at the top of his lungs. It was none other than his beloved grandmother. Grandma immediately enveloped Karen Reston in a warm embrace, absolutely thrilled to see him after so much time had passed. She couldn't help but comment on how much he'd grown. Meanwhile, Karen Reston cheerfully returned her affectionate greeting. Raphael Reston then welcomed Leo Reston, informing him that hot water was already prepared. As Grandma continued to hug Karen Reston, she let him know that Grandpa was tied up with work and wouldn't be home until later. Hugo Reston watched the family head inside, announcing that he'd handle all the luggage. He also reminded them not to forget a hairpin for tomorrow's party. After everyone had disappeared indoors, Hugo Reston found himself staring intently at his hand. He muttered to himself, "Was my magic repelled?" Flashbacks to their earlier handshake filled his mind. Hugo had deliberately unleashed his magic to test his cousin, trying to gauge his true power. But Karen Reston was far from a pushover. The young boy directly confronted him with his own magic, his expression utterly unperturbed. Karen Reston's magic wasn't the calm, tranquil sea Hugo expected, but a raging, destructive tsunami completely overwhelmed Hugo Reston's magical flow. It turned out Hugo Reston's father, Tails Reston, had explicitly instructed him to keep a close watch on his two younger cousins, preventing them from stirring up any trouble in the capital. Hugo Reston muttered to himself once more, admitting there was indeed something to see here. His eyes were wide with a mix of intense interest and sheer astonishment. The self-proclaimed genius stared blankly into space, silently asking himself, "Karen Reston, what kind of monster are you, really?" Meanwhile, Karen Reston had finished his bath and leisurely opened his room door, showing absolutely no signs of having just humbled his genius cousin a few moments ago. Karen Reston collapsed onto his bed after an exhausting day, the formidable sword guillotine propped up right beside him. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, recalling how his cousin had suddenly imbued him with magic just to test his abilities. Karen Reston conceded that Hugo Reston was a truly unpredictable individual, quite unlike his father, Tails Reston. Shaking off these thoughts, he pushed himself up, grumbling about being back in this old tomb. After 50 long years, a sly smirk on his face, Karen Reston produced a bottle of wine he'd acquired from the prince's carriage, clearly planning to drown his sorrows. As he fumbled with the cork, he suddenly paused. Karen Reston's gaze shifted to the magic sword, guillotine standing silently by his side. Instead of drinking it, he poured a small amount of wine onto the sword's jewel-encrusted hilt. The mysterious voice from the sword grumbled, "What trick is this now, master? If you're giving something, it should at least be blood, shouldn't it?" Karen Reston replied curtly, "I need someone to talk to." This made the sword exclaim he was truly abnormal. Karen Reston simply told the sword to understand, as this place was no different from his own tomb. And the mysterious voice from guillotine replied, with a knowing tone, "I know." Karen Reston was dumbfounded when the mysterious voice bluntly stated it knew this because it had read his memories. And flopping onto the bed, Karen Reston smirked. A magic sword truly is different. This made the mysterious voice argue vehemently. "Hey, I'm not a magic sword." Karen Reston reiterated the Azure Dragon's words. Guillotine was his sword from his previous life, and it admitted as much, but didn't understand why it had become corrupted. When asked about its past, the sword flatly stated it remembered nothing, and swore to find the one who had turned it into a magic sword. The sword roared that it would behead the culprit 1,000 times, to which Karen Reston calmly delivered a fatal retort. "Usually once is enough, isn't it?" Karen Reston suggested it go to the North Sea, and ask the Azure Dragon itself for a quicker answer. But the mysterious voice immediately poured cold water on the idea, criticizing its current master as being too useless. Criticized for his low skill, Karen Reston tilted his head back and chugged the wine, declaring he would investigate himself. This only made the sword taunt. "Are you pouting, master?" Karen Reston vehemently denied it, grumpily calling it a damned sword, and naturally he received the familiar refrain, "I told you, I'm not a magic sword." As Karen looked out the window, his eyes turned sharp and cold, determined to uncover the truth behind his second resurrection. Seeing his reflection in the window pane, Karen Reston muttered that this life couldn't exist without some terrifying power pulling the strings behind the scenes. Just as he was about to leave, Karen Reston was called back by the magic sword. "Hey, master!" The mysterious voice in the sword didn't hesitate to demand, "Could I have a little more of that wine?" The next morning, Karen Reston, along with Leo Reston and Raphael Reston, strolled down the bustling streets of the capital. Seeing Leo Reston gawking around like a country bumpkin, Karen Reston snapped, "How embarrassing. Stop looking around like a country boy who just arrived in the city." Raphael Reston then appeared, adopting the air of an older brother, correcting him, "He's right, Leo Reston, you should act like a proper member of the family," which made Leo Reston only able to meekly obey. Turning to Karen Reston, Raphael Reston continued his lecture. "Karen Reston, you should also show respect to your older brother." In public, Raphael Reston emphasized, "When it's just the two of you, you can do whatever you want, but in public, you must maintain the family's dignity." Karen Reston showed no deference, asking a sharp, pointed question. "So one day when it's just us, can I speak freely with my older brother?" Caught off guard, Raphael Reston was speechless, quickly changing the subject. "Look, we're almost at the shop we need to go to," which only made Karen Reston sneer. Karen Reston glared at Raphael Reston's retreating back, thinking, "Is this old man ignoring me, or something?" Walking down the street, Karen Reston suddenly stopped. Spotting a tailor shop sign, Karen Reston pointed towards the shop entrance, suggesting his older brother, Raphael Reston, take a look inside. Raphael, however, looked suspicious, thinking it was a tailor shop meant only for old people. Meanwhile, Leo Reston bluntly criticized its utterly outdated appearance. Karen slung an arm around Leo's shoulder, sneered and began lecturing him about the cyclical nature of fashion, making his younger cousin hesitantly ask, "Really?
Rafael Pouted Makinli.
What do you know about fashion? This made Leo Resten quickly clarify that he wasn't completely clueless. Hearing the exchange between his two younger cousins, Raphael was completely at a loss for words, silently watching them. The three then entered the shop, where Luhan, a polite tailor, bowed in greeting, appearing honored to be visited by such young nobles. Luhan hesitantly asked again, confessing that his shop usually didn't make clothes to the taste of the younger generation. Nevertheless, Luhan affirmed that he would do his best if trusted, and asked which of the three would be commissioning the clothes. Just as Karen was about to speak, a memory flashed in his mind, a familiar voice echoing, calling his previous life's name, Sir Kane. In the memory, Luhan snapped at a regular customer. How many times have I told you? Do you know how difficult it is to fix this, Kane? Later, Karen's previous incarnation calmly replied, my apologies, kid. It's just that your skill is so exceptional that I can fight without a worry. Flattered, Luhan was speechless and hesitantly concluded, all right then, it'll be done next week. Kane's delight was evident, while Luhan could only sigh in exasperation, muttering, I thought today would be peaceful. Back in the present while being measured, Karen asked, do you recognize our family? And Luhan affirmed he would do his utmost, as this was for Grand Duke Yahello's grandson. Luhan explained that it was impossible, failed to recognize the prestigious Reston family crest, and then dropped a bombshell of information. This very shop used to be a frequent haunt for Sir Kane, a close confidant of the Grand Duke himself. Karen Reston froze, the name echoing from his previous life. As Luhan continued to fondly reminisce, I don't know about anyone else, but to me he was an incredibly kind soul. Luhan offered a sad smile, confessing a harsh truth. He probably doesn't even remember my name anymore. Karen Reston fell into a stunned silence as Luhan continued. Throughout all the years he visited this shop, he always just called me, kid. Karen Reston was utterly stunned. For the very first time in both his lives, he truly understood what it felt like to be genuinely remembered by another. After the poignant flashback, Karen Reston suddenly, earnestly asked the tailor for his name, which surprised the old man quite a bit. The tailor, Luhan, smiled proudly, recalling his youth, and declared his name loudly. And that's when the real drama began. When a green-haired girl burst into the shop, breathlessly delivering shocking news, Grandpa, Lord Kane's enemy, the girl shrieked, her face utterly pale. Grand Duke Yahello's grandsons from the Reston family have arrived in the capital. As soon as she finished speaking, she realized the very grandsons she was screaming about were standing right there in front of her, and the atmosphere immediately grew heavy. The green-haired girl was completely speechless, while Karen Reston also froze solid, his mind racing. Yahello is my enemy. The scene shifted outside the shop, and a voice rang out, greeting a new character. Long time no see. Lord Hugo Reston, another blonde young man, appeared and greeted the green-haired girl, calling her Amy, which left Leo and Raphael bewildered. Leo pointed and asked Hugo if he knew the girl, and Hugo replied with a look, as if Leo had just asked an incredibly foolish question. You mean Amy Altura? Leo explained fluently, a sword genius, already a 4-star at 17, which left Karen Reston, standing beside him, utterly speechless, silently cursing, damn it, seriously, why are there so many geniuses in this world? His big brother Hugo Reston, ever so suave, stepped in to smooth things over for his naive younger cousin right in front of Amy Altura. He politely began, asking her to overlook his cousin's rather impolite behavior. Hugo Reston then formally introduced Karen, saying, "This is Lady Amy Altura of the Royal Guard." Karen Reston politely began to respond, but before he could finish, Amy Altura cut him off, pointing a finger directly at Karen, and confirming his identity. This surprised our protagonist quite a bit. She then turned to Leo Reston, and called him by his correct name, making a bewildered Leo jump and awkwardly confirm. Leo Reston blushed, thinking his reputation had spread far and wide, even to the capital, but Amy Altura immediately poured cold water on his dreams by revealing the escorting knights had told her After hearing that, Leo Reston fell silent, seemingly a little disappointed. He wasn't as famous as he imagined. Karen Reston, however, was different. His mind raced. He realized this girl was no ordinary person, able to identify someone just by their name, surely due to keen intuition, or having sensed their magic power. In the tense atmosphere, the tailor, Luhan, unexpectedly broke the silence, with an incredibly mundane question. "Lady Amy, have you eaten yet?" Which made the genius girl freeze. Amy Altura immediately waved her hands frantically, telling Luhan not to be so formal, as she was still just a mere trainee, not yet knighted. Luhan chuckled, flattering her that everyone rumored she would lead the royal guard for the next 50 years, which only made Amy Altura blush. Shyly, Amy Altura then questioned Karen Reston, wondering why people rumored his grandfather was Lord Kane's enemy. The air froze. Karen Reston's face was stone cold as he flatly stated, "He's just a man who sold his soul to a demon, isn't he?" He shrugged, showing utter disdain. "What's so special about someone like that, anyway? Why even bother with them?" This immediately silenced both Amy Altura and Hugo Reston. Hugo Reston immediately growled a warning at Karen. "Watch your mouth. Did you just say that out loud?" Without a moment's hesitation, Amy Altura erupted with overwhelming killing intent, shouting, "How dare you speak so insolently? How dare you insult Lord Kane's honor?" Without hesitation, she pointed directly at Karen Reston and threw down a challenge. "I challenge you to a duel." In stark contrast, however, Karen Reston merely tapped his temple casually, delivering a stinging retort. "And what authority do you have to do that?" Left speechless, Amy Altura gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing as she declared, "Because I have inherited Lord Kane's will." Karen Reston continued his lecture, questioning this so-called will, and laying out his cards. "Even so, what if that wasn't his will to begin with, but rather a soul that had been sold?" Amy Altura desperately tried to argue that Lord Kane was a proud man, but Karen Reston merely turned away coldly, thinking to himself, "This girl is too old-fashioned to reason with." Provoked by Karen Reston, Amy Altura strained her neck to argue that her anger wasn't due to personal feelings, but to protect Lord Kane's honor. Everyone watched speechless, as Amy Altura trembled with rage, while Karen Reston merely smirked, and Leo Reston looked on, bewildered by what was happening. Just as the tension was at its peak, Hugo Reston was about to intervene, when Karen Reston flatly stated, "How about we grab a bite before we duel?" This made Amy Altura freeze, completely disregarding the challenge. Karen Reston continued to taunt, leaning close to Amy Altura's face and asking, "Choose quickly, pork, beef." He smirked mysteriously, magic power beginning to leak around him. "Or perhaps, lamb?" Boom! Karen Reston held his tongue no longer. Instead, he directly unleashed his full, blazing blue magic. An overwhelming aura instantly engulfed the entire room. He growled, his eyes sharp as daggers, as if daring her to make a move. "Let's go outside and duel right now." This left Amy Altura completely stunned, utterly bewildered by his immense magic power. Karen Reston looked his opponent dead in the eye, stating firmly, "I hear you're also 4-star like me, but my skill is on a completely different level." Sensing the situation was about to explode, the tailor Luhan quickly intervened to mediate, politely inviting, "Lady Amy, would you like to dine with young Master Karen?" Karen Reston, still maintaining his superior expression, then delivered another psychological blow. "You probably haven't been able to eat properly, burdened by your family's debts, have you? Since fate has brought us together, let's go eat something delicious." Karen Reston glanced at Amy Altura, who was clutching her empty stomach, then declared condescendingly, "You should eat on time, you know." Amy Altura's face flushed a deep crimson, speechless and utterly unable to respond to the blunt taunt. And so, the group moved to the dining table, in an eerily silent, tense atmosphere, with Karen Reston commandingly in the host seat, flanked by Luhan and Leo Reston. Finally, Amy Altura joined in, eating like she hadn't seen food in weeks, no longer bothering to maintain her image as a skilled swordswoman, a genius utterly caught off guard by Karen Reston. Amy Altura quickly tried to cover up, I'm just eating to prepare for the duel." Her tone suddenly unusually docile. She hastily clarified, "Don't misunderstand. I'll pay back my share next month. But Karen Reston simply replied, "Don't worry, we don't think much of it." After eating her fill, she began to change her tune. Amy Altura sprang to her feet, declaring she couldn't accept empty promises. On an empty stomach, she extended her hand, looking serious. "Come on, let's shake hands to confirm the agreement." Karen Reston glanced at the outstretched hand, his gaze unwavering, completely in control. He glanced at the girl's rough, calloused hands and immediately understood. This was irrefutable proof of relentless effort. A true swordsman. Karen Reston smirked, secretly musing, "This one truly is a genius. Just a bit old-fashioned in personality, that is." Amy Altura was momentarily stunned, then nodded in full agreement, still holding out her hand to confirm their duel. Karen Reston shook Amy Altura's hand, then turned to Luhan, casually asking if he could order more food, which completely stunned the old man, as the two had just threatened to fight to the death. Karen Reston left the table, ordering his attendants to call for another dish, which made Luhan turn his head in utter surprise. Luhan stood outside, looking in, seeing Amy Altura still eating ravenously, as if she'd never eaten a meal in her life. Karen Reston then struck up a conversation, asking him if he knew Professor Uras, and Luhan confirmed that he'd offered a new perspective on Kane. Overhearing this, Amy Altura's eyes lit up, eager for more. Karen Reston casually stated, "He was my tutor when I was young," which made the fanatical girl even more excited. Karen Reston then ordered his attendants, "I'm going alone. Don't follow me," and they promptly obeyed. Luhan directly asked when the duel would be. Karen Reston replied concisely, "We fight after I finish the new dish." Having watched the drama unfold from start to finish, Leo Reston could only secretly admire his cousin's bluntness. Luhan warned Amy Altura, "Are you sure? What if he beats you half to death?" But Amy, now full, declared fiercely, "I won't go easy on him just because he's a child." Luhan turned to Amy Altura and asked meaningfully, "You seem quite satisfied, Amy?" A blonde stranger suddenly appeared, placing a hand on Amy Altura's shoulder, and lecturing Karen Reston for not contacting his brother beforehand. He continued to put on airs, sarcastically calling Karen a vagrant, whom Amy shouldn't associate with. While Karen stayed utterly silent, the blonde man then turned to mock Amy, scoffing at a Royal Guard trainee, who clearly had far too much free time. He gestured dismissively, continuing to belittle Karen, suggesting Amy was wasting her precious time with a nobody like him. Karen's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, a smirk appearing as he thought to himself, "Found a brat who doesn't know his place." The creditor began to press further, growling about exorbitant interest rates, while Amy Altura, beside him, clearly looked panicked and deeply uncomfortable. Karen finally spoke, his voice dangerously icy, completely ignoring the other party's theatrical act. "Who are you to dare interrupt someone's meal?" He continued his basic lesson in etiquette, demanding the man introduce himself before making such a scene. The arrogant, blonde man couldn't believe someone in the capital didn't know him. He then declared, "I am Degal Kian." Karen immediately recognized the name, identifying the arrogant opponent as the youngest son of the Kian Count family.
Degal Kian
Seemed utterly surprised that Karen Reston knew about his family, to which Karen nonchalantly replied, "How could I not?" And Karen exposed the Kian family as a noble house, specializing in usury, the biggest loan sharks in the capital, making Degal Kian admit that this kid was surprisingly knowledgeable.
Degal Kian arrogantly boasted
that his family held the purse strings of the entire Marquis Diaz household, but Karen coldly cut him off. "What the hell are you talking about?" Degal Kian was stunned, unable to believe his ears, while Amy Altura, too, was utterly bewildered by Karen's shocking attitude. Karen Reston sprang to his feet, hand on his sword hilt, and growled, asking Degal Kian if he thought he had come to the capital just for pleasantries. Blood rushed to his head, and Degal Kian roared. He demanded to know who this insolent brat was, daring to be so rude, and declared that the boy desperately needed a lesson. Karen, however, remained unfazed and calmly retorted, threatening to expose everything to his brother, Hugo, and their grandfather, causing Kian's brother, who was standing beside Degal Kian, to break into a cold sweat. Karen then smiled meaningfully, holding up 2 small red vials and asking, "See these?" He explained they were instant bone healing potions, incredibly expensive items. This made Dagolkian freeze completely, stammering that Karen was talking absolute nonsense. Karen casually slung his sword over his shoulder, turned his back, and coolly said, "Nonsense? We'll see about that." Karen Reston then lunged forward, a sneer twisting his lips. "It means I'm about to personally teach you a lesson." Karen's eyes flashed with a chilling, murderous blue light, and he twisted his lips, morbidly reassuring his victim, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Dagolkian's face went ashen, utterly drained of color. Sweat poured off him like a sudden downpour, while his mouth could only manage a few pathetic, choked screams. The scene then shifted to a magnificent, opulent building. Inside, a powerful voice echoed with palpable skepticism. "What did you just say?" Inside a luxurious corridor, the voice continued, commanding coldly, "Repeat, say it again." A chief's aide stood, reporting to a white-haired, old man seated behind an imposing desk. "Sir," he began, "young Master Karen Reston, the chief's grandson, was arrested by the city guard about 30 minutes ago." The powerful chief rubbed his forehead wearily, speechless at his perpetually troublesome grandson. "That kid's causing trouble again? How long has he even been in the capital for?" He growled, demanding a direct report on the main issue. "So what's the reason?" The chief was slightly surprised to hear the victim's name, for assaulting. Dagolkian, the aide confirmed, the youngest son of the Kian Count family. The chief's aide continued reporting, while the chief pondered, "Dagolkian, huh? A familiar name. Known as a philanderer, sir." The chief confirmed the victim's identity. "Ah, the one who bullies other people's daughters to collect his father's debts, right?" The aide replied succinctly, precisely. The chief roared in fury, convinced such trash deserved a fatal beating, but he couldn't fathom why Karen had stepped in. Then, the aide dropped an utterly bizarre bombshell. Young Master Karen himself had beaten the man, all while forcing him to chug healing potions. A cold sweat instantly drenched the chief, utterly stunned by his grandson's sheer audacity. Meanwhile, the aide went on to explain that the royal guard would take over the case, since it involved nobility. The old man instantly recognized the grave implications, knowing full well the strained relationship between the Reston family and the royal guard. Add the powerful Key and Count families as opponents, and the situation was clearly dire for Karen. Unable to stand by idly, the chief slammed the table and shot to his feet, declaring he would personally march to the city guard station himself. But the aide quickly interjected to stop him, insisting his boss absolutely didn't need to go. Yet the chief snapped back, refusing to believe the powerful Key and Count families, notorious for their wealth, would let this matter drop. Then the aide dropped a bombshell plot twist. The victim, Dagolkian, was actually begging for leniency. The chief froze, his brain utterly unable to process this. "What did you say?" The situation just got weirder. The aide recounted how Dagolkian, with tears welling in his eyes, was insisting Karen was innocent, that all the fault was his own, and literally begging for mercy. The aide then added an even more unbelievable statement. He even declared his unwavering determination to turn over a completely new leaf. The chief had to ask again just to be sure, his voice laced with utter skepticism. "Are you talking about that hooligan, Dagolkian?" After hearing the entire absurd and unbelievable story, the powerful chief could only sink back down, speechless, and let out a dry, disbelieving laugh. He was still in shock, muttering to himself, "What kind of devilish magic did my grandson, Karen, use to manipulate that hooligan?" The old man's head throbbed as he calculated. Rumors about Karen were about to explode across the capital. He was utterly stumped, having no idea how to explain any of this to his in-law. But then, a sudden flash of insight hit him. The old man declared with absolute certainty that his in-law, Yahello, a truly cunning political fox, would never so foolishly send his grandson to the capital. The chief's eyes sharpened instantly as he furiously began to piece the events together. The old man broke into a cold sweat as a horrifying truth dawned on him. Yahello had deliberately unleashed a rabid dog right into the heart of the capital, simply to stir up the entire chessboard. Meanwhile, at the city guard station, Karen Reston, politely bid farewell to the chief constable. The chief constable could only awkwardly agree when Karen Reston suggested he'd be visiting frequently. From now on, Karen Reston sneered mockingly, asking if the chief constable was worried he would cause even more trouble. He then added a chilling final remark. The youngster suddenly reminded him that de Gaulle Keen had confessed all his crimes, forcing the chief constable to deal with the right person for the right crime, making the constable sweat profusely and stammer about the royal guard's jurisdiction. Karen Reston nonchalantly countered the chief constable, threatening to ask his grandfather if such a law even existed, making the other man break into a fresh cold sweat. Stammering, "Do you mean Grand Duke Yahello?" The youngster sneered, delivering a devastating, fatal blow. "That's right, and I'll ask my maternal grandfather too," making the chief constable freeze solid on the spot. Scared out of his wits, the chief constable trembled, clutching the iron gate desperately, and quietly asked who Karen's maternal grandfather was. Karen smirked, casually dropping the name, Gale, the notorious tax commissioner, leaving the chief constable utterly dumbfounded, realizing he had just provoked the heads of both the paternal and maternal families. The chief constable immediately bowed low, promising to do his absolute utmost, while Leo Reston and Amy Alturaz's group waited outside and saw Karen emerge from the station. Leo Reston curiously asked Karen what he had possibly said. That made the chief constable. He looked like he'd just seen a ghost. But the youngster nonchalantly said absolutely nothing. He even threw in a sarcastic remark, claiming he'd probably just motivated him to uphold justice, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Hugo Reston, Karen's cousin, stepped forward to wrap things up, declaring he wouldn't press charges, but still looking utterly helpless. Hugo advised his cousin to give him a heads up next time he caused trouble, secretly, lamenting that this kid was truly uncontrollable. Karen smirked meaningfully and promised confidently, making Hugo realize a harsh truth. The more he tried to rein in this kid, the more outrageous trouble he would cause. Hugo Reston brushed off Karen's thanks, acting like the senior, who had smoothly resolved everything.
A mi altura apologeticai,
excused herself for dragging the entire Reston family into the mess, but Karen nonchalantly replied that he actually found it quite enjoyable. Just then, Pale Reston, Karen's father, unexpectedly appeared with a radiant smile and invited the whole group for tea as a thank you. As Amy led the way, Hugo Reston began muttering complaints about his troublesome cousin, who specialized in causing trouble, rather than just getting into it. Infuriated, Hugo wondered if he should visit the magic tower to buy some magical ropes to tie the kid up and keep him from causing more mischief. Karen Reston completely ignored the complaints, his sharp gaze fixed forward, seemingly having a new objective. The group stopped in front of a fancy tea shop. Inside, before a table laden with pastries, Karen simply sat silently, chin in hand, not bothering to touch a single piece. Leo Reston's eyes lit up at the food, while Amy Altura, seeing Karen's silence, worriedly asked if he didn't like it. Karen finally spoke, denying it indifferently, his gaze still distant, which only confused Amy further. A mustachioed shopkeeper appeared, bringing out another fresh tray of pastries, enthusiastically inviting everyone to dig in. "We have plenty more desserts," he boasted, "so please, help yourselves." The lavish spread left Amy Altura practically dizzy. The shopkeeper ignored her surprise, then turned to Karen Reston and declared grandly, "Do you even realize who you are?" he asked with admiration. The shopkeeper then hailed Karen Reston as the one who brought divine justice upon that scoundrel, de Gaulle. This left both Karen and Leo Reston utterly dumbfounded. Karen Reston, still bewildered, bit into a pastry, his face scrunching up like a monkey eating a chili. He muttered to himself, "Why am I rumored as a hero instead of a hooligan?" Though speechless at his unexpected new reputation, Karen Reston had to admit the food here wasn't bad. With the pleasantries out of the way, Karen Reston got straight to the point, turning to Amy Altura. "By the way," he asked, "why do you owe the Kean family money?"
A mi altura hesitantly recounted
how her father's business had failed due to overexpansion, thus accumulating massive debt. Hugo Reston also joined the inquiry, asking if it was difficult to manage, with only their territorial tax revenue. Amy admitted with a sad expression that for provincial nobles like them, living in the capital was a heavy burden, forcing them to seek additional income. Hugo then wondered why, with Amy's undeniable talent, the royal guard hadn't offered her any support, and why there had been no movement from them at all. Amy Altura frankly admitted she had chosen no faction, even though she knew it would grant her crucial support. Karen Reston pressed her for her reasons, and Amy Altura looked at him with a determined expression. Preparing to explain, Amy Altura declared confidently that a truly proud person like Sir Kane would choose the path of a swordsman, not politics. This left Karen Reston silently thinking, that's not pride, kid. That's a struggle for survival. Changing the subject, Karen Reston cut to the chase, asking directly about the main issue at hand. Karen Reston then dropped a bombshell proposal. What if I pay off all your debts and you come join me? And this made Leo Reston, mid-slurp of his drink, spit it all out, while Amy Altura remained completely bewildered. Leo Reston shot up, practically roaring, Karen, even you can't just do that, leaving Karen Reston with an utterly baffled expression, completely clueless as to what he'd said wrong. Leo Reston immediately jumped to the wildest conclusions, scolding Karen Reston for supposedly trying to use money to force Amy Altura to become his personal subordinate, just like that despicable scoundrel, De Gaulle, which made Karen Reston shout back in heated protest. Even Hugo Reston stepped in, trying to correct him, stating emphatically that one should never trample upon the honor of someone aspiring to be a knight, leaving Karen Reston absolutely speechless, completely misunderstood by both his infuriating cousins. Losing all patience, Karen Reston finally yelled an explanation. I mean, would you like to join the Sea Wave Knight Order? Which left absolutely everyone stunned. Leo Reston still couldn't quite believe him, muttering, don't try to twist things now. While Karen Reston was still seething with annoyance, Amy Altura couldn't help but burst out laughing. Amy Altura then flatly refused Karen Reston's invitation to join the Knight Order, saying, thank you for the offer, but I must decline, which left everyone utterly bewildered. Karen Reston, confirming the girl's true goal, said, so you really want to stay in the Royal Guard and change things from within, and received a truly firm answer. Amy Altura smiled admiringly, asserting that if Sir Kane were still alive, he would have answered exactly the same way. Karen Reston, his eyes flashing emerald green, denied inwardly, no, I'm not the kind of person you think I am, but admitted that, in his previous life, he had met many incredibly stubborn and foolishly loyal people, just like her. Memories suddenly flooded back. Kane had once stood among his soldiers, ordering them, if you want to live, run. But a young knight boldly declared, on behalf of all his comrades, we will stay with our commander until the very end. Kane then smiled faintly, his eyes filled with both helplessness and deep emotion, as he looked at his loyal, devoted subordinates. You fools. Back in the present, Karen Reston changed his mind, asking about the duel, when Amy Altura unexpectedly announced, I've changed my mind, no fight today. Karen Reston upped the ante, suggesting he would ask his grandfather to arrange an official, friendly match, an option that made Amy Altura nod in agreement, saying it sounded good. The group temporarily parted ways.
Karen Reston waved goodbye,
while Hugo Reston and Leo Reston politely saw Amy Altura off, concluding the tumultuous talent recruitment. Just as she turned away, Amy Altura shouted after him, telling Karen Reston to call her elder sister. The next time they met as she was older, the girl smirked confidently, declaring bluntly, I only respect those stronger than me. If you want my respect, win against me in the friendly match. Karen Reston silently accepted the challenge. As he watched Amy Altura's figure disappear down the night street, the scene shifted to a magnificent mansion, where Zari's winter guard had received a report from Hugo about the recent brawl. Through the communication orb, Zari's questioned him directly, what in the world were you thinking? Beating up the son of Count Kian like that? Karen Reston sat with his legs crossed, casually replying to Zara's that beating up hooligans was a cure, while Zeres couldn't believe he dared to do it. Even with Hugo there, Karen Reston chuckled, boasting that he and Hugo got along surprisingly well. And besides, the matter had been resolved smoothly, because the victim himself had begged for it to be dropped. Zeres warned that this reckless act had put Karen Reston in the sights of all the noble families in the capital. Zeres helplessly demanded that Karen Reston behave properly when entering the palace tomorrow, and the cunning young man agreed to restrain himself in His Majesty's presence. Karen Reston swore an oath, using his father's honor as a guarantee, leaving Zyrus utterly speechless on the other end of the line. She retorted, demanding why it wasn't his own honor at stake. Karen Reston just shrugged, delivering a blunt remark straight into the communication orb. After all, I don't have any honor to lose anyway. Zera's Winterguard, on the other end, was left in utter stunned silence. Before Zera's Winterguard could even compose himself, Karen Reston cut straight to the chase. I've invited Amy Altura, a Royal Guard training knight, to join my faction. Zera's Winterguard immediately pressed for the result. Karen Reston leaned back, pouting dramatically. She politely refused, and Zera's Winterguard could only sigh, regretting the loss of such a talent. With a quick glance, Karen Reston picked up the orb, his tone turning serious. Well, that can wait now. Connect me to the family head. I have something to report directly. Zera's Winterguard reluctantly agreed, and the communication orb temporarily disconnected. Karen Reston sat on the bed, his eyes thoughtful as he waited. The young man sat by the balcony, the silent crystal orb before him, quietly gazing out at the star-filled night sky of the capital. The orb glowed, and an authoritative voice rang out. Karen, you sought me? Karen Reston immediately replied respectfully, yes. Family head Yahello immediately recognized the issue. When his grandson used the formal address, calling me family head means, it's a matter concerning the family. Karen Reston confirmed with a knowing smile. The crystal orb emitted a powerful, magical aura as Karen Reston dropped a bombshell. I want to organize an official, friendly match with the Royal Guard. On the other end, Grand Duke Yahello sat in his study, his eyes sharp, questioning directly. A friendly match? Why? Our Sea Wave Knight Order has always been rivals with them. Yahello, the old fox, narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Karen Reston's proposal. Just to compare swords? To test skill? Is that truly all? Karen Reston replied curtly, yes, without even turning around. Yet Yahello accepted the suspiciously simple explanation. But the old fox Yahello wouldn't let it go so easily. He laid down a strict condition, instantly grabbing Karen Reston's attention. The condition was clear: until you have an audience with His Majesty, and the royal banquet concludes, you are absolutely not to cause any more trouble. Do you understand?
Karen Reston obediently complied.
And the communication orb went dark. Just as Yahello warned him to be careful in the palace, the young man mused to himself, being quiet for one day isn't such a big deal. Karen Reston's eyes flashed with a cold calculation, telling himself he truly didn't want to cause trouble. Anyway, gazing out at the splendid capital bathed in moonlight,
Karen Reston coldly recalled.
After all, this place is my grave. The scene then shifted to a magnificent mansion, where intricate games of power were about to unfold. Zera, the Winterguard, knocked on the door, announcing his presence, and Karen Reston granted him entry. The aide then reported to Yahello that he had sent the official document to the Royal Guard, as per Karen Reston's request. Yahello then asked about their response. With a smug smile, the aide announced they happily accepted. Yahello merely grunted, as if he'd known all along. The aide continued, stating that, since the Grand Duke's grandson had personally requested a match, they would prepare thoroughly. He then probed, are you worried, my lord? Yahello sneered contemptuously. Worried about what? I just remembered Kane. The aide asked in surprise if he meant Sir Kane, and Yahello confirmed, musing that if that man were still alive. Yahello crossed his arms, asserting that if Kane were still here, the Sea Wave Knight Order and the Royal Guard wouldn't be pointlessly squabbling, as they were now. The aide dared to ask, my lord, are you perhaps missing your old friend? Nonsense, Yahello snapped, making the aide flinch. Why would I miss someone who couldn't even bother to feign interest to my desperate pleas? Yahello sat down, his face still annoyed, but a wide grin stretched across his lips, as he muttered he would never remember that man. Seeing his superior had calmed down, the aide immediately changed the subject, asking Yahello if he knew a knight named Asura, and the Grand Duke confirmed at once. Of course, isn't she a royal guard trainee knight? Yahello questioned the aide, wanting to know why. Karen Reston wanted to recruit Asura into the Sea Wave Knight Order. The aide stated her talent is too immense to be wasted in the Royal Guard, and she is almost obsessed with Sir Kane. Yahello stood up, remarking that it was strange, because the Royal Guard usually avoided mentioning Kane, like the plague, considering it a stain on their history. The aide added that if not for the Lord's intervention, Kane might have been regarded as the great villain of the era. The aide confirmed that this unusual trait had piqued Karen Reston's curiosity, as he was also extremely interested in Kane the Old Fox. Yahello began to probe directly, asking about the trainee knight's family background, and learned that it was just an ordinary, provincial noble family. The aide continued his report, stating that 50 years ago, this family had one unique anomaly. They changed their surname from Act to Alchura, which stunned Yahello. Yahello was stunned, muttering the name Act with sharp eyes. Clearly, he had realized something extremely important. Meanwhile, the capital's citizens were cheering wildly, welcoming the young heroes of the Reston Duchy, who had returned after quelling the unrest. Sitting in the carriage, Leo Reston blushed at the boisterous welcome, while Karen Reston maintained a cold, emotionless expression. Leo Reston wondered why the people were cheering for them, and Karen Reston coldly replied, "They're not cheering for us. Don't mind it." Leo still looked bewildered, pressing for the reason why they were doing that. Karen began to lecture. She explained this was all just a political game, orchestrated by the imperial palace itself, to assert their full authority. "Look, House Reston has the imperial family's backing." Leo asked, "Asserted authority over whom?" Karen smirked, "Who else but those nobles?" Trying to manipulate the emperor. Karen ruffled Leo's hair like he was a child, making his cousin freeze in utter surprise. Looking out at the capital's scenery, Karen muttered meaningfully, realizing that even a political puppet knew how to scheme as they stepped out of the carriage. Both were greeted by a group of royal knights, and Karen recognized their commander, Luke. Luke appeared honored that Karen remembered his name, while Karen merely offered a perfunctory reply. Luke then announced the rule, prohibiting weapons in the throne room, and Karen immediately agreed. While handing over guillotine, Karen casually made a sarcastic remark, telling Leo that their grandfather, Yahello, had once broken this very rule. Karen continued his taunt nonchalantly, recalling how his grandfather broke the rule 50 years ago, leaving Leo standing beside him speechless. All the royal knights froze, and Leo whispered back in disbelief, "If it was 50 years ago, then..." A helmeted knight was about to snap at Karen's insolent attitude, but Luke quickly cleared his throat to intervene. Luke looked Karen straight in the eye, sternly reminding him to be careful with his words. When in the emperor's presence, Karen smirked defiantly, calmly replying, "I'll keep that in mind," while Leo, standing behind him, broke out in a cold sweat. Just as another knight stepped forward to take guillotine, he suddenly collapsed, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from it. The demon's sword flared with a brilliant blue sword aura, and Luke stared in shock, wondering what in the world is this sword aura. Karen turned calmly, explaining as if it were an everyday occurrence, "My sword is a bit fierce." Luke's eyes darted to Karen, filled with a cautious glint, a silent warning to tread lightly with what was to come. But Karen simply met his gaze with a sly, knowing smile. Ultimately, Luke announced he would personally escort them both into the opulent throne room. Karen, of course, agreed without a moment's hesitation. Flanked by Luke and the formidable royal knights, Karen Reston and young Leo Reston strode through the magnificent corridors of the imperial palace. Leo's eyes widened in pure awe at the palace's sheer grandeur, and he quickly turned, eager to strike up a chat with Karen. But all he received was a chilling, unsettling silence. Noticing Karen's complete disregard, Leo called out to him by name. He suddenly realized something was profoundly unsettling about his cousin's face. Leo Reston suddenly felt a cold sweat prickle his skin, his intuition screaming at him that an extraordinary surge of energy was indeed rising. Karen Reston silently unleashed his formidable magic power, his blue eyes glowing with an immense, palpable pressure. This made Leo, standing just behind him, extremely tense. Leo Reston quickly glanced at the royal knights, sighing in relief as he instantly realized these weaklings couldn't sense Karen's magic power at all. Leo then stared at Karen Reston's back, thinking to himself, he had truly never seen such an expression on him before. It wasn't quite anger, at least not in Leo's perception. Master Sabina Reston's words suddenly echoed, Leo, you must carefully observe Karen's deep ocean. His master's advice continued to resonate, asserting that it was the only thing he could do at the formidable Azure Fortress. This made Leo Reston determined to understand Karen at all costs.
Karen Reston suddenly smirked,
His blue eyes still radiating light, clearly relishing the sensation of returning to this familiar place. He was reminiscing about his glorious, triumphant past. In Karen's memory, the battlefield was utterly engulfed in raging flames, and enemy forces screamed frantic orders to surrender. As their mighty commander had finally fallen, a gruesome, bloody scene flashed back to him. In his previous life, he had personally stabbed through a bewildered comrade. Karen casually brushed away the chaotic memories, telling himself that there was still much to do, rather than dwell in the past. Just as they reached the palace gates, the group was stopped by a palace guard, who demanded their identities. Luke, a royal knight, recognized the resting crest, and immediately invited the young masters inside. A herald loudly announced, presenting Leo Reston and Karen Reston of the Reston Duchy. The grand doors opened and Caron led the way in, his eyes sharp, thinking, let's see. Leo sweated behind him while Karen had only one goal, to see the face of that tyrant's successor. Magic power silently surged, and Karen's eyes glowed as he entered the enemy's lair. Before them on the throne was the back of a figure in a white cloak, the demon emperor's successor. Entering the imperial palace, Karen Reston coldly assessed the situation, while Leo Reston, standing behind him, looked quite tense, silently wondering who had just appeared. A man with a regal aura stood before them, announcing that the emperor's health was failing, preventing him from receiving them, and that he was the one who would inherit the throne. This individual's identity was revealed: Crown Prince Eorn Karen, who had only come to deliver a message. Leo Reston and another knight immediately bowed deeply in greeting, while Karen remained still observing. Leo stammered a greeting to the Crown Prince, in confusion, while Karen silently looked down. At the two Reston scions, Karen spoke, praising their achievements in the Belis territory, sarcastically remarking that they were indeed worthy grandsons of a hero. Karen calmly replied that it was merely their duty, but in his mind he snarled, "Are you kidding me?" as his hand clenched. Karen's fist trembled. He realized a damning truth: you look too much like him. Karen's image overlapped with the phantom of the old demon emperor, the one who had sold his soul to devils. Karen quickly regained his poker face, telling himself that Karen was his descendant. Their resemblance was truly uncanny. He couldn't let his emotions get the best of him. Crown Prince Karen, with a condescending tone,
Slyly probed, ah.
I hear you two are quite close with Revelio, aren't you? Leo Reston hastily denied it, forcing a laugh. Friends? No, we're just vaguely acquainted. Meanwhile, Karen Reston's face darkened, with obvious displeasure. Karen glared at his cousin, cursing silently. You think that was a genuine compliment, idiot? Nevertheless, Leo bowed his head obsequiously. I am deeply grateful that your highness holds us in such high regard. Karen looked down with a commanding gaze. I will ensure our friendship with Duke Reston is respected. Karen Reston looked up sharply, his eyes keen, and continued meaningfully, and will continue to maintain a good relationship with the sixth prince. Karen was slightly surprised by Karen Reston's attitude, while Leo Reston remained clueless about what was happening. The crown prince nodded in approval. Do as you wish. And tonight, Karen waved his hand, declaring tonight's banquet was in their honor, telling them to enjoy themselves, then turned and walked away. After Leo Reston thanked him, a palace official approached, announcing he would escort them both to their lounge. Before the banquet began, Karen muttered to himself as the door closed, finding it interesting that Karen Reston was strengthening ties By befriending that young Revelio. Crossing his arms, Karen smirked condescendingly, thinking this Reston boy was indeed as interesting as rumored. A palace official led the Reston brothers, informing them that their weapons had been safely stored in their room. Karen Reston maintained a cold, calculating expression, while his cousin, Leo Reston, looked visibly tense. In the luxurious lounge, Leo Reston called out to Karen Reston, receiving a curt reply. What? Leo Reston started dredging up old issues. Our grandfather overthrew the demon emperor, didn't he? But Karen Reston just brushed him off. Yeah, so what, you fool? Leo Reston pressed on, speaking the unspeakable, about the current emperor, claiming he was the demon emperor's son, which made Karen Reston finally snap. How dare you utter such disrespectful words? In the palace, Karen Reston glared at his cousin, silently cursing him for being dumber than he thought. He then turned to command his sword. Shut up and check for eavesdropping magic, you useless piece of trash. The sword grumbled, insisting it had already checked, and wasn't even a detector. Meanwhile, Karen Reston explained to Leo that the current emperor was actually part of the coup from all those years ago. Karen Reston concluded this only gave their grandfather even more reason to make his move. But Leo Reston, still bewildered, asked a fatal question. Then why does the royal family hate us? Karen Reston coldly challenged his cousin. Leo Reston, why do you think that? While Leo Reston hesitantly stammered that the crown prince had clearly given them an unfriendly look earlier. Leo Reston was still absolutely clueless, while Karen Reston mused to himself, not bad, he's finally starting to realize things. Karen Reston smirked, teasing his cousin. When you were bragging about befriending the sixth prince, I just wanted to punch you. He then admitted that the crown prince's gaze earlier was indeed hostile. Leo Reston still foolishly asked why. Karen Reston crossed his arms, his expression turning serious, as he prepared to explain something utterly obvious. Karen Reston began to explain that the reason was Leo Reston's maternal family was the Marquis Diaz. But before he could even finish, the room door suddenly burst open. The sixth prince, Revelio, abruptly strode in with a wide grin, greeting the brothers loudly, and even complimenting their formal attire. Leo Reston, startled, stammered before the sixth prince, while Karen Reston could only seethe and curse. Well, that nuisance has finally shown up. Revelio casually sauntered in, waving his hand and telling them not to be so uptight, insisting they just treat him as a friend, making Leo Reston awkwardly consent. Revelio then plopped down onto a chair, picked up an apple, finishing Karen Reston's sentence for him. Because your mother is from the Marquis Diaz household, naturally the royal family despises the Reston family. Revelio declared that whether they liked it or not, the Reston family would soon have to make their move. Meanwhile, Karen Reston sat by the roaring fireplace, his gaze sharp, convinced the prince was definitely hiding something. Revelio continued to chew his apple nonchalantly, dismissing this political mess as a royal tradition. Karen Reston fell silent as Revelio elaborated that this tradition blatantly was all about a son overthrowing his own father. To seize the throne, the prince continued to goad them, further suggesting the current moment was ripe for an overthrow, leaving Leo Reston to merely listen in stunned silence. Karen Reston shot a piercing glare, calculating that all of the capital's nobles would be gathered at tonight's grand banquet. Even insignificant small fry like Count Keel were already siding with the Marquis Diaz. Karen Reston stood up, scoffing derisively at Revelio. Thanks to you, this party is going to get even livelier. While Leo Reston, still clueless, asked what he meant. Karen Reston cut straight to the chase. You want to cause chaos, don't you? But Revelio only sneered back in reply. You're the one who actually wants to stir things up here. Revelio admitted Karen Reston was absolutely right, then bluntly offered anyway. I can set the perfect stage for you to go wild. Interested, Revelio's eyes sharpened as he leaned in close, extending a sly, cunning invitation that left Karen Reston to ponder in quiet silence. Karen Reston finally broke the silence, agreeing to at least hear out the plan, which made Revelio cackle with unbridled delight, while Leo Reston was left utterly shell-shocked. Leo Reston was terrified, sweat pouring down his face, as he realized his two older cousins were plotting to cause utter mayhem at the royal banquet. Are you serious? Troubles brewing at the royal banquet. Behold, the grand scene of the royal banquet. Golden chandeliers bathed the magnificent hall in light, and nobles, adorned in their absolute finest, gathered. They feigned high-class airs, chatting animatedly. Karen and Leo Reston made their grand entrance. His cousin Leo immediately gaped, mesmerized by the place's splendor. Leo Reston's face flushed bright red. His eyes sparkled with mischief at the sight of so many beautiful women, prompting Karen to glare daggers at him, forcing him to instantly correct his attitude. Karen coldly recalled his painful past, when he was just a slave, ignored by all at such dull parties. Suddenly, Karen's eyes sharpened. Alert, he sensed an unusual energy permeating the air. The magic sword's voice boomed, echoing in his mind, "Master," and Karen growled back, "I sense it too." He swept his gaze across the noble crowd, searching for the suspicious aura source, hiding somewhere in plain sight. Karen's eyes flared with an intense blue light, his magic power surging powerfully, as he identified the threat's true nature. Dark magic. Karen stood frozen amidst the crowd, his face expressionless, betraying nothing, as he sensed a surge of dark magic infiltrating the palace. He frowned, knowing full well it was impossible, that this place was layered with detection spells, making it impossible for anything to slip in so easily. Meanwhile, two unfamiliar nobles observed from afar. One of them muttered quietly that any energy capable of bypassing the magic tower's mages was certainly not ordinary. The attendant quietly asked, "Is it them?" And the curly-haired noble smirked, confirming, "That's right, idiot." Leo Reston's eyes gleamed brightly, like a country bumpkin in the city, amidst the crowd, prompting Karen to gently scold, "Tone it down. It's embarrassing." Leo quickly retorted, "I'm not the only one acting like a country bumpkin." But Karen coolly stated, "That's you." Just as the two nobles approached, a curly-haired noble quickly struck up a conversation. His tone seemed complimentary, yet it dripped with sarcasm. "Your reputations are absolutely echoing throughout the capital. Truly, you are the wolf cubs of House Reston." He then introduced himself, his voice dripping with condescension. "I am Kareem of Marquis Diaz." He then extended his hand, as if bestowing a grand favor. Karen Reston curtly replied, "I am Karen Reston," he stated, then shook his hand. But his eyes remained cast down, not bothering to even glance at his opponent. Kareem's face darkened at Karen's utterly disrespectful attitude, while Leo Reston broke out in a cold sweat, whispering, "Karen, you must look people in the eye when you shake their hand." Leo Reston quickly tried to smooth things over, stammering through his own introduction, and excusing Karen, claiming he was worried. Meanwhile, Kareem Diaz replied politely, but with an unmistakable air of superiority. Kareem then turned to Karen, feigning gratitude for expertly quelling the bandits. But Karen merely replied, his tone chillingly cold, "Just doing what needed to be done," without even glancing his way. Kareem muttered to himself, vexed, criticizing Karen for being as rude as that man, but still had to acknowledge his selfless actions for the people. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, remarking that the Reston family truly were loyal subjects of the empire, unlike those nobles of the capital. The stranger then smirked, openly mocking the nobles, who only knew how to cling to the royal family for power. Kareem Diaz stiffened, then bowed deeply, realizing the newcomer was the sixth Prince Revelio, secretly cursing the talkative mixed-blood prince. Revelio casually retorted to Kareem, unfazed, reminding him that this gathering was for those loyal to the emperor, so he should truly watch his mouth. Revelio continued his performance, blaming his commoner blood for his manners, and his occasional inability to control his tongue, causing Karen to cast a deeply meaningful glance. Suddenly Karen abruptly froze, his eyes flashing with an intense blue light, as he sensed an extremely faint, yet unmistakable surge of dark energy. He then swept his gaze across the crowd. Karen instantly pinpointed his target, that eerie purple aura, revealing the dark magic user. "Found you." Karen Reston's radar activated. The deep purple dark energy dot pointed straight at an unfamiliar woman amidst the party. "She's here." An eerie aura of evil enveloped a masked woman, Clearly the anomaly Karen had sensed. The masked woman smirked provocatively, her crimson eyes glowing with deadly menace. Revelio unexpectedly cut in, warmly greeting the Reston brothers, while Kareem Diaz openly bristled at the interruption. Revelio continued to taunt, declaring that some conversations were exclusively for those serving the throne. A direct jab at Kareem, the prince sneered sarcastically, remarking that even a stray dog knew Marcus Diaz was the true center of power, leaving Kareem utterly speechless. Struck exactly where it hurt. Kareem Diaz awkwardly denied everything, while Revelio maintained his mocking smile. Seeing the insignificant noble babbling too much, Karen Reston coldly cut short the verbal sparring. "Are you done rambling?" Karen placed his hand on his sword hilt, his sharp gaze a direct order to Kareem Diaz. "Can you shut your dog mouth now?" Leo Reston frantically called his cousin's name, while Kareem Diaz froze utterly, shocked by Karen's overbearing and utterly disrespectful attitude. Karen Reston coldly declared to Revelio, "Sixth Prince, the play is over," even as the prince looked bewildered by the abrupt interruption. With a sharp gaze, Karen announced a shocking piece of news. "There's a dark magic-wielding rat hiding here." Revelio was heavily shocked upon hearing this, his face instantly changing color. The noble women around began to whisper, one worriedly, suggesting they call the royal guards for safety. Karen smirked imperiously, his voice challenging, "Have you all forgotten who I am?" Revelio crossed his arms, looking intrigued. "For illness, seek a doctor. For demons, seek house Reston. So what exactly do you want me to do?" Karen bluntly ordered, "Ensure no one escapes this place." Seeing Kareem Diaz tremble and raise his sword, and then demanding to retreat, Karen simply replied with a concise "good." Meanwhile, Leo, resting behind him, frantically called out his cousin's name. Karen advanced directly in front of Kareem Diaz, his eyes flaring with deadly blue light, growling, "Don't block my way. Move!" Under the terrifying surge of killing intent, the crowd automatically parted like water, clearing a path for Karen to leisurely advance. It left the nobles frozen in place. Kareem Diaz broke out in a cold sweat, his hand trembling on his sword hilt. He silently admitted Karen's oppressive aura was so strong, he couldn't even draw his sword. Karen Reston's magic erupted, a surge of blue energy swirling powerfully around him. This caused the minor nobles to scatter in fear, wondering what on earth he was. Leo Reston, pale as a sheet, asked his cousin what he intended to do. Meanwhile, Revelio calmly took out 2 golden orbs, his face full of interest. Revelio activated the magic tool. The 2 golden orbs merged into a larger one, with a brilliantly glowing honeycomb pattern. He muttered that he never expected to have to use this. A colossal, honeycomb-shaped barrier immediately enveloped the entire area. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "Magic!" Revelio explained this was an illusory magic tool Poina gave him for self-defense. Inside the barrier, the nobles wondered, in utter confusion, why did they have to stall for the royal guards to arrive? Karen Reston raised guillotine, blue magic continuing to surge around him, and he repeated the family motto, "For illness, seek a doctor. For demons, seek house Reston." Right? The masked woman stared at Karen, thinking to herself that the Reston family, truly, was a true thorn in the side of the capital's nobility. Hearing that, Leo Reston simply couldn't believe his eyes, his voice trembling, "For demons, seek house Reston. No, it can't be." The masked woman just smiled. Removing her golden mask, she scoffed, "No, I don't think anyone here welcomes you." Karen smirked, his blue eyes glowing with a deadly light. He growled, "I can't call that a person. So, you found me, haven't you?" The masked woman's eyes flashed with an eerie, purple light. She acknowledged her opponent's strength. Truly, the blood of Yahello is different. Dark magic violently erupted around her. She smirked confidently. "I was worried you wouldn't find me." The nobles, including Kareem Diaz, looked up in horror as the 6th prince's illusory barrier began to shake and crack under the terrifying magical pressure. The masked woman looked at Karen Reston with a covetous gaze, teasing, "Karen Reston, you're quite handsome, aren't you? I like you already." Karen Reston roared in anger, blue magic erupting around the blade of guillotine, lunging forward at terrifying speed. Don't play games. Whoosh! A cold blue sword strike sliced through the air, so fast that no one could react, aimed directly at the woman's neck. The masked woman's head flew into the air, and then fell to the floor, causing the party guests to scream in utter horror. The severed head lay in a pool of blood, its eyes closed, seemingly completely lifeless. Suddenly, the head's eyes snapped open, its purple pupils glowing eerily, and a voice echoed, "You're truly adorable." All the nobles were stunned, stammering incoherently at the horrific sight. Beyond their wildest imagination, the minor nobles collapsed, screaming monster, while Karen Reston stood firm, his eyes blazing as he stared directly at the enemy. Amidst the screams, her headless body dissolved into countless purple petals, and Karen Reston narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation, studying the petals. A new form materialized right behind Karen Reston. The petal demoness whispered, her voice dripping with keen interest. The petal demoness was now fully regenerated, sporting a brand new appearance, pointed ears, a fiery new form, and a smug, confident smile. She admitted, "My regeneration isn't perfect." She then realized the problem. Karen Reston's magic sword, guillotine, had completely drained her magic. This made her exclaim, "The Reston family possesses such a monstrous item." Karen Reston growled, his eyes narrowed and sharp. "Consider yourself lucky. If I were a little stronger, you would have truly been erased." The petal demoness licked her razor-sharp claws, her purple eyes gleaming with ravenous hunger. "I really want to devour you right here. But what a pity." With that, she lunged straight at Karen Reston, like a predator determined to fight to the death. Whoosh! Claw ripped through the air, with a massive surge of purple magic, and Karen Reston, unable to react in time, was sent flying. The attack landed, blood splattering, as Karen Reston took the full force of the blow to the face and let out a pained cry. The petal demoness licked Karen Reston's blood from her hand, a provocative smirk plastered on her face. "See, you taste sweet, too." Our protagonist could only growl, "You damn demoness." Seeing Karen Reston taking such a beating, Leo Reston frantically yelled his friend's name, preparing to rush in for a desperate fight. But before he could make a move, a hand grabbed Leo Reston's shoulder, stopping his reckless attempt. Leo Reston was stunned, realizing it was Revelio, who coldly ordered, "Don't go, Leo." Revelio stated firmly, "This is Karen's battle." But Leo Reston still hesitated, unable to just stand by and watch. Revelio looked him straight in the eye, reasoning sharply, "You know Karen better than anyone." If he needed help, he would have said so. Held firmly by Revelio, Leo Reston could only stand still, clenching his fists helplessly, as he watched his comrade in danger. Leo Reston gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I blame myself. If only I were stronger." But Revelio swiftly squashed that thought. "Not now, Leo." Revelio's face hardened, analyzing everything with sharp clarity. "You will be strong, but right now, if you face that demon, you will only die in vain." The chilling warning reverberated, as Karen Reston confronted the menacing demon all by himself. Even as Karen Reston lay injured, the mysterious voice from the magic sword cautioned, "Master, that one is beyond your reach." The enigmatic voice persisted, trying to dissuade him, warning that if Karen Reston pushed the issue, the only outcome would be a meaningless death. Karen Reston muttered, "A meaningless death." Just as an image from his past life, his past self, Kane, then flashed through his mind. Recalling his old comrades, Karen Reston gripped his sword, his eyes hardening. If that is the price to pay for following an ideal, then a meaningless death isn't so bad. His eyes flared with blue light, murderous intent surging. "And the enemy is a demon." Karen Reston took a stance, growling, "I can't abandon everything." His determined gaze caught the petal demonist's attention. The petal demonist smirked savagely, amused by the hatred of a mere boy. She shrieked, astonished by such hatred, then unleashed an all-out attack towards Karen Reston. A massive surge of dark energy, carrying countless deadly petals, swept through the banquet hall. The party guests, trapped within the barrier, couldn't react in time, screaming in agony as the magic tore them to shreds. The petal demoness, calling herself Shunja, boasted loudly that she would haunt Karen Reston for life, while our protagonist gritted his teeth, enduring the assault, out of concern for the weaklings around him. Seeing the dire situation, Revelio yelled Karen's name. Revelio activated his magic, erecting a green barrier, and shouted for Karen to ignore them, and fight this thing to the death. The petal demoness gave her opponent no quarter, dashing forward, with a swirling, magic-infused pink slash. The petal demoness sneered, taunting Karen not to be so naive, and think dodging was enough, because my petals aren't just for decoration. Karen's eyes flashed with deadly blue light, but the mysterious voice inside the magic sword roared a warning. What the hell are you doing? What if you don't dodge, you're dead for sure. Despite the warning, the magic sword erupted with power, complex magic circles appearing, and the mysterious voice within could only exclaim, "Hey, this is getting too dangerous." Karen unleashed his full magic power, roaring the name of his skill, full tide, creating a tsunami of blue energy that swept through everything in its path. The arrogant petal demoness froze instantly, clearly surprised by Karen's all-out attack. The price was immediately apparent. Karen staggered, blood gushing from his nose, and the mysterious voice inside the magic sword could only sigh, forcing your mana to open up like that. The cost of using his ultimate move was clear. Karen coughed up blood, while the mysterious voice roared in his head, "Your body can't handle it, master." But our protagonist didn't care. He wiped away the blood and coldly replied, "I don't give a damn, as long as I can pierce the heart of a demon." Karen declared, his murderous intent surging. Even the petal demoness was surprised. "I didn't expect you to go this far." Instead of fear, this creature seemed utterly thrilled, provocatively licking her claws. "I like that." Meanwhile, Revelio broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the illusion had shattered long ago. The magic has broken, yet where are the royal knights? Outside, piercing alarm bells echoed throughout the palace, under the moonlight, signaling a major incident. Finally, reinforcements arrived. A squad of royal knights kicked open the doors and burst in, a subordinate quickly reporting, "Sir Ryuk." The soldier urgently reported, "Magic detected in the banquet hall." Ryukheimer froze, utterly bewildered. Ryukheimer inquired about the tower mages, and it was confirmed. The situation was dire, so they had already arrived via teleportation gate, grasping the gravity of magic being used. Within the palace itself, Ryukheimer's face hardened as he decisively ordered, "Move out." The royal knights, led by Ryukheimer, finally arrived, but the banquet hall was completely sealed off, and this was during an important royal feast. Ryukheimer snapped at his subordinates, "Why haven't you broken down the door yet?" A knight reported helplessly that even the tower mages were utterly baffled, unable to break the barrier, leaving Ryukheimer stunned. "What? Even the tower mages can't break it?" The knight, sweating profusely, revealed with a trembling voice, "They said, it seems to be dark magic." Ryukheimer froze, realizing the situation had escalated far beyond a mere disturbance. Dark magic. The entire palace was plunged into chaos and unease. Under the moonlight, no one knew what in the world was happening inside. Inside the hall, the petal demonist smirked enchantingly, looking at Karen Reston and murmuring, "Because the king doesn't allow it." She continued casually, amidst the terrified party guests, "So I won't kill you, Karen Reston." His eyes blazing with blue magic, Karen Reston only replied with a challenging smile, "Don't worry." The petal demonist became utterly ecstatic at her brazen attitude, roaring, "Then let me enjoy myself a little longer," and lunged to attack. Karen Reston tensed, unleashing a burst of blue magic to withstand the terrifying pressure from his opponent. He swung his sword, creating a magical arc for defense, but the petal demonist's deadly petals had already surrounded him from all sides. The petal demonist suddenly appeared, right behind Karen Reston, with a savage grin, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Cornered, Karen Reston gritted his teeth, realizing he had no escape. Damn it, no room to dodge. In that critical moment, an image of Master Sabina Reston flashed in his mind, with a stern reminder, "Remember this." Karen Reston's eyes flashed as he grasped the truth. The power of the sea is not to be controlled, but to be accepted. the petal demoness swooped down like a purple whirlwind, her sharp claws aimed directly at Karen Reston. Leo Reston, watching from afar, screamed in panic, his voice stammering, "Karen, get out of the way!" The petal demoness' attack formed a massive storm of dark energy, ready to swallow everything. From Leo Reston's perspective, Karen Reston was just a tiny, solitary dot facing an attack of terrifying, destructive power. Blood and dark petals splattered everywhere, but the petal demoness' attack missed its mark. The petal demoness smirked savagely, looking straight at her prey. "Just as I thought. You're truly interesting, Karen Reston. I knew you'd risk everything to unleash your mana." Karen Reston used his own body as bait, deliberately taking the blow to create an opening, and barely managed to block the demoness' claws. With his sword, Karen Reston's eyes flared with blue light, his magic surging like a raging tide. Karen Reston unleashed a massive sword energy, sending the demoness flying back, making her roar. "A mere brat dares to judge so audaciously?" Though repelled, the demoness seemed extremely excited, sneering, "You truly are amusing, Karen Reston. And that sword, now I understand." The demoness recognized the magic sword's origin. With a covetous look, "Guillotine. So this is the soul-stealing sword, Guillotine." The voice from the magic sword echoed in Karen Reston's mind, confirming it could absorb dark magic and convert it into power for its master. Outside, the purple rose barrier had been lifted, and a group of white-robed mages were ready to intervene, just as the magic sword warned Karen Reston. "That demon before you isn't its true form." Karen Reston merely smirked, having guessed that long ago. "Oh, I know. Even with an insider in the palace, this isn't a place where a demon's true form can roam freely." Luke, the commander of the Royal Knights, led his troops in to clear the chaotic scene, and shouted, "Everyone, clear the way." The demoness vanished in a puff of purple smoke, throwing a challenge at Karen Reston. "Just you wait, I'll tear your true form to shreds." But he merely replied nonchalantly, "I look forward to it." The demoness gave a sinister laugh, before disappearing completely, promising a rematch. "I'll be waiting beyond the North Sea. Even the Emperor will be looking forward to it." With a whoosh, the demoness clone exploded into a shower of purple petals, vanishing into thin air before Karen Reston's sword. Luke turned to look at Karen Reston, his face pale as he realized the horrifying truth. "A demon?" The Royal Knight's commander broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in shock, "A demon in the palace? What the hell is going on? I almost died." Among the noble crowd, a woman trembled as she spoke to the person next to her. "If the sixth prince hadn't used magic to protect me." Luke overheard, becoming even more shocked. "Magic? His Highness used magic?" A subordinate royal knight called out to Luke, while the captain was still frozen, unable to believe what he had just heard.
Karen Reston staggered,
blood gushing from his chest wound, muttering, "Damn it, I've lost too much blood." Behind him, Leo Reston frantically called out his name. Leo Reston was frantic, wanting to take Karen Reston for treatment, but the protagonist waved him off. Acting tough, "Don't make a fuss." Sixth Prince Revelio suddenly stepped in, holding a small vial. "Now is precisely the time to make a fuss. Here, take this." Karen Reston eyed the vial warily, suspecting the guy was definitely up to something, but Revelio casually revealed it was world tree sap. Revelio boasted proudly, "You can't buy this with money." Karen Reston acknowledged its extreme rarity, Revelio sneered, declaring this an investment, and that he wanted to invest in it properly, pressing the vial right into Karen Reston's hand, who then realized it was an elven elixir, one that dramatically boosted mana. Understanding this item would prevent any backlash. After he forcibly activated his mana, Karen Reston no longer hesitated for a moment, and gulped down the vial, partially recovered. Karen Reston then offered his sincere thanks, to which Revelio simply replied, "You'd best not forget it." Karen Reston turned to assign a crucial task to Leo Reston. "Brother, I'll handle things here. You go contact grandfather." But Leo Reston adamantly insisted he rest immediately. Revelio showed annoyance at Leo Reston's incessant fussing, and without a word, he swung his hand, striking Leo squarely on the back of his neck. Leo Reston immediately fell unconscious, slumping right onto Karen Ressen's shoulder. To the protagonist's utter astonishment, while Revelio simply crossed his arms, looking as if he'd just performed a minor, troublesome task. Leo Resten was supporting the now unconscious Karen Resten, asking frantically when Revelio casually replied, "Don't worry, I just knocked him out. Yahello should be at the palace by now," Revelio concisely explained. To the still bewildered Leo Resten, the moment traces of dark magic appeared in the palace, the Duke would certainly intervene. Immediately, a squad of royal knights, led by Luke, burst in, their imposing presence, declaring to Revelio, "You are under arrest as a suspect in this attack."
Leo Resten angrelig skjuted. Absurd.
But Karen Resten had suddenly regained consciousness, calmly reassuring him, "It's all right, Leo. I anticipated this." Revelio smirked defiantly at the royal knights, confidently saying, "No need for restraints. I can walk myself," and Luke merely gave a cold nod of approval. As he was escorted away, Revelio didn't forget to assert, "Just so you know, I'm innocent." But Luke shot back, his tone sharp. Who could possibly trust the words of someone who breaks royal law and secretly practices magic? Revelio turned his gaze to the two Resten brothers, proclaiming the game had turned a new page. "My wager is complete. Now, it's the Resten family's turn to act." He winked meaningfully at Leo Resten, and didn't forget to instruct a political play. "Little brother Leo, remember to tell Yahello I helped you all." Revelio was calmly led away by Luke and the royal knights, leaving Leo Resten utterly still, holding Karen Resten, staring after him in a daze. Leo Resten was completely clueless, his mind in a whirl as he wondered, "Damn it, what the hell is going on?" Amidst the storm, Crown Prince Carrion sought out Grand Duke Yahello, his voice serious. "Crown Prince, you understand, don't you? This is no time for tedious formalities, do you?" Seated on his powerful throne, Yahello replied coldly, his aura no less imposing. Yahello stated firmly that the Resten family, by their covenant with the royal family, promised to eradicate the invaders who had breached the palace. But then he revealed his hand, his eyes sharp. "But first, I will take care of my grandchildren." Yahello's eyes flashed with azure magic, and he asked in a low, pressing tone, allowing no refusal, "You have no objections, do you?" The scene shifts to the past. An ancient fortress appears under the fiery sunset. On the rooftop of a building, a solitary figure sat, lost in thought. A purple-haired comrade suddenly appeared, a knife in his hand, teasing, "What's got you so tense, deep in thought?"
"Ah, Karua."
The comrade continued to needle, nervous, making Karua only able to reply reluctantly, "Nervous about what?" The comrade sneered, licking his knife and revealing the reason. "Well, of course, you never could beat the young Grand Duke Yahello anyway." Karua's comrade boasted, "I'm stronger than Yahello, I'm just keeping my true power hidden." But Karua just offered a perfunctory reply. Suddenly, the captain called Kirua's name with grave seriousness. Their banner flapped wildly in the wind, signaling an ill omen. The captain warned, "Thanks to the Emperor's dark magic, we'll be hunted for the rest of our lives. But with your skill you'll survive." He urged, "Run now, before Yahello's forces flood the capital." Kirua smirked, looking perfectly nonchalant. Being hunted for life sounds incredibly annoying. He drew his sword, declaring firmly, "I will die here too, right here alongside the captain." This only made the captain curse under his breath. "This fool," Kirua shouted, questioning the captain. "Why don't you ever choose your own path, Captain? Why risk your life for that mad emperor?" The captain replied coldly, his gaze resolute, "It's not for the emperor, Kirua. My life, I've always lived like a slave." He declared his choice boldly. "I choose to end it here. This is my choice, even if it's the first and last time." Kirua finally accepted, his voice lowering. "It's truly foolish, but if that is the captain's loyalty." Then Kirua accepted his own fate, declaring he would be a comrade on this foolish path, without a single complaint. Returning to the present, the Sea Wave Knights strode powerfully through the palace corridors, their presence overwhelming. A female Sea Wave Knight coldly confronted another group of knights, her gaze showing no deference. Two royal knights looked visibly annoyed, muttering curses at the Sea Wave Knights, and warning their comrades not to let their guard down. The female Sea Wave Knight retorted sharply, Her bluntness made a royal knight admit the uncomfortable relationship between their two sides. A subordinate Sea Wave Knight asked his female superior when they would be withdrawn, but she only replied that they'd be stuck here until the Grand Duke finished his investigation. The female knight further explained that the head of the Resten family, he wasn't about to let this slide, not after Karen nearly died. Meanwhile, in another room, Karen Reston lay unconscious on the bed, his body completely covered in bandages, as Amy Altura and Leo Reston kept a worried watch. Leo Reston poured out his sincere thanks to Amy Altura for coming to his and Karen's aid in their dire situation. Leo admitted it had been a tough call, but Amy just smirked subtly, thinking that if Kane had still been alive, he would have done exactly the same. Karen Reston immediately grumbled the moment he awoke, making Amy Altura shoot him a sharp glare for constantly bringing up Kane's name. Meanwhile, Leo Reston worriedly inquired about his friend's condition, completely disregarding his own health. Karen Reston furiously demanded to know Revelio's whereabouts, that scoundrel who dared to strike him on the head. Leo quickly updated him. The sixth prince has been apprehended by the royal knights, and grandfather has likely already gone to the palace to sort everything out. Karen looked utterly surprised. Karen Reston mumbled to himself, realizing just how formidable his grandfather truly was, to use a teleportation circle to reach the palace. Immediately after the attack happened, Leo confidently asserted that there wouldn't be any more attacks, because the Sea Wave Knights were now present. But Karen Reston shot him a deeply skeptical look. Quickly changing the subject, Karen pointed a finger directly at Amy Altura and began to question her, and Leo quickly interjected, explaining that thanks to her, he had received timely treatment. Karen couldn't resist teasing Amy Altura, asking if she'd only saved him just to beat him up later, making Leo Reston hastily clarify that he was merely repaying a favor. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Tails Reston strode in with a brown-haired knight, startling everyone present, as he urgently inquired about Karen's condition. Tails Reston, acting with the authority of an elder, told everyone they should rest, since they had worked so hard caring for Karen. He then calmly approached the bedside. Tails Reston then sat down, his overwhelming aura instantly silencing the entire room, while Karen Reston respectfully bowed his head to his uncle. Karen Reston reported that, to stop the lust demon, he had to forcibly rip open his power channels, using the fifth form Maelstrom. Amy Altura then confirmed this, that the sea current within him had surged to 5 flows. Tails Reston immediately scoffed, "You're foolish, Karen. You've only mastered up to the 4th form." Karen Reston merely smirked nonchalantly, admitting he'd only learned by observation, so his technique wasn't perfect, leaving his uncle utterly speechless. Tails Reston stood up, his formidable family head aura erupting, and began barking orders at his troublesome nephew. The order was given. Karen Reston was confined for 4 years, to return to the Azure Sea Fortress, to focus solely on cultivation, forbidden from causing trouble outside. Karen Reston bowed his head, seemingly obediently, accepting the command, but his sharp eyes hinted at his own brewing plans. Tails Reston narrowed his eyes, pressing his nephew further. "Have you learned anything from this incident?" Karen Reston frankly admitted he was still naive, and Tails Reston delivered a critical lesson. "Karen, hastily craving power only brings disaster." Karen Reston retorted, claiming it wasn't due to his greed, but because the demon that assaulted the palace left a chilling message before vanishing. Tails Reston immediately demanded, "What did it say?" And Karen revealed shocking information. "Said it would wait for me. On the other side of the North Sea." Karen Reston pressed his uncle for more tales about the world beyond the North Sea, but he remained silent, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Tails delivered a blunt statement, extinguishing his nephew's curiosity instantly. "You're not skilled enough to know anything else." Karen then abruptly launched into his political gambit, reminding him that the 6th prince had used the divine trees to save him, a debt that couldn't be ignored. He continued to play his hand, pointing out that even without direct evidence, the 6th prince had violated the royal family's magic prohibition treaty, tales que included, declaring that from now on, The sixth prince would be closely monitored, delivered by the Sea Wave Knights as a dire warning. Leo Reston flinched, startled by the news. He quickly grabbed Karen, stammering that the sixth prince was only trying to help. Karen nonchalantly brushed his cousin's hand away, then asked his uncle to let him stay with Zeras until the investigation concluded, while also making another bold request. Tails merely smirked, having anticipated everything. I've already made arrangements with the Royal Knights. They will guide you. Before leaving, Tails turned back to instruct Zeras to keep a close eye on the boys. The captain could only obey. Leo was still completely baffled, turning to Karen and wondering why. Grandfather was clearly protecting the sixth prince. Leo Reston scratched his head, unable to process it. What do you mean? Grandfather himself personally sent the Sea Wave Knights after him. Karen Reston sneered, explaining to his dense cousin, "Don't you see? That's disguised protection. That's exactly what Revelio wants. Our family has become his backing." Karen then turned to Amy Altura, pointing, "Amy, I'll need you to guide us later," leaving both Leo and Amy utterly dumbfounded. Karen nonchalantly declared he wanted to see the Royal Knights headquarters. Amy Altura could only respond awkwardly. Amy Altura narrowed her eyes, cold sweat breaking out as she realized this boy was surely plotting something massive. Karen immediately caught Amy's gaze. "What are you looking at?" She quickly looked away. "Nothing." Zera's winter guard approached, seemingly intending to intervene in the children's conversation. Karen gave a thumbs up, winking at Zeras provocatively. "I'm counting on you, Sir Zeras." Zera's winter guard was left speechless, a single question repeating in his mind. What trick is this cunning boy up to now? Meanwhile, back in the capital, Karen's reputation was absolutely soaring, with everyone praising his incredible achievements. Raphael Reston sneered at Pale Reston. "You must be bursting with pride for your son." "Fail, Karen nearly died." Brother Pale Reston slammed the table, unleashing a furious roar. He brushed aside the baseless rumors, since this marked the second time he'd nearly lost his son. Tails Reston replied with a chilling tone, agreeing completely with Pale, and concluded that the intelligence Raphael was so proud of was nothing but utter trash. Tails cast a cold side glance at his younger brother, thinking, "You utter fool. The one you're bearing your fangs at isn't me, you know, but Karen, Pale's son, whose renown is skyrocketing everywhere as well." Weary of the argument, Pale Reston rose to his feet, declaring he would be the first to leave. As he turned to depart, Pale muttered with grim determination that someone absolutely had to be held responsible for this. Raphael Reston also rose, excusing himself to leave, telling his brother to rest up, and Tails returned the sentiment in kind. Left alone, Tails Reston watched the door swing shut, concluding, Karen is no longer merely a potential threat. He has become the greatest danger in the entire succession war. He continued to ponder, admitting that this boy, Karen, might be even more dangerous than Raphaeli. Tails then approached a glowing magic orb. Tails Reston placed his hand on the glowing magic orb, preparing to make contact and assess the situation. After re-evaluating the entire situation through the magic orb's connection, Tails Reston then coldly declared to an elder that he had a direct request for them. The old man, at first, made excuses about the timing not being good, but Tails simply delivered one decisive line. For the sake of the family. Hearing that, the elder instantly changed his tone, agreeing to come right away and telling him to wait patiently. Ending the call, Tails Reston stood silently in the room, his eyes full of intricate calculations. He looked out the window, silently declaring war. Karen, you will soon have to choose. Stand with me, or become my enemy. As he finished speaking, the massive mansion appeared, bathed in cold moonlight, signaling an impending internal conflict. The scene then shifted. Karen Reston was meditating, shirtless, in a brick room, blue magic swirling powerfully around his body. He closed his eyes, sweat pouring down. Concentrating with fierce intensity, to master the fresh surge of power. Suddenly, Karen's eyes snapped wide open. His blue pupils glowed with brilliant light, a clear sign the refinement process was complete. He stood, assessing his newfound power with satisfaction. Impressive, though distinct from pure magic. It has harmonized perfectly and naturally. Karen, still shirtless and bandaged, picked up a vial of World Tree Dew and nodded, acknowledging its unmistakable authenticity. He wondered where Revelio had gotten such a rare item. As he slipped his shirt back on, he glanced over at Poina, who was leisurely relaxing and sipping wine nearby. And then it clicked. Ah, right, only elves possess this. Karen decided then and there he'd have to demand a few more vials. Next time they met, then opened the door and stepped out. And the moment he opened the door, Karen immediately ran right into Leo, who stood guard, sword in hand, clearly startling his cousin. "Are you guarding me?" Karen asked, amused. Leo stammered, flustered, admitting that Master had told him to look after Karen.
Karen scoffed, teasing, "I'm truly touched,"
making Leo blush and awkwardly snap back. "You're still my younger brother." After all, as Karen walked down the hallway, with his arms slung around Leo, he ribbed him, "You've improved a lot since we first met," causing his older cousin to awkwardly retort, "I was just a hothead back then." Suddenly, Leo stopped dead and called Karen's name, with an extremely serious expression. Placing a hand over his chest, Leo solemnly declared, "Though I still have many shortcomings, I will at least take a stab in the back for you." Karen was momentarily stunned, utterly silent, by the unexpected vow of loyalty from his older cousin. Karen turned his back, giving a concise reply to his older cousin's heartfelt vow. "I know." Leo looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. "I know the depth of your talent, Karen." He admitted that Karen would reach a level he could never attain. And that's exactly why he intended to stay by his side, to help even if just a little. Karen Reston, however, remained utterly silent, his eyes closed, as he took in this unexpected declaration. Meanwhile, the two cousins had just arrived at the Imperial Guard's training grounds, where new recruits were sparring fiercely, under the watchful eye of Zera's Winter Guard. Zera's Winter Guard turned around when he noticed Karen and Leo entering his domain. Leo Reston blankly asked why they were even there, while Karen Reston's expression clearly hinted that something was definitely up. Karen turned to his older cousin with a mischievous grin, asking in return, "What else would we come to the training grounds for?" Zera's Winter Guard approached to greet them, and Karen bluntly stated his purpose, to train. Of course, Zera's Winter Guard confirmed with Karen, "We have decided to proceed according to your request." Meanwhile, Leo Reston still had absolutely no idea what was going on. Amy Altura had just arrived at the training grounds, when she unexpectedly ran into Karen Reston. The young man casually waved hello, leaving her utterly bewildered. Amy Altura looked utterly confused, unable to believe Karen would choose to spar. Right in the middle of this critical situation, Karen Reston nonchalantly asked, "Need a reason?" Then he calmly walked to the weapon rack, picked out a wooden sword, and threw it directly at Amy Altura. Karen declared he wanted to personally test if she was skilled enough to truly follow in her idol Kane's footsteps. Amy Altura caught the sword, her face still in shock from the sudden and arrogant provocation. Karen added another taunt, challenging Amy Altura to prove herself in front of the entire training grounds, which immediately sharpened her gaze. Seeing his opponent had taken the bait, Karen smirked, gripping his wooden sword firmly. Ready for a solo match, Karen nodded, seemingly satisfied with his opponent's spirit. Then he officially declared war. "Amy Altura, I challenge you." Without a moment's doubt, Amy Altura boldly accepted Karen Reston's challenge. A battle-hungry Karen demanded they start now, while Leo Reston stood frozen right behind her. His brain still desperately tried to process which chapter of the story he had just missed. Leo Reston's mind simply froze, unable to keep up with his younger cousin's sheer audacity. "What in the world are you planning?" Karen Zera's Winter Guard and the Imperial Guard trainees also sensed the tension, but believing that Karen, coming to someone else's home turf to test their skills, was clearly an outright declaration of challenge, Karen Reston bluntly declared that the match had officially begun. In the middle of the arena, Karen exuded an air of superiority, even allowing Amy Altura to strike first. And Amy, now thoroughly provoked, didn't hold back. Amy Altura roared, declaring she wouldn't hold back, then charged straight at Karen like a launched arrow. She poured all her strength into a devastating downward chop, determined to defeat Karen with this very first strike. Swish! Karen merely raised his wooden sword to parry, almost indifferently, effortlessly blocking Amy's full power attack. The impact generated a powerful shockwave, but Karen didn't even flinch. Amy Altura was utterly shocked, unable to believe her attack was so easily neutralized by someone who hadn't even taken a proper stance. Facing Karen, Amy began to feel a terrifyingly familiar pressure, as if she were confronting a living legend. Karen Reston's piercing blue eyes flashed, and he muttered about the distinct difference between Imperial swordplay and Sea-Wave swordplay. Clearly, he was using something of an entirely different caliber to teach his opponent a humbling lesson. Finishing his words, Karen declared it was his turn, then shot forward like a phantom, at a speed far beyond what Amy Altura could even imagine. Amy Altura only managed to perceive a terrifying blur rapidly closing in. She exclaimed in terror, her mind screaming that this speed was far too terrifying. Seeing the wooden swords strike rapidly approaching, Amy realized a harsh, undeniable truth. This blow was utterly impossible to block. The skill gap was simply too vast. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and just like that, the match ended as quickly as it began. Amy Altura lay sprawled and defeated on the ground, her eyes wide with utter bewilderment, completely unable to grasp how she had been defeated so swiftly. In an instant, Karen rested his wooden sword, looking down at his defeated opponent, then spoke with the tone of a true master. Get up. Enemies on the battlefield won't wait for you. Her pride deeply stung. Amy Altura gritted her teeth, struggling back to her feet, retorting fiercely, I know that without you telling me. He roared, then here I come. Amy then unleashed her magic power, pouring all her might into one last, desperate attack. Karen merely smirked, too predictable. He then easily parried her sword, and landed a swift elbow strike to her side, making Amy cough violently, gasping for air, completely overwhelmed and cornered. Amy Altura gritted her teeth, launching a dangerous, sweeping strike aimed right at Karen Reston's legs. Karen Reston, however, simply stood still, calmly looking down. Trying to break my balance? Not a bad idea. But without giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Karen dodged, then swung his wooden sword directly at Amy Altura's exposed back, concluding with a cold, cutting judgment, an attack without planning the next move. Is nothing short of suicide. Amy Altura fell sprawling once more, and Karen Reston stood, his sword held aloft, lecturing. If you die without defeating your enemy, what will happen to the people you want to protect? The trainees watching the match all nodded in agreement, while Zara's Winterguard and Leo Reston observed with thoughtful expressions. Leo Reston remarked that Imperial swordplay was renowned for its unpredictable techniques, with the ultimate goal of taking the enemy's life. Zara's Winterguard narrowed his eyes, realizing something felt distinctly off. Karen Reston's swordplay was nothing like the Sea-Wave swordplay he knew. Leo Reston also noticed the very same thing, and turned to ask his instructor. Instructor Zara found Karen's movements quite strange. Aren't they? Zara's Winterguard smirked in response. He praised, your observational skills have improved a lot. Leo Zarius Winterguard concluded with a statement that astonished everyone. The sword art Karen Reston was wielding was neither Imperial swordplay nor Sea-Wave swordplay, but a hybrid of both. Karen Reston stood on the platform, sharply ordering the kneeling Amy Altura to get up. Leo Reston wondered why Karen was pushing so hard, while Zara's Winterguard merely smirked, suggesting the young man cared deeply for Amy Altura. Zara's continued his analysis, pointing out that Amy Altura was also thoroughly enjoying the match, and her every movement was gradually improving. Leo Reston could only remain speechless, his face showing a helpless expression, unable to fully comprehend the logic of those two battle maniacs. Despite her bruises, Amy Altura still wore a fiery smile, clearly relishing this brutal training session. Amy Altura was defeated yet again, and Karen stood above, looking down and taunting, Huh, is that all you've got? While Karen was distracted, a mi altura, unexpectedly, swung her wooden sword from the ground, striking his ankle as she lay flat on the ground. A mi altura pantez. But confirmed her sneak attack had succeeded. Karen Reston looked down at the strike, then smiled, satisfied with his opponent's persistence, and praised, "Good." After finishing his lesson with Amy Altura, Karen turned to the curious trainees, gesturing, "Well then, now." Karen Reston smirked and boldly declared, "Next," making Leo Reston furious, Zara speechless, and the trainees secretly criticized it as a trashy match. Seeing the lowly soldiers weren't skilled enough, Karen Reston changed his target and growled, "If you're so curious about the Royal Knight's swordsmanship." Then Karen Reston spun around to the Royal Knights, standing nearby, and brazenly challenged, "How about I fight you guys?" Luke, the Royal Knight commander, coldly refused, claiming his subordinates were too busy guarding the palace, with no time to mess with some random kid. Hearing this, Karen Reston let out a triumphant laugh, his eyes gleaming at the success of his scheme. "I didn't expect to catch such a big fish." Karen Reston stood his ground in the arena, his sword resting casually on his shoulder, pointing it directly at a knight. "It would be an honor if Sir Riakheimer would guide me." Before his opponent could even process that, Karen Reston dropped another devastating remark, leaving everyone utterly speechless. "Or how about we fight with real swords?" Riakheimer turned, demanding answers from Leo Reston, wondering why he wasn't stopping his younger cousin. But Leo simply turned to Zaraz, cool as a cucumber, asking if Karen Reston even stood a chance.
Ryukeme replied curtly, radiating à mur de roue aura.
"What happens in the arena stays in the arena." Leo Reston repeated the strict training ground rules, forcing Zaraz to grudgingly agree. Meanwhile, Karen Reston had already taken his stance, prepared for a battle to the bitter end. Karen Reston kept his sword resting on his shoulder, smirking provocatively. "So, shall we begin?" Riakheimer drew his sword, his cold eyes silently accepting the challenge. "If you want it that badly, fine, I'll fight you." Riakheimer's face hardened. The Royal Knight vowed to himself that this time, he'd teach this kid a lesson he'd never, ever forget. The two formidable opponents faced each other across the arena. Riakheimer let out a low growl, addressing Karen Reston as the Mad Dog of Chongsong. Riakheimer, playing the role of the seasoned veteran, graciously allowed Karen Reston to make the first move. The kid immediately shot back, "Then I won't hold back." As soon as the words left his lips, Karen Reston vanished, darting forward like a ghost. His intense blue eyes glowed brightly, as he swung his sword with terrifying, blinding speed. Riakheimer was utterly stunned by the terrifying surge of magic power, emanating fiercely from Karen Reston. He couldn't believe his eyes. Clang! The two swords clashed violently, sparks flying everywhere. The sheer power of Karen Reston's strike forced Riakheimer to desperately brace himself, just to defend, as he gritted his teeth. He instantly recognized this as true sea wave swordsmanship, admitting that if he didn't fully focus, he'd be instantly defeated. Karen Reston, his entire body enveloped in surging blue magic power, leaped high into the air, poised to unleash a devastating finishing blow from above. Riakheimer launched a powerful kick, but Karen Reston swiftly blocked it,
Triggering a terrifying magic explosion.
That made the Royal Knight sweat with dread. He secretly thought he was about to be swept away by this magical tidal wave. Amidst the fierce exchange, Karen Reston, with his eyes glowing intensely, immediately spotted a fatal opening in his opponent's defense. No longer underestimating him, Riakheimer, roaring, unleashed his magic power, deciding to unleash a decisive finishing blow to end the match quickly. But Karen Reston was already one step faster, suddenly appearing right behind the Royal Knight with an arrogant, chilling smile, leaving Riakheimer frozen in sheer terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Karen swung his sword like a guillotine, delivering a clean, precise slash to Riakheimer's hip. Fresh blood splattered, and to the knight's astonishment, Riakheimer only then truly realized that he had been tricked by this cunning kid, who had intentionally lured him into an attack, just to shatter his defense. The Royal Knight was utterly terrified, as he recognized the precise movements, and the flow of magic on Karen's sword. Stammering, "Is this the Emperor's sword?" From the stands, Zari's Winterguard could only remain utterly silent, utterly stunned, overwhelmed by Karen's incredible display of power. Zari's Winterguard turned to Sabina Reston, but she just smiled proudly and declared, calling him a genius might even be an insult. Zari's Winterguard repeated, his voice now serious, can you feel it? Your disciple is facing a knight, who is considered to be the future commander of the Royal Knights. Sabina Reston only continued to praise her student, declaring that this 13-year-old kid, not only was he matching but he was also outright copying and upgrading his opponent's swordsmanship. Right there in the middle of the match, Ryukimer had to admit this kid was the real deal. He recognized the shadow of a Royal Knight's predecessor's swordsmanship coming from the kid right in front of him. Karen Reston smirked challengingly, telling Ryuk to unleash his full power, and the Royal Knight immediately accepted this no-holds-barred solo challenge. The guillotine suddenly spoke in Karen's mind, warning curtly, Master, I sense killing intent from him. Without another word, Ryukimer roared and then unleashed his magic power, his entire body ablaze like a wild beast, charging forward. Karen Reston was also stunned, his eyes flashing blue, as he sensed an unbelievably familiar aura from his opponent's move. Ryukiheim unleashed his ultimate technique, fiery sword energy forming a brilliant crescent moon, a move named Moonlight. Karen Reston secretly praised, not bad, Ryuk, as the crescent-shaped sword strike tore through the air and rushed towards him. But Karen was even more formidable. The kid also unleashed deep blue magic power, perfectly replicating the technique Emperor's Sword, sixth form Moonlight, and warned that, if Ryuk couldn't dodge the hidden sword energy, he was finished. Not only copying, Karen also upgraded it, adding a Sea Wave Sword, fifth form Rising Tide, creating a massive wave of sword energy to completely crush Ryuk's attack.
Ryuk Ageyama's Moonlight Technique Roard,
drawing a gigantic crescent-shaped, fiery sword strike that tore through the arena. Karen Reston didn't bother to dodge, countering with a surging, deep blue wave of sword energy, ready to confront it head-on. Two streams of power, one fire, one water, clashed head-on in a spectacular display, promising an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! Karen Reston's wave of sword energy easily swallowed and completely extinguished the Royal Knight's fiery sword strike. But Karen Reston instantly sensed something was amiss. His eyes flashed with a deceptive light. This moonlight, could it possibly be? Ryukimer also gaped, utterly bewildered. Why? That kid's moonlight technique. That was on a completely different level. From the stands, Leo Reston's face drained of all color, screaming in alarm, worried for his cousin. Dodge! The truth was revealed. Karen Reston didn't dodge at all. Instead, he stood proudly, right on Ryukimer's moonlight sword strike. He was turning his opponent's attack into a foothold for himself. Leo Reston could only stare in utter silence at the unbelievable sight as the aftershocks of the collision violently erupted. However, despite having the absolute upper hand, Karen Reston still coughed up a mouthful of blood, showing that the recent collision was not as gentle as it seemed. An orange-haired knight froze, unable to believe the sight before her eyes. Karen Reston grabbed Ryukimer by the collar, blue magic power surging around him. He growled, "Answer me." His eyes glowed brightly as he questioned him directly. "That moonlight technique, who taught you?" The entire training ground fell silent. The trainees could only stare, frozen at the sight of the Royal Knight having a sword pressed to his neck by a 10-year-old kid. Karen let go, faintly apologizing. Meanwhile, Ryukimer coughed violently. "I apologize, Sir Ryuk. Please forgive me. I seem to have gotten a bit carried away." Ryukimer clutched his neck, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to believe a child's strength could be so terrifying. But still, he asked worriedly, "More importantly, young Master Karen, are you alright, Karen?" Reston casually looked at the bloodstain on his shirt. "Oh, this?" He brushed his hand, an overwhelming aura surrounding him. "This minor wound will heal in an instant. Sorry, I got a bit too excited." As he finished speaking, Karen returned to the main topic. His eyes sharpened. "By the way, Sir Ryuk, that moonlight technique, who did you learn it from?" Ryukimer pondered, his mind swirling with questions. He not only wondered who taught this kid, but also why he knew about moonlight. Riakheimer questioned how a mere kid could know the moonlight technique of Royal Knight Carrera, but Karen Resten just brushed him off. You haven't even answered my question yet, and you're already making demands? Karen Resten completely turned the tables, pointing directly at the Royal Knight's face, and began lecturing him about Riakheimer's own
Moonlight technique.
Riakheimer broke out in a cold sweat, freezing, as he heard Karen analyze the technique's fatal flaw. What if there wasn't just one fake moon, but several? Karen Resten continued to add, pointing out how to upgrade the technique by giving substance to illusions. Then, he casually apologized for his unnecessary interference. Having been taught a lesson he'd never forget, Riakheimer could only bow his head in complete submission, thanking the kid for his valuable advice. Karen Resten thought to himself that he initially thought Riakheimer was a corrupt man because he was backed by the Diaz family, but it seemed this guy wasn't so bad after all. The trainees watching whispered among themselves, believing this match would be a rude awakening for the complacent royal guards. Karen Resten turned, advising Riakheimer like a senior, not to let raw talent like Amy Altura go to waste. Riakheimer bitterly realized that this kid wasn't just teaching a royal guard like him a lesson, but was also paving the way for Amy Altura's talent to shine. Watching Karen Resten leave, Riakheimer fully admitted defeat. This was a complete loss, both in swordsmanship and character. Riakheimer bowed his head, admitting he was too ashamed for revealing killing intent towards a child like Karen Resten. The royal guard sincerely thanked him for the lesson and promised a rematch, but Karen Resten coolly replied, "Let's make it 4 years from now." During a Resten family night, when Grand Duke Yahello suddenly issued an order for causing too many commotions, Karen Resten would be confined for 4 years. This revelation completely stunned the young boy. Riakheimer watched him leave, declaring he'd wait and see just how formidable Karen Resten would truly become. In the next 4 years, Karen Resten smirked defiantly, retorting that he, too, would wait and see if Riakheimer's moonlight technique would improve at all. Provoked, Riakheimer smiled with determination, accepting their future solo challenge. Later that night, in a magnificent mansion, a high-level meeting was underway. They were discussing the petal demonist's ability to conceal dark magic.
Tales Restin.
Raphael Resten and another noble concluded this was why detection magic had been completely useless at the royal banquet. Raphael Resten questioned Duke Salmon's absence, while Tales Resten muttered about the troubles caused by refugees from the war in the southern kingdom. Raphael continued to connect the events, pointing out that the deserters who attacked the Belis territory also came from the southern kingdom. He asserted that this was an extremely sensitive situation. Duke Kirin reported the situation, his voice hesitant, as he said the royal guard was investigating, but needed more time. Kirin continued his analysis, stating that even if the dark magic was concealed, the intruder would still need a verified identity to enter the imperial palace, clearly indicating an insider. Raphael Resten then dropped a bombshell. The body of Lady Talisman, whose identity was stolen by the petal demoness, had just been found on the outskirts 2 hours ago. Tales Resten immediately pointed the finger at Duke Kirin sharply, questioning the connection between his house and the Talisman family, prompting Marquis Diaz to interject a reminder. Duke Kirin glared, demanding that Tales use proper honorifics for his status, but also admitted that the Talisman family indeed had a close relationship with his own. Marquis Diaz broke out in a cold sweat, hastily clarifying that his Diaz family had absolutely nothing to do with this incident. Duke Kirin coldly reassured Marquis Diaz, asserting that he knew the old man wasn't foolish enough to do something reckless, and simply wanted to cooperate. Grand Duke Yahello finally spoke, his voice radiating killing intent. Not only did a demon infiltrate the imperial palace, but my 2 beloved grandchildren almost lost their lives twice. On the way here, Yahello's eyes blazed with magic, and he growled, declaring that Karen and Leo were the future of the family, and he would not spare the rats who had secretly infiltrated the imperial palace, nor their backers. Tales Resten silently listened to his father's wrath, his face expressionless as he heard the assertion. They tried to destroy the future of the Resten family, In a magnificent room, the dying emperor called out his son's name Yorn. With a serious expression, the emperor warned his son, "You absolutely must not anger Grand Duke Yahello. You must not make him an enemy." Yorn bowed in obedience, promising to remember his father's words, while the emperor weakly clutched his hand. Scene change. Raphael Reston, expressionless, declared, "Starting today, 4 divisions of the Sea Wave Knights will be stationed at the Imperial Palace." Duke Kirin was heavily shocked, and stammered a question, but Grand Duke Yahello stood with his arms crossed, sneering, and announced that he had finalized the deal with the emperor. Grand Duke Yahello continued to assert his dominance, declaring that his 2 grandchildren would frequently enter and exit the Imperial Palace. To assist the investigation, Marquis Diaz and Duke Kirin could only listen in silence to the firm declaration that the Reston family would find the culprits and make them pay. Grand Duke Yahello smirked, his voice dripping with menace. "Not a single soul will escape this investigation, not even if they possess royal blood." Duke Kirin was absolutely seething with rage, but was utterly helpless. Marquis Diaz finally caved, his face ashen, and muttered, "It's over. The Reston family has utterly triumphed in this game." Night fell swiftly upon the capital, signaling that the 50 years of peace were nearing their end. Meanwhile, at the Reston family mansion, 2 major powers geared up for a new confrontation. Grand Duke Yahello and the chief, 2 powerful in-laws, finally had their meeting. Yahello raised his glass, his voice deepening. "It's been a long time since we've sat down for a drink like this." My in-law, the chief, also took a sip, admitting that both of them had been too busy to meet regularly. However, the chief abruptly changed the subject, his eyes sharpening as he declared that from now on, they would likely have to meet constantly. Yahello was unfazed, his eyes blazing as he firmly declared, "You're talking about this investigation, aren't you?" he challenged, gripping his wine glass. Yahello sneered domineeringly, declaring that from now on, the Reston family would expand its influence in the capital. He directly appointed Pale Reston as the one in charge of this critical task, which couldn't help but surprise the chief. Yahello explained that, although he was bound by family traditions, he understood his son's abilities better than anyone. Yahello firmly asserted that among all his sons, Pale was the most suitable to handle affairs in the capital. The chief frowned, questioning why someone as secretive as Yahello would tell him about these internal plans. Yahello leaned closer, his eyes sharp, and flatly demanded that his in-law lend a hand, which completely surprised the chief. The chief regained his composure, scoffing that this wasn't Yahello's style, as he knew full well this went against his principles. The chief emphasized that, overtly interfering in the power struggle, it was a topic he always steered clear of. Yahello's voice dropped to a low murmur as he poured the wine. He recalled the recent attack, explaining his urgency. The wine spilled over the glass's rim. Yahello growled, recounting how Kirin had nearly lost his life, and he was doing all of this for one reason. It was all just so Pale would have enough power to protect his son. Suddenly, Yahello's eyes flashed with raw magic, and for the first time he humbly made a plea. "Please help him," he requested, as the chief then inquired about Kirin's fate. But Yahello stated directly, "No. Instead, he will return to Chong. He'll be confined at Chonghisong for 4 years." Yahello confidently declared his reasoning, that the boy was smart enough to understand his true intentions, and the chief immediately realized the truth. This was special training in disguise, all under the guise of confinement. Yahello drained his wine glass, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. His negotiation with his in-law had gone exactly as planned. The chief also took a measured sip of his own. Asserting his agreement, he added that, if Yahello was truly determined to train Kirin systematically, he was more than ready to play along with the scheme. With sharp, knowing eyes, the chief concluded with a firm and decisive statement. "Just say the word, my esteemed in-law." Yahello poured more wine, a silent acknowledgement, thanking his in-law for his astute understanding. The cunning game between the 2 old foxes was officially set. Night then fell, blanketing the bustling capital. The fateful conversation between the 2 leading powers had undoubtedly decided the future of many lives. The scene then shifted to the bright light of daytime, and the capital streets returned to their usual, lively hustle, bustling appearance. Karen Reston, looking quite refreshed, accompanied by 2 attentive blonde attendants, visited a familiar and well-regarded tailor shop. Karen informed the tailor straight to the point that he was about to return to Cheonghisong and wouldn't be able to visit the capital for some time. For a while, the young boy then gave his instructions, instructing him to send the clothes directly to Cheonghisong once they were finished and ready for wear, and the tailor, Luhan, respectfully obeyed the order. Luhan even enthusiastically offered an extra service, offering to prepare the formal attire himself for Karen's upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, vowing to pour his entire heart and soul into it. Right in the middle of their conversation, Amy Altura abruptly materialized at the shop entrance, sending a shockwave through the room. Leo Reston instantly recognized the swordswoman, her face still swathed in bandages, a vivid reminder of their practice match. Karen Reston scoffed, casually inquiring about her condition, nonchalantly claiming he'd gone easy on her, while Amy Altura could only seethe internally. After beating me like a dog, Amy Altura forced a brave face, pretending to be fine, declaring these minor injuries were absolutely nothing. But no sooner had the words left her mouth than a stinging wave of pain slammed into her, making her wince. Karen, however, completely ignored it and cut straight to the chase. "So, when are you finally going to pay for that meat?" Amy Altura confidently announced, but that she'd soon be able to repay her debt in full, as she was on the cusp of receiving an official appointment. She then proudly boasted that her trainer was none other than the legendary Ryuk Hamer, a name so significant, it instantly caught the attention of both Karen and Leo Reston. Karen, however, immediately saw right through her, pointedly asking if she intended to join that particular faction, causing Amy to frantically deny it. To prove her point, Amy played her ultimate trump card. Grand Duke Yahello himself had agreed to become her patron. Finally, Amy Altura bowed low, sincerely thanking Karen Reston, and swearing she would never, ever forget the favor she mistakenly believed he had arranged. Amy Altura then sealed a pact with Karen Reston, telling him to visit Cheonghisong once he reached a 6-star rank. And the boy instantly nodded, certainly. Karen then turned to his junior, Leo Reston, a sinister smile creeping onto his face, declared he would truly and rigorously train him in the ways of the moonlight, sword art, making Leo break out in a cold sweat. Amy Altura bid them farewell and quickly departed. Karen merely waved, while Leo Reston urged him to prepare for their next big plan. Just as they were about to leave the tailor's shop, Luhan suddenly called out, saying he had something important to give to young master Karen. Luhan then approached the 2 boys, declaring he had something special he wished to bestow upon Karen. The item presented was a delicate brooch, and Luhan revealed it was a precious memento of Sir Kane, which utterly stunned Karen Reston. The tailor recounted that Kane himself had repaired it just before his death, and Karen simply remained silent, holding this memento of his own past life. Karen wondered why he was chosen to receive it, and Luhan asserted it was because he saw Kane's very image in him. Luhan firmly believed that Kane himself would want Karen to possess it, even knowing Amy might be sad. He affirmed that every item truly belongs to its rightful owner, and Amy would understand. Karen Reston took the brooch, a faint smirk playing on his face, as he accepted this profound gift from his past. Karen Reston thanked Luhan, and promised to take excellent care of the memento, his demeanor utterly composed. Donning his striking new outfit, Karen turned to Leo Reston with a smirk and asked, "How is it? Does it suit me?" Which left his junior utterly dumbfounded. In Luhan's mind, the image of the formidable Kane, later, in a vibrant red outfit, reappeared, asking the exact same question, which completely stunned the old tailor. Luhan smiled contentedly, affirming with certainty, "Of course, it suits you very well." The group then left the tailor shop, stepping out onto a bustling street. After walking a short distance, Leo Reston suddenly noticed something amiss, and turned to Karen Reston. "Karen, don't you think something strange?" Leo Reston then pointed out the harsh truth. "Everyone's been staring at us this whole time. While Karen Reston was still utterly bewildered, Karen Reston turned around, and was utterly shocked to see a whole crowd gathered, staring intently at him. A brown-haired knight suddenly appeared, patted Karen Reston on the shoulder, and declared, "You've become famous." The knight bluntly explained, "Rumors of you humiliating Sir Ryuk have spread everywhere. That man who's called the successor knight." Captain Revelio smirked, a clear sign the rumors were spot on. Naturally, word had spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, Karen Reston was left stammering, the stunning realization. This man was the prince. Beneath the setting sun, Revelio casually inquired, "You're returning to Chung Hee Sung City tomorrow, aren't you?" The group settled onto a stone bench. Revelio slung his arm around Karen Reston's shoulder, and playfully teased, "4 years of house arrest? Grand Duke Yahello really spoils you rotten, doesn't he?" Karen snapped irritably, "Get your hand off me." Revelio, however, didn't budge, even boasting, "I even gifted you the world tree, so try to be a little nicer, won't you?" But Karen just growled back, "If I'd known, I never would have accepted it." Hugo Reston then chimed in, "Anyway, you only defeated Sir Ryuk thanks to me, you know." As Karen wrestled with Revelio's persistent arm, Hugo muttered, keenly assessing the volatile situation, "The madman of the royal palace, and the mad dog of Chung Haesong City. What a truly dizzying combination." Hugo watched Karen and the others bicker furiously, and simply couldn't comprehend. To be watched by so many, yet still so carefree? What on earth are they thinking? Karen Reston finally noticed the blonde noble. "Ah, Sir Hugo," she exclaimed, and was immediately answered. Hugo Reston gravely declared his identity. "As a member of the royal family, I am ever grateful to the Reston family. I trust you understand that." Revelio shattered the solemn atmosphere, his arm still firmly around Karen's shoulder, and teased, "Hugo, no need for all that, Your Highness. Royal brother should be thanking me instead." Hugo Reston's face remained icily cold as he declared his own merit. "I was the one who saved you from the demon race. If not for me, you'd all be long gone by now." Despite the rumors, Revelio's arm remained draped around Karen Reston, teasing Hugo, "You're always so consistent, aren't you?" He then proceeded to praise himself. "At least I, the 6th prince, act like a normal person, unlike some others." Karen Reston's annoyance was palpable. "Can you really say that with a straight face?" Done with the teasing, Revelio stretched and stood up, proclaiming, "I should return to the royal palace soon." Revelio then turned to look at Karen Reston, with a meaningful smile that highlighted 4 years. "I'll be looking forward to seeing just how much crazier you become after 4 years. Revelio unexpectedly placed a hand on Karen Reston's head, a gesture both intimate and elder-like, leaving the boy to silently look up at him. Revelio extended his hand, challenging, "Royal brother, I hope you also become the biggest scoundrel in the royal palace." Karen Reston wasn't intimidated, shaking his hand firmly in response. "I hope so too." Hugo Reston stood alone, utterly speechless, at the bizarre interaction between the two madmen. Muttering, or perhaps not, Revelio turned his back, and walked away with the royal knights, not forgetting to thank them. "Thank you, Karen. And Leo, thanks to you too. Now I don't have to worry about that archer anymore." After the royal party left, Karen Reston stood up, signaling to Leo Reston and Hugo Reston, "Come on, let's go home too." Karen Reston smirked confidently, his eyes burning with an intense fighting spirit. "It's time to prepare for house arrest." Karen Reston's mother was tearful, while head butler Heinrich, and the retinue of servants, stood solemnly waving goodbye to the young master. As he departed, Karen Reston poked his head out of the armored carriage, waving back with a wide grin, as if he were going on vacation, rather than preparing for a period of house arrest. Inside the carriage, Leo Reston anxiously inquired about the house arrest, unable to understand why his brother could be so calm. "You really have no complaints?" Karen Reston ignored the question, simply calling Leo Reston by name, which left his younger brother bewildered, not knowing what was about to happen. With piercing eyes, Karen Reston urged his younger brother, "Didn't our trip to the capital open your eyes to just how many powerful individuals exist in this world? We absolutely must grow stronger." Up in the front seats, Zara's winter guard and his bald subordinate were discussing someone who had stirred up a lot of trouble, leaving the two young masters in the back to listen in. Silently, Karen Reston started to prod his reluctant guardian. Sir Zaras, can't we just take a private carriage? Do you really need to tag along just to nag us? Zaras retorted icily that it was the family head's direct order to ensure the two boys caused no further incidents. Karen Reston leaned in close to Zaras Winterguard, his tone dripping with provocation, even without a clear subject. Why do I get the feeling you're targeting me? Leaving Zaras to simply endure. Zaras Winterguard let out a sigh, concluding your intuition is improving, young man. So, during your leave before house arrest, will you behave yourself quietly? As the carriage rolled away from the sea, Wave Knight's orders base. Finally, the carriage pulled up to its destination, a magnificent building boasting unique architecture, with smoke rising from gear-shaped chimneys, under the glow of the setting sun. No sooner had they arrived than the tailor, Luhan, eagerly rushed out to greet Karen Reston, and Leo Reston like VIPs, calling the two young masters by name quite intimately. Luhan enthusiastically invited them all inside for some food and drink, but Karen Reston, politely shaking his hand, then flatly refused, clearly showing his gratitude while still declining the offer. The tailor seemed bewildered by the refusal. Karen Reston icily informed him that they had other places to be, and absolutely no time for delays. Luhan could only watch as the group turned their backs, and left Zaras Winterguard, along with the two young masters, all heading straight for the carriage, without a single glance backward. As night fell, Zarin Winterguard was now leading the two young masters, escorting them on foot down an unfamiliar street. He truly looked like a guardian, tasked with looking after two mischievous boys. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from a dark alley, and a hooded figure slowly emerged, making Leo Reston jump. The mysterious figure pulled down his hood, revealing a familiar scarred face. It was none other than the intelligence operative, Julio. Julio bowed respectfully to Zaras Winterguard, while Leo Reston instantly recognized the acquaintance, and called out his name. Zaras Winterguard nodded, acknowledging Julio's hard work, but the informant humbly replied that it was his duty. Julio gestured for them to follow, announcing that Lady Poina was waiting, preparing for an important meeting about to take place. Poina, the Elven Guild president of the Calico Guild, sat casually, thanking Kalen Reston for accepting her request. This left the two young masters of the Reston family utterly bewildered. Kalen Reston immediately snapped, clarifying that he was absolutely not friends with that sixth prince. This caused Leo, resting beside him, to panic and quickly call his brother's name. Poina merely chuckled, waving her hand dismissively. Whatever, consider it Rio gaining another reliable protector. As she finished speaking, the guard Kyle stepped forward, presenting a box, and declaring it a thank you gift from the guild. Poina introduced the gift as Elven Apple Wine, a rare commodity, while Kalen Reston took the box, with an unamused expression. The guild president, emboldened, immediately sealed the deal of entrusting Rio to him, making Kalen Reston visibly uncomfortable, but unable to flat out refuse. Seeing that her opponent had fallen into the trap, Poina smiled contentedly, and thanked him for the reluctant cooperation. That night, on their way back, Zaras Winterguard instructed the two young masters to rest well for their journey tomorrow, not forgetting to tease them about the bottle of wine. The next morning, the entire group was at the train station, where a classic steam train was waiting to depart. As they continued on their journey, unexpectedly, Rohan Bolas made an appearance, greeting the group with an incredibly enthusiastic expression. Karen Reston immediately recognized the familiar face of Baron Rohan Bolas himself. He proudly announced his official promotion to Baron, following his father's retirement. This caused Leo Reston to marvel at the powerful individual's impressive aura. The Baron then became overly friendly, patting Leo Reston's head playfully, and boasting that he'd just inherited both the title and a highly lucrative mineral mine. He was absolutely thrilled. Rohan Bolas then led the group on a tour, constantly flattering them by claiming everything was thanks to the Reston family. They soon entered a workshop within the city, which Rohan Bolas introduced as a cutting-edge mana crystal development zone, built with substantial financial support from the Reston family. He further explained that, thanks to Poina of the Calico Guild, they'd recruited numerous skilled craftsmen. Even one of the craftsmen present nodded, in acknowledgement of her undeniable skill. Rohan Bolas then offered a high-quality monostone as a generous gift to Karen and Leo Reston. This made Leo mutter excitedly that it would surely fetch a handsome price. Karen Reston's eyes immediately lit up, and he eagerly rubbed his hands, already calculating how much he'd pocket. Despite Leo Reston's reminder not to be hasty, Zero Winterguard could only facepalm in utter exasperation. Meanwhile, Rohan Bolas was clearly delighted that the boy was as greedy as ever, and sarcastically remarked that his own pockets would also soon be filling up. Zero Winterguard had no choice but to apologize on Karen Reston's behalf for his utterly childish behavior, but Rohan Bolas merely laughed it off, unfazed. The Baron then looked at Karen Reston and remarked thoughtfully that it was good to see him retain his true nature, even after going through so many dangerous events. Karen Reston chuckled gleefully, clutching the monostone and letting out a relieved sigh, while Leo, standing beside him, also sported a clearly greedy expression. The group finally made their grand arrival at the capital. A familiar voice then rang out, calling for Karen. Seeing Karen, Reston immediately rushed into his mother's embrace. Meanwhile, his father, Pale Reston, stood right beside them, smiling contentedly. Leo Reston was startled to see his aunt, Sabina Reston, appear with a formidable escort, and he quickly offered her his greetings. Leo Reston then bowed respectfully to Sabina Reston, in front of their entire family. Sabina Reston turned, asking Leo how he was doing, which made the young boy a little flustered. Sabina Reston then gently placed her hand on Leo's head, praising him for looking so healthy. Praised by his aunt, Leo Reston blushed, stammering out a shy thank you. Pale Reston then placed a hand on Karen Reston's shoulder, officially welcoming his son home. Gazing at the magnificent family mansion, Karen Reston replied to his father, confirming his safe return. 2 weeks later, back in Cheonghisong, night fell over the majestic Reston family castle. The powerful voice of the patriarch then echoed, ordering Karen Reston confined for 4 years, and asked if he had any objections. Inside the study, Karen calmly accepted no patriarch. Standing before the imposing Yahello, Karen, along with Leo, Hugo, and Leon bowed in obedience, making the patriarch appear satisfied. Yahello waved his hand, dismissing Hugo, Leon, and Leo. When head butler Heinrich opened the door, Pale Reston lingered, asking his father if he had any other instructions. The answer was yes. Yahello sat regally behind his desk, preparing to unleash a shocking decision. Before his children and grandchildren, the old patriarch declared sternly, entrusting all of the family's diplomatic affairs to Pale, leaving his children and grandchildren stunned. Raphael Reston was the first to erupt, questioning Yahello. Why would he entrust such a crucial responsibility to someone who hasn't even awakened mana, like Pale? He shouted that it was completely unacceptable, but Yahello merely glanced down with a cold, sharp gaze, retorting, "Do you think so?" Tails Reston also spoke up, agreeing with his younger brother, stating that the patriarch's decision was unprecedented. Yahello admitted as much, but the old man also emphasized that the family was facing unprecedented problems, requiring a different solution. Yahello growled, directly challenging his 2 sons. Who is the one who secures the majority of the family's assets? Who is the most trusted by nobles across the entire empire? The old patriarch erupted with a blazing, blue aura of intimidation, roaring a rhetorical question about Pale's achievements, leaving all his sons speechless, and daring not to utter a sound. Without bothering to argue further, Yahello turned to the protagonist of the scene, and called out directly Pale. Pale Reston started responding, while Yahello declared that this was a position of immense power, not a joke. The old patriarch looked directly into his youngest son's eyes, emphasizing the enormous responsibility that came with it, and asking directly, "Do you accept?" Despite a slight hesitation under the pressure, Pale Reston resolutely accepted the important task entrusted to him by his father. In another room, Karen Reston turned to ask Leo Reston, I heard you were seriously injured in the capital. Karen showed concern, asking if Leo's condition had improved, which seemed to surprise and fluster his cousin. Leo Reston boasted that he had eaten and slept well, so he was perfectly fine. Karen Reston merely nodded, saying that was good news. Leon Reston unexpectedly proposed a solo match. Actually, I want to spar with you, which made Leo jump. Leon smiled provocatively, her eyes flashing with blue mana, suggesting they fight seriously with real swords, while Karen realized she bore no ill will. Karen muttered to himself, wondering about Leon's skill level, compared to the recognized genius Hugo. In another scene, Sabina Reston was downing wine and thinking about Leon, while a shirtless young man was cleaning his weapon. Nearby, Sabina didn't mince words, bluntly remarking that Leon truly had no talent for mana training. But then, a smirk played on her lips, asserting that if swordsmanship was the only factor, Leon could even stand shoulder to shoulder with her brother. Leo Reston was utterly shocked to hear this, never expecting someone so stingy with praise as his master to rate Leon so incredibly high. Leon Reston, known as the Southern Bandit Slayer, boldly declared that sparring with real swords against Karen would be an absolute honor. Leo looked uneasy, turning to Karen and whispering that he wasn't sure if Zeras would even permit such a match. Leo Reston's worry grew, thinking that asking Zeras for permission would surely be a problem, but Karen Reston merely asked coldly for the reason. Leon Reston then explained that Zeras had left for the North Sea, which left Leo Reston utterly dumbfounded. Worried for her master, Sabina Reston, Leon Reston declared that if everyone agreed, she would take a huge step and ask her grandfather directly for permission. No sooner had she finished speaking than the door burst open, revealing the eldest young master, Tails Reston, along with his son Hugo Reston, and their subordinates who all entered. Startling everyone, Tails Reston called out Hugo Reston, Leon Reston and Karen Reston by name, ordering the three children to follow him, completely ignoring Leo Reston, with a condescending look, Tales Reston acknowledged that the children's achievements in the capital had brought honor to the family, but he immediately put them in their place, warning them all not to rest on their laurels, because he would always be watching. He then turned his back and left. Leon Reston turned to look at Karen Reston, her eyes full of provocation, challenging him to a proper one-on-one match next time. Looking at Leon Reston's retreating back, Karen Reston suddenly remembered that she was the one who had said he needed to prepare for his awakening ceremony. Raphael Reston, the hot-headed second young master, unexpectedly appeared, blocking Hugo Reston's path. He growled, demanding why he was only hearing this now. His reaction clearly hinted at deep internal turmoil. Raphael Reston stepped up, blocking Hugo's path. He began to make his grand proposal. Listen, I am nothing like my older brother. I treat Karen as if he were my very own son. He gestured towards Karen and Leo Reston, who stood some distance away, faking camaraderie. Those two are practically brothers already. It would be even better if you grew close to them too. Raphael Reston patted Hugo Reston's shoulder, his voice dripping with a superior air. I know you can't possibly believe this right away, but just remember my words carefully. He smirked, boldly declaring with full confidence, eventually you and I will stand on the same side. Hugo Reston met the persuasion with sharp, defiant eyes, and absolute silence, clearly showing his disdain. Seeing his persuasion efforts had clearly failed, Raphael Reston abruptly turned his back and departed, calling for Leo Reston to follow him. The young boy quickly assented, and scurried right after him. As soon as the others vanished from sight, a pale Reston rushed to his son's side, asking anxiously, Karen, are you alright? Pale Reston placed a comforting hand on Karen's shoulder, stating firmly, I will definitely protect you. He looked directly into his son's eyes, his voice serious, yet overflowing with deep affection. Do you trust your father, Karen? Karen Reston looked up, his gaze unwavering, and replied concisely, full of trust, of course. 2 years then swiftly passed, and the promise made back then began to fully take shape. Under the moonlight, the city of Cheonghaisong was utterly transformed. Construction sites had sprung up everywhere, and the atmosphere buzzed with frantic work. A nobleman pointed, exclaiming aloud, in admiration at how vibrant the city had grown. In just 2 short years, this man, named File, thought to himself how Cheonghaisong, once a remote backwater, had become the economic hub of the entire north. A monocled aide, sitting nearby, praised File as truly exceptional, but also slyly teased, which means you're always swamped with work. File sudenlismilid, realizing all these earth-shattering changes, stemmed from the very day he met Karen. He wondered how much the young boy had changed since then. Soon, a carriage entered the city, and Karen's voice rang out, buzzing with anticipation. It's been 2 years. I've been looking forward to this. Karen Reston, now looking like a dashing young man, stood with his arms crossed, exuding the air of a self-assured superior. Where is what I asked for? He demanded directly. Baron Fail, now Baron 21, handed Karen a box, grumbling, why didn't you greet me first? Karen hugged the box, laughing delightedly. I finally meet Fail again, he exclaimed. After 2 years apart, Rohan Bellis looked at Karen, and thought to himself, the young boy is still the same, only his body has grown. Suddenly, Karen Reston appeared, confidently offering to guide Rohan, guessing the Baron had come to meet his father. Karen smiled meaningfully, promising to show him the fastest way. This made Rohan Bellis wonder, has the young boy matured at all? Karen acted superior, implying that not everyone received a personal escort from him, leaving Rohan Bellis completely speechless. Both then entered the office, where Fail Reston stood to formally welcome Baron. Rohan. Fail explained he'd sent Karen in his stead, as he was swamped with work. He also inquired if his son had caused any offense. Karen immediately puffed out his chest, asserting he was extremely well-behaved. Meanwhile, Rohan Bellis beside him broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that's not exactly true. Fail let the matter drop, getting straight to the main point, and asking Rohan about the plan to launch the Magic Crystal business project. Rohan admitted the plan was facing a major obstacle, the inability to recruit highly skilled technicians. Fail also nodded in agreement. This was a problem that was difficult, as Fail Reston and Rohan Bellis were lamenting that no family was willing to release their technicians. Karen Reston suddenly spoke up from behind. Why worry? Karen confidently stepped forward, with the air of a surprisingly wise old soul, boldly declaring, if they're so hard to find within the empire, then why not look outside, right? Both Pale Reston and Rohan Bolus were absolutely floored by this unconventional idea. Rohan Bolus swiftly pressed him on what the young boy truly meant. Karen casually dropped a crucial piece of intel. The southern kingdoms were embroiled in a brutal war. Pale Reston immediately grasped the implications of his words, asking, are you suggesting we lure technicians from that chaos? Karen smirked triumphantly, asserting that there must be countless individuals desperate to escape the ravages of war. All they needed to do was promise them a safe new life and better treatment to seal the deal. Rohan Bolus immediately countered, arguing that the southern kingdoms wouldn't be foolish enough to let their top experts slip away. Pale Reston nodded in agreement, adding that even if they could exploit the chaos of war to act in secret, convincing the technicians would still pose a difficult problem. Karen then played his trump card, with a knowing smile, suggesting that the problem would easily be solved if a person of standing from the main family personally stepped forward, immediately understanding that his troublesome son wanted to volunteer himself. Pale Reston instantly shot down the idea, sternly warning Karen he was still under house arrest and shouldn't even dream of stepping outside. Karen nonchalantly replied to his father, stating, why should I go personally when there's someone else? With a cunning smile, the young boy pointed directly at his solution. Don't we have a cousin who's just idling around? Pale Reston clutched his head, utterly speechless at his son's slyness, while Rohan Bolus remained utterly bewildered, not understanding what was even happening. The scene then shifted to a magnificent train station, signaling the start of a long journey. At the station, Karen reassured a trembling Leo, revealing that Sister Ryan from the south would soon be arriving to assist. Karen listed the allied forces, confirming that Hans and the Sea Wave Knights would also be joining them, and Hans seemed quite thrilled to be on a mission. After such a long time, Karen then carefully instructed Leo, reminding him to register as a mercenary in the city of TV before acting, and Leo could only hesitantly agree. Leo looked at Karen, stating seriously that, while Karen was under house arrest, he would continue to take on missions, and this might be their last farewell. Karen confidently gave a thumbs up, promising they'd reunite in 2 years, when they were both far stronger, and didn't forget to add a brotherly threat. Don't get hurt, because if you get hurt, I'll kill you. Leo Reston smirked confidently, his eyes unwavering, standing next to his blonde cousin. Leo called out after the departing train, "See you again when we're even stronger, Karen." The mighty steam train began to roll, trailing a massive plume of white smoke, officially departing from the station. The blonde cousin, standing on the platform, suddenly turned around, surprised, as if he'd just discovered something. Huh? He froze when he spotted Leo's mother, the powerful red-haired woman, standing there imposingly with an attendant. The overwhelming aura of Leo's mother made the blonde cousin recoil a step. The blonde cousin then turned to taunt Leo with a smug look. "You think you're throwing yourself into dangerous missions for my sake? Well, that's true, so I guess I can't help it." His eyes then sharpened, and his smile was calculating and challenging. "Just you wait." The scene then shifted to the train, entering the fortress city of Cheonghaesong, and the blonde cousin silently declared his ambition. "The son who will become Cheonghaesong's pride. It's all thanks to me." Amidst the magnificent resting mansion, the call for young master echoed. A bald attendant stood high above, relaying the order. "The family head is looking for you, sir." The attendant silently approached a massive wooden door. Looking tense, he gingerly raised his hand. He hesitantly called the room's occupant once more, then crash. The door burst open with an alarming, terrifying force. It slammed straight into the attendant's face, sending him flying. Karen Reston stepped out, one hand resting confidently on his hip, the other pressing down on the attendant's head. A haughty smirk played across his face. Karen Reston's eyes were sharp as daggers, as he coldly demanded, "What is it?" The attendant instantly turned pale, trembling, stammering. He relayed the family head's urgent order. Karen Reston simply replied, a curt, "Really?" Upon hearing this, Karen immediately strode forward, declaring, "Then let's go," leaving the attendant scrambling desperately to follow. The scene now shifted indoors, revealing that, over the past 4 years, the entire situation, across both the Empire and the wider continent, had changed dramatically. Back in the office, Yahello poured wine as he reported on the grim situation. "From interrogating the royal guards, I've learned that demons have begun appearing across the continent." He stood up and
exuding en overwhelming, palpable aura.
"The current situation is nothing short of utter chaos. This is the harsh reality you will have to face." Yahello then handed Karen Reston a glass of wine, getting straight to the point. "So Karen, the achievements you've made during your confinement." With sharp, piercing eyes, Yahello continued to probe. "Does the pure blue mana flowing within you tell you that you are truly ready?" Karen Reston smirked confidently, almost defiantly, his blue eyes flashing. "If I weren't ready, you wouldn't have ended my confinement, would you?" Family head Yahello gently closed his eyes, letting out a long breath, clearly speechless at his grandson's arrogant, yet undeniably capable attitude. "Your impudent attitude hasn't changed a bit, has it?" After a moment, Yahello drained his glass and asked, "Your confinement is over. Is there anything you wish to do?" Karen replied without a moment's hesitation, "I want to leave Cheonghaesong." Yahello showed remarkably little surprise. After all, he'd been locked up for 4 years. "That's only natural. Good. I will find a suitable mission for you." The scene shifted to another office, where Karen Reston met his father after a year apart, and remarked bluntly, "Father, you still look so tired." Pale Reston sat in his chair, looking at his son with a mix of pride and weariness. "Don't worry, I have my reasons for doing this. By the way, reaching 6-star at your age." Pale Reston praised his son to the skies, saying that only the founding ancestor had ever reached that level at such an age, to which Karen Reston coldly replied, "You flatter me, father." Pale Reston smiled, asking directly about his son's future plans. Karen Reston smirked calculatingly, declaring that he would take on a mission, to have an excuse to leave Chung Hee-sung. Karen held out his hand, stating directly that he wanted the item he requested. Before leaving, and Pale Reston showed no surprise. Pale Reston handed his son an extremely high-quality payment authorization certificate. Telling him to take it, he explained that this was the money earned from Leo's successful mission 2 years ago, and now it entirely belonged to Karen. Pale Reston reminded his son that this money was the fruit of the entire family's and the Belis territory's efforts, to which Karen simply replied, "Of course, father." Pale Reston secretly thought his son's answer was good, but he wasn't sure if he truly understood the full weight behind this money crash. The door was blown open, and Raphael Reston, a blond man with a ponytail, wearing a fur-collared cloak, kicked it in, interrupting the father-son moment. This man was Raphael Reston, who laughed maniacally and yelled, "Your confinement is over. You should have told your uncle Karen." Karen Reston was talking to his father, when Ulrich Lestern, a muscular blond man, burst in, startling Pale Reston into calling him youngest uncle. The man named Ulrich Lester acted extremely familiar, putting Karen in a headlock like a toy, and excitedly calling out his name. While still caught in a headlock, Ulrich then reminded Karen of their agreement, that Karen must call him junior uncle, leaving Karen to silently seethe and endure. Ulrich grandly released Karen, announcing he'd brought a special mission, one that the elders had unanimously approved. He held out a blood-stained scroll, explaining it was a desperate plea for aid from the south, reporting rampant monster activity in the border region. Ulrich recounted how the elders, initially prejudiced against him, after witnessing his recent achievements during his recent confinement, completely did a 180 on their stance. The junior uncle concluded that this was the true nature of the Reston family, where strength was absolute truth, which was precisely why they now eagerly sought his help. Karen, holding a fruit knife, coldly pointed out the flaw. A trivial monster extermination requires an elders' meeting? This is far too ordinary. Ulrich burst into delighted laughter at his nephew's keen sharpness, patting his shoulder and admitting, "Exactly, if it were just a regular mission, it wouldn't be necessary." His smile vanished, and Ulrich Reston's face turned serious, confirming that the monster extermination was merely a pretext before getting to the main point. Ulrich Reston then threw out a name. "Have you ever heard of Kyria Act?" causing Karen Reston to freeze instantly. Ulrich Reston smirked at his nephew's reaction, while Karen Reston immediately confirmed, "Yes, one of the Suicide Squad members, who fought alongside Sir Kane." Karen Reston then wondered, according to historical records, the entire squad perished at the Royal Palace 50 years ago, and Ulrich Reston nodded, confirming that was the official information. Ulrich Reston then revealed a shocking secret. "But my brother, despite my fierce opposition, spared them. Thanks to that, the martial arts techniques and imperial swordsmanship were passed down to the royal guards." Karen Reston broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing. "Them? Besides Kyria, turns out there are other survivors." His uncle then explained that, because they were tainted by the demon emperor's dark magic, they were only allowed to live in seclusion, under strict family supervision. Ulrich Lester then wrapped things up, stating that Kyria's traces had vanished in the south just recently, and that location coincidentally matched the area that was requesting aid. Ulrich Lester assigned Karen the mission. After arriving in the south and joining forces with Leo and Ryan, he must both exterminate monsters and track down Kyria's whereabouts. Karen smirked, immediately accepting the mission. Before leaving, Ulrich Lester added a crucial warning: "Be careful of the fanatics from the southern Holy Kingdom. Kyria's existence is a huge problem for them." Karen Reston turned and walked away, beginning his perilous new journey, leaving his father, Pale Reston, behind. Uncle Ulrich Lester patted his nephew's shoulder, growling to see if he understood, and Karen Reston smirked back defiantly. "Yes, uncle. the monorail train sliced through the wind, speeding off, taking our main character to the southern battlefield, a journey fraught with danger awaiting him. Sitting on the train, Karen Reston pondered, his magic sword beside him, his mind racing. Luke's moonlight swordsmanship was actually learned from Kyria? He sneered, finally understanding why. Kyria's existence was a secret that couldn't be revealed. Thinking of his uncle's warning, Karen Reston's face hardened, muttering about not wanting anything to do with the Holy Kingdom's fanatics. Karen Reston already had a plan: go to Tabe, clean his identity under the guise of a mercenary, but still remain extremely cautious. Suddenly, the voice from the magic sword rang out, suggesting he'd used the gem he received just yesterday, making Karen snap back irritably. "Can you please stop reading my thoughts without permission?" A flashback appeared. Head butler Heinrich, on behalf of the family head, had given Karen Reston an azure mana gem. The voice in the sword rang out again, scolding its foolish master and instructing him, pump mana into the gem, while imagining the armor you desire. Sitting in the train car, Karen Reston grumbled at the sword, as it nagged relentlessly about wearing armor. "Why suddenly wear armor? Just do as I say." Urged on, Karen Reston reluctantly agreed, his blue eyes glowing with mana. "All right, fine. Why the fuss?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling, blue light enveloped the entire train car corridor, signaling an epic transformation. A jet-black armor with sharp lines appeared, enveloping Karen Reston in a swirl of magical smoke, and the mysterious voice in his head echoed, "This is Rael's Cabana armor." Karen Reston stared in astonishment at the armor on his body. The sword continued to explain that this was a gift from Yahello, an ancient technological masterpiece. Hearing that the armor could change its shape at will, Karen Reston smirked with delight. Truly, top-notch stuff is different. The train glided past magnificent scenery. Karen Reston teased the sword, but it only replied arrogantly, "Of course not. I am special because I am me," making him sigh in exasperation. As dusk fell, the train entered a vast city, its impressive towers reaching high into the sky. But contrary to its glamorous exterior, the city's alleys were teeming with starving beggars, pleading in desperation. A filthy beggar grabbed Karen Reston's hand, making him frown in disgust, and secretly curse the incompetent lord of this place. Karen Reston muttered, clearly annoyed, "Why hasn't this guy gotten rid of these refugees yet?" A hooded man suddenly appeared, calling out his name, "Lord Karen." He pulled down his hood, revealing Julio, the scar-faced intelligence operative, who seemed honored Karen still remembered him. Julio led Karen to a magnificent tower, with unique gear-like architecture, which he explained was City Hall. Along the way, Julio clarified that, since the southern kingdoms had closed their borders, disguising themselves as mercenaries was the most logical choice. Karen agreed, knowing there was always high demand for that profession. Karen wondered why they were at City Hall, instead of the Calico Guild's hideout as planned. Julio then revealed shocking news. Mayor Green and Poina were having a business meeting. This made Karen's brow furrow in suspicion. Inside a luxurious room, the mayor, Poina, and the sixth prince, Revelio, were discussing a planning map. Poina pointed at the map, confirming the rumor that the mayor was indeed collaborating with an underworld boss. Karen smirked meaningfully, whispering to Julio, "Is this a shady deal?" The mayor then warmly greeted Karen Reston, while Poina calmly filed her nails. The old man, meanwhile, stammered, insisting this deal was completely legal. The mayor explained his reasoning. War had caused refugees to flood in, so jobs and housing needed to be created. To solve the problem, Poina also spoke up nonchalantly, saying it was the same for Calico. They had to take care of their own people, even refugees. Karen Reston smirked, his domineering attitude clear, boldly declaring that he didn't care if this business deal was legal or not. He cut straight to his purpose. The only thing that truly interested him was intelligence on the southern kingdoms. Poina seemed to grasp the situation, deducing this was precisely why Karen Reston required a mercenary identity. She then asked directly why he was so keen to cross the southern border. Poina's pointed question seemed to strike a nerve, startling the mayor while Karen Reston and Julio remained meaningfully silent, Sensing a deeper secret at play, the mayor quickly found an excuse to bail, telling them to feel free to talk. Karen Reston casually produced a magic tool, announcing he'd already set up a soundproofing barrier, subtly signaling to Poina that their real conversation was about to begin. He cut straight to the chase, declaring he was on his way to clear out monsters in the south. That surprised Poina a bit, given the incredibly straightforward answer. Karen Reston then got straight to the point, declaring he needed info about an 8-star knight who once operated in Kay's kingdom, who might even be using an alias. Poina replied, noting an 8-star knight would certainly have a reputation, but with such scant clues, it would be impossible to find them. Karen Reston said nonchalantly, "That's why I came to you, Poina. It's very likely he's hiding in the Great Southern Forest, isn't it?" Poina smirked, her mind working incredibly fast. "So, you need the help of the elf tribe. The Great Southern Forest is our territory, so of course we know it best." Poina crossed her arms, setting a condition. "Alright, but convincing them won't be easy. My tribe hates humans. You'll have to earn their trust yourself first." Karen Reston mumbled the two words, "trust," his eyes revealing he was already calculating a new plan. In his head, scene change. A horse galloped down a dirt road, under the fiery sunset. A lone knight advanced towards the towering fortress of Levin, a fortified city in the south. Karen Reston cursed under his breath as he rode. "Damn it, Poina, you really have a knack for making others work for free," unaware that a monster was lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, Poina explained the mission to Karen Reston, who was heavily disguised. "I've cleared out human trafficking in TV and its surrounding areas," implying this was the test he had to pass. Poina then revealed a bitter truth. The South was beyond her control, and slavers were amassing in the city of Lebanon. She elaborated that amidst the chaos of war, traffickers had easily established themselves there, and the latest intel confirmed they were brazenly trading elves, straight out of Lebanon's slave market, leaving Karen Reston in deep contemplation. "Julio está merev aterlistand," as Poina casually laid out her terms. "That's right, go save them."
Karen Reston snabbt, realising.
This mission was far too much for him alone, but Poina merely smirked, baiting him, "Is this mission too difficult for the young wolf of the Sea Wave Knights?" Poina continued to taunt, adding she thought Karen had truly become a wolf, ready to sweep everything aside, leaving him speechless until he regained his composure. Karen Reston fiercely turned the tables, setting a bold condition: "If you get me a spatial bag, I'll consider it." Before Poina could even recover from her shock, Karen delivered another devastating blow. Otherwise, the World Tree Do would also be acceptable. Left utterly speechless by his blatant bargaining, Poina finally conceded, "You truly have no conscience. Alright, one spatial bag."
Karen Reston smirked triumphantly,
sealing the deal perfectly amidst Julio's awestruck admiration. As Julio walked beside Karen Reston, he secretly regretted, "I should have asked for World Tree Do too." No sooner had they reached the city gate than a skull-helmeted guard blocked their path, growling orders, "Stop, show your papers." Karen Reston coldly presented a mercenary badge, without uttering another word. Another guard asked where they were headed, and Karen Reston replied bluntly, "To the Kay's kingdom." The guard simply shook his head in exasperation. Upon hearing this, dismissing Karen as a fool rushing to his doom, he then let them pass. The skull-helmeted guard even tried to threaten them. "Don't cause trouble if you don't want to see me again." But Karen Reston merely grunted in acknowledgement. Once inside, Julio had to admit that the military presence here was no joke, truly befitting a border region. The city had become a fully militarized zone, where order was enforced by iron discipline and brute force. Karen Reston and Julio headed straight in, right into the heart of the city, knowing something big was definitely brewing. They hadn't been in the city long, when their first sight was a group of thugs, openly ambushing a citizen in broad daylight. Shrugging off the petty thugs, Karen Reston and Julio entered, a typical mercenary tavern, noisy and reeking of cheap beer and spirits. Karen Reston, under heavy disguise, silently entered, his target, an eye-patch thug, sitting alone at the bar. Without a word, Karen Reston placed his hand on the bar, right next to the eye patch thug, and asked directly, "Mind if I sit here?" The eye patch thug sneered, mocking Karen Ressen's taste, when the tavern had plenty of empty seats, and called him cobbler to assert dominance. Karen Resten leaned forward, hands on the table, growling with intense, palpable pressure. "I only like beautiful things," instantly silencing the eye patch thug. Realizing the man's extraordinary aura, the eye patch thug immediately changed his tune, guessing Karen Resten was a noble in disguise, and directly asked his purpose. Karen Resten didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "I hear you deal in elves," a statement that made even the drunkards around them turn their heads. The eye patch thug broke into a sweat, quickly waving his hand to explain that elves weren't easy to come by, his tone full of caution. Karen Resten suddenly smirked under his hood, his sharp eyes challenging back. "Really hard to come by? Is this enough?" With that, Karen Resten held up a gleaming golden card, the real deal, making the eye patch thug's eyes widen. In complete shock, seeing the gold card, the eye patch thug broke into a sweat, stammering that he might be able to procure some, but still hesitated.
Karen Resten smirked,
Challenging the eye patch thug, "Want to check if the card is real or fake? Go right ahead." But immediately after, Karen Ressen's brilliant blue mana blazed to life. His eyes, burning with fiery intent, issued a grave warning. "Waste my time, and you'll absolutely pay the ultimate price." Petrified, and drained of color by the overwhelming aura, the eye patch thug couldn't utter a single peep. His hands, meanwhile, trembled uncontrollably, as he gripped a peculiar inspection device. Under Karen Ressen's suffocating pressure, the eye patch thug cautiously retreated, filled with dread. With trembling, he then fumbled open a secret door within the tavern. The very instant that door creaked open, the eye patch thug was sent flying with an immense kick, crying out in pain. Karen Resten, now with his hood dramatically lowered, cast a chilling gaze down at the eye patch thug, sprawled helplessly on the ground, and mockingly inquired, "Are you quite all right?" Karen Ressen's piercing blue eyes glowed with renewed menace, as he let out a low growl. "Are you still going to waste my precious time?" A vivid scene flashed through the eye patch thug's mind, himself and his subordinates, confirming the card's authenticity. He internally vowed to grit his teeth, and simply endure this crushing humiliation, all to seal this crucial deal. Karen Resten then commanded the terrified eye patch thug, "Hurry it up, unless you'd prefer another beating," leaving him no choice but to silently comply. The eye patch thug, now as obedient as a loyal dog, hurriedly pulled a nearby lever. His mouth trembled as he stammered out flattery. "Of course, sir." Karen Resten subtly arched an eyebrow, a flicker of interest crossing his face at this clumsy performance. Both now stood before a pitch-black passage, leading ominously underground.
Karen Resten smirked.
"Looks quite decent, actually." Meanwhile, the eye patch thug tremblingly asked if they should venture inside. The eye patch thug nervously led the way through a chaotic village, under the cloak of night, guarded by grotesque, skull-helmeted figures. Suddenly, a spear-wielding guard blocked their path, cautioning Karen Resten to be careful, because the floor was dirty. While the eye patch thug cowered anxiously beside him, the guard continued to prattle on, proclaiming this compound was unlike other places. But Karen Resten merely observed in cool silence, not even bothering to truly listen. The eye patch thug steered Karen Resten toward a burly man, who appeared to be the compound's boss, and immediately began boasting about how strictly they managed their goods. The compound boss then inquired about the eye patch thug's health, calling him Dale. Dale, flattered, immediately gushed that, thanks to the boss's personal doctor, he had fully recovered, while the compound boss and Dale played out a charade of affectionate concern. Karen Resten merely observed, stone-faced, his sharp eyes meticulously assessing the situation. After the pleasantries, Dale resumed his role as guide, hastily urging Karen Resten to proceed deeper inside. Karen Resten then scoffed at the eye patch thug directly. "This is the first time I've seen a slave trader with such compassion. Do you manage all your goods like this?" The eye patch thug hastily stammered, claiming they treated their goods with care, to satisfy their esteemed clientele. The bald man then formally introduced himself as Cobbler, owner of Cobbler's Human Resources Company, making Karen Resten seethe inwardly. inwardly, calling this a human resources company, when it's clearly human trafficking. What a joke! Despite the blatant sarcasm, Cobbler still attempted to maintain a professional demeanor, barely, stating this was simply how they survived in Lebanon, and always pursued quality over quantity in their stock. Karen Reston's patience snapped, getting straight to the point. Enough! Where do your goods actually come from? But Cobbler tried to pull the business secret card. Without another word from him, Karen Reston violently seized Cobbler by the collar, exuding a palpable, murderous intent, terrifying him witless, making him stammer out, "I'll tell you, I'll explain right away." After this enlightenment, Cobbler confessed everything, revealing they took in escaped goods from other dens, trained them and then resold them to suitable clients. Karen Reston immediately spotted a fatal flaw. Other human traffickers won't just stand for this. And your guards may look decent enough, but Cobbler hastily waved a dismissive hand, asserting that wasn't an issue at all. Cobbler then revealed their ultimate trump card. They were protected by the Lord's soldiers, operating in shifts, a fact that even surprised Karen Reston. The eye-patch thug laid all his cards on the table, revealing his own dark past as a slave. With my history as a slave, do you really think I had any other choice? The eye-patch thug boastfully declared. They hadn't bribed, but paid the highest tribute instead. This made Karen Reston curl his lip. Karen Reston immediately deduced that the protector of these human traffickers was none other than the Lord of Levin City himself. Whistling as he walked, the eye-patch thug led the way, while Karen Reston muttered to himself, "This slave trading come job training model is truly an unprecedented farce." Suddenly, the eye-patch thug felt a chill down his spine, as he realized that Karen Reston's razor-sharp gaze was fixed on his back. The broker pointed ahead, announcing their arrival, and introducing a heavily guarded building. As the auction house, Karen Reston observed the entire area, a fortified compound deep in the forest, a perfect illegal hideout. Suddenly, Karen Reston casually posed the question, "You know what I'm looking for? A side job." This left the eye-patch thug dumbfounded, completely baffled by what was happening. Upon hearing Karen Reston express interest in investing in his business, the eye-patch thug was overjoyed. He hastily fawned, "Sir, that would be my absolute honor." Karen Reston immediately changed his demeanor, his voice icy, but business must be built on trust. This sent a cold premonition through the eye-patch thug. Without another word, Karen Reston pressed a knife directly to the broker's throat, criticizing him for being slower to understand than he'd thought. This made the eye-patch thug shrink back in fear, and let out a desperate scream. The eye-patch thug broke out in a cold sweat, only one question remaining in his mind. Who is this madman? He still didn't understand why he wasn't grateful to still be alive. Karen Reston then pressed his sword against the eye-patch thug's throat, asking lightly, "Still don't trust me?" The other man turned pale with fear, hastily stammering a denial. Karen gestured, urging them forward, and the eye-patch thug could only meekly agree, scurrying ahead, not daring to utter another word. The instant they reached the back gate, two guards immediately halted the eye-patch thug, who mockingly called him Cobbler, and warned him this wasn't the day he was allowed to loiter around. The eye-patch thug hastily tried to explain. He was escorting a distinguished guest, but the guards remained firm. No invitation, no entry, end of discussion. The eye-patch thug had no choice but to lean in and whisper to the guard about the powerful black card, making the guard flinch instantly. A payment authorization card. The guard's attitudes immediately shifted, asking both to wait a moment. While they went inside to report, one guard pointed inside, muttering curses about those who shamelessly dared to waste others' precious time. Karen Reston's eyes flashed with an ominous blue light. He immediately realized this group wasn't just the eye-patch thug's petty guards, but genuine, well-trained knights of Levin. Suddenly, a red-haired man stepped out from the door, politely spoke up, "Please forgive our rudeness." Clearly someone in a position of authority. The man in the golden mask introduced himself as Nor, the one in charge here, and held out his hand, demanding to inspect the black card. Karen Reston coldly handed the card to Nor, displaying a condescendingly
coopérative attitude.
However, just as Nor's group, including the eye-patch thug, were scrutinizing the card, Karen Reston snatched it back. You will pay the price for wasting my time, Karen Reston growled, murderous intent and blue mana erupting, scaring the eye-patch thug out of his wits. Inside, a colossal and luxurious auction hall awaited, packed with nobles, all awaiting the start of the show. Masked noble guests leisurely enjoyed wine, while surrounded by attentive servants. One man even placed his hand on the shoulder of the masked woman. Beside him, both smiling morbidly, sitting at a table, Karen Reston sneered disdainfully, "What a cheap circus." The eye-patch thug, now just a mere errand boy, could only stand nervously by his side. Karen Reston's sharp blue eyes glinted, calculating his next move in this den of devils. And the scene abruptly shifts to a gruesome graveyard, under a crimson sky where a chained, red-haired boy stood among countless corpses. Amidst this carnage, a trembling voice echoed, desperately begging for mercy in vain. The red-haired boy simply gazed coldly down at the dying loser, another boy forced into this death arena, desperately clinging to life. "I don't want to die." The red-haired boy curled his lips, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruel intent, as he mockingly retorted, "Oh, you're asking me what to do?" The loser looked up at the balcony, where a group of morbid nobles were watching the gruesome spectacle. Other slaves knelt, forced to witness. The fat noble sneered disgustingly, ordering the red-haired boy, "You know what to do. Just do it." All the trashy nobles sat on their sofas, cackling with glee, as they witnessed one child about to execute another. The red-haired boy raised his sword high, a maniacal laugh echoing out, as he prepared to finish off the defeated opponent, who was weeping miserably at his feet. The red-haired boy's eyes blazed like a demon's, the sword swung down without hesitation, ending the brutal spectacle. Returning to reality, the eye-patch thug timidly nudged Karen Reston. Master, the auction you were looking for is about to begin." On stage, the masked auctioneer declared the start, while Karen Reston sat in the audience, silently observing. The auctioneer loudly proclaimed, "A rare item acquired from the great southern forest," causing the entire hall to buzz, everyone immediately guessing it was an elf. And as expected, he unveiled an elf slave with long blonde hair, blindfolded and handcuffed, escorted onto the stage by a masked guard. The elf slave bowed her head, utterly resigned to her fate. But then a pure green, magical aura suddenly radiated from her. Clearly, she was no ordinary item up for grabs. In the audience, the enigmatic Karen Reston, his face concealed, also sensed that powerful magical aura. His eyes immediately sharpened with keen interest. The auction hall erupted as the depraved guests frantically shouted their bids. The numbers soared from 110,000 to 130,000. In an instant, another auction guest angrily waved his hand, pushing the price relentlessly up to 170,000. He was determined not to let this prize fall into anyone else's hands. The auctioneer gleefully confirmed the 170,000 bid, shouting, "Does anyone dare to go higher?" Suddenly, a cold voice from the audience rang out, settling on an overwhelming figure that stunned the crowd. "I'll take the elf slave for 200,000. The auctioneer immediately turned towards the mysterious bidder, confirmed the 200,000, and prepared to strike the gavel to finalize the sale of this exceptionally special item. But Karen Reston didn't bother with pleasantries, raising his hand and shouting, a final figure that completely silenced the entire hall. 500,000. Even a seasoned high roller like Nor was utterly shocked, muttering, 500,000. Who's the madman? That price for an elf is utterly ridiculous. Abruptly, Karen Reston had appeared right behind Nor, his icy gaze rendering the masked man speechless, and breaking out in a cold sweat. On stage, the auctioneer was absolutely ecstatic, shouting to confirm the staggering 500,000 bid, and asking one last time if anyone dared to go higher. No one dared to utter a single sound, and so, the auctioneer declared the sale finalized. The elf slave from the great forest has been sold to the bidder of 500,000. In a private room, the eye-patch thug trembled as he nervously asked his new master, "Sir, do you truly have 500,000 gold?" Karen Reston feigned complete innocence in his reply, forcing the eye-patch thug to explain it like he was an idiot. Payment certificate is only issued if the account holds at least 500,000. Ignoring the money matters entirely, Karen Reston narrowed his eyes and went straight to the main point anyway. Can you smuggle the slaves bought here out? The eye-patch thug's face drained of color in utter shock. His voice trembled, barely a whisper, at Karen Reston's absolutely outrageous demand. What do you mean, Karen? Reston merely gazed at the eye-patch thug, as if he were nothing but trash, then bluntly declared, "One look at your face tells me you're utterly useless." The thug quickly stammered, clarifying that, with his meager slave trading status, he wouldn't dare to take such an insane risk. The eye-patch thug was scared completely out of his wits, clutching his head and desperately begging Karen not to involve him in any of her crazy schemes. But Karen just coldly uttered his name. "Hey, cobbler." Karen Reston sat back casually in his chair, his imposing aura completely overwhelming the room, delivering a chilling ultimatum. Think carefully about whose side you truly want to be on. The eye-patch thug froze solid, completely unable to understand what was happening. While the eye-patch thug was still stammering, there was a sudden knock on the door. Karen calmly permitted them to enter. The masked auctioneer entered, followed by the elf slave and the masked guards, grinning widely as he offered congratulations. "Congratulations on your win, sir. 500,000 gold, truly impressive." Karen Reston didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. "Skip the pleasantries. How do I pay?" The auctioneer rubbed his hands together. "Cash, of course. You're as straightforward as you are generous." Regarding the money, Karen appeared cautious, saying he didn't want to be suspected or followed. But the auctioneer immediately reassured him, "You don't need to worry about that." The auctioneer then revealed their clever trick. To ensure there's no incriminating evidence of slave trading, we'll record this transaction as a purchase of gemstones, worth 500,000 gold. Karen Reston sharply rubbed his chin, realizing, "So, you're laundering money." The auctioneer merely chuckled, implicitly admitting you could say that. The auctioneer, however, began to sense trouble. "This is getting serious?" Karen Reston nonchalantly asked. "Oh?" Karen Reston leaned back further in his chair, making a harsh, unyielding declaration. "I'll settle up later. My fortune rests in my personal treasury, back in Tibet. We'll settle up there." Karen smirked menacingly. His voice dripped with menace. "Either way, you'll have to follow me wherever I go, won't you?" The eye-patch thug, cowering behind the chair, turned absolutely ghastly with fear. The auctioneer waved him off, flatly refusing. "The rule here is clear. Upfront payment, no exceptions. Furthermore, your identity hasn't even been verified, making this even more impossible." The auctioneer declared, "I'm afraid we simply cannot accept this request. No payment, no elf." Karen Reston slapped his forehead in frustration, exasperated by their rigid adherence to rules. "So that's how it is, huh?" Losing patience, Karen Reston lunged forward instantly, grabbing the trembling eye-patch thug by the collar. He growled, "Then how about we try this method?" When Karen asked if revealing his face would let him pay later, the auctioneer scoffed, then noticeably hesitated. "Not necessarily." But with that, Karen Reston ripped off his mask, his eyes blazing, sharp as daggers, piercing his opponent. "Now that I've shown my face, you'd better not make any more ridiculous excuses." The auctioneer still tried to stand his ground. "I'm in charge here, even if you show your face, still." But Karen leaned back in his chair, coolly stating, "If you're not qualified to decide, then call your boss out here." Before he could even finish, Karen snapped, his blue eyes glowing with pure killing intent. "Shut up and go report to your master. Tell them Karen Reston wants a word." At the name Reston, the auctioneer froze solid, sweat pouring down his ashen face, his voice trembling as he managed, "Yes, understood." Karen then turned and ordered the eye-patch thug, "Cobbler, untie the elf." The thug jumped in surprise. With Karen's glare fixed on him, the eye-patch thug trembled like a leaf, quickly complying, his voice barely a whisper. "I'll do it right away." The black blindfold and ropes were swiftly removed from the elf slave. The elf was finally freed. The elf slave gently massaged her wrists, though a trace of weariness still lingered in her eyes, but she had already regained her composure. Karen then tossed her a recovery potion. His voice cold, he simply said, "Here, drink this, it'll mend your wounds." The elf slave instantly recognized it as a high-grade potion. She met Karen's gaze, thanking him formally. Karen Reston smirked, eyeing the elf slave. "An elf who speaks the common tongue? Interesting," he mused. "I thought you'd be causing quite a ruckus." But, contrary to his expectations, the elf slave replied with remarkable calm. "Because I sense my mother's presence from you," she stated, "and a faint aura of my kin as well." Karen Reston immediately understood, Poina's image flashing, appearing in his mind. "Ah, is it because of the world tree's mist?" He then cut straight to the point, asking Neria, "How were you captured?" Neria then recounted that she was ambushed while clearing out monsters, causing Karen Reston to frown deeply, lost in deep thought about the monsters overflowing from the great forest. Then, she dropped a critical piece of information, her eyes burning with resentment. "And among those slave hunters was a knight." "A knight?" Karen Reston repeated, then smirked, his mind already racing, immediately deducing the opponent's faction. "They must be Laven Knights," he mused. He analyzed the situation like a seasoned veteran, remarking that the southern kingdoms were busy with war, so there were no idle knights available. He then asked Neria if she remembered their faces, but she shook her head. Neria, however, affirmed with certainty, "But I remember their Mona signatures very clearly." Karen Reston smiled confidently. That was all he needed to overturn the entire board. "That's enough," he declared. Karen Reston then directly asked the elf her name, and she calmly replied, "My name is Neria." Karen Reston ordered Neria to stay put, while the slave trader behind him was sweating profusely from sheer tension. He then turned to the slave trader, smirked and invited, "Hey cobbler, how about we do a job together?" With the chilling smile of a madman, Karen Reston boldly unveiled his outrageous plan. "We're starting a rebellion right here in Lebanon." Both the slave trader and Neria instantly froze. They simply couldn't believe their ears. The moment they heard rebellion, the slave trader completely panicked, screaming he didn't want to die. This only made Karen Reston sigh and cover his face in exasperation. After a moment of pure fear, the slave trader suddenly did a complete 180, saluting like a disciplined soldier, and asking if 100,000 troops would be enough, ready to obey his every command. The slave trader, now fully embracing his subordinate role, grandly declared he'd lead the army of justice to crush the slave market. This left Karen Reston utterly dumbfounded. Karen Reston brutally shattered his illusion. "Justice, my ass. I'm simply annoyed, seeing these slave traders live far too comfortably." Karen Reston's face hardened, as he admitted, this rebellion is also fueled by a bit of personal vendetta. Meanwhile, the shadow of an insidious noble loomed menacingly behind him. Click. Leandro peered through the crack in the door. Muttering with amusement, Leandro stepped inside. He apologized for making Karen Reston and his reluctant subordinate, the cobbler, wait. He then pompously introduced himself as Leandro, the Lord of Laven. Karen Reston stood up, his aura no less imposing, and replied curtly, "Karen Reston, pleasure." Meanwhile, Leandro's subordinates merely watched on. In another corner, Neria and a ponytail warrior were quietly observing the situation unfold. Neria's gaze was as sharp as a blade, completely devoid of any fear, clearly showing she was no ordinary woman. Karen Reston then turned to look at Neria. The three of them, a young master, an elf slave, and a human trafficker, formed an incredibly bizarre combination. The official confrontation then began. As the four faces representing the two factions, Karen, Reston and Leandro, faced off, they traded searing glares, and Cobbler instantly knew this was the battlefield for a high-stakes game of chess.